Hands up, look to the sky, 'cause we got enough to survive. Good times, man, we alive. That time I take is all mine. Top spot, taking control. Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age prodigy, I got it all. Come for the ride, we bout to let it go. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. 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 Hands up, look to the sky, 'cause we got enough to survive. Good times, man, we alive. That time I take is all mine. Top spot, taking control. Ain't no stopping me, I'm on a roll. New age prodigy, I got it all. Come for the ride, we bout to let it go. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up. We going up, up. Yeah, look at us, us. We here for the rush, rush. Yeah, we going up, up.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. And we're back, baby. Over the next 7 weeks, 12 teams will go head-to-head, and who's going to have what it takes to make it to Masters Toronto? It's time to find out, and the next chapter of VCT Americas saga starts right here today. Welcome back to day one of Stage 1, live from the Riot Games Arena. We're at Team Los Angeles, California. Oh, feels good to be back. Air horns, that's what it's all about, baby. Okay, folks, I'm Golden Boy. You got Brandon, you got Wyatt. We're going to yap about some video games today, and hopefully you join us and have some fun with it, because we have a lot to get through here. First thing, our teams are going to be playing on patch 10.05, and look, that's all bug fixes and patches and stuff like that. We don't want to worry about that. Instead, we want to worry about the patch before that. And Bren, we got a couple of big changes here, kind of like an agent getting added to the pool.
It's massive changes, man. I mean, Wayle getting introduced. We'll see if some teams end up playing that as well. In China, we've already seen the kind of unveiling, I think, as well, where teams have been playing a lot of of Wayle. The map changes as well. That was like a bit of a monkey paw moment where it curled, I think. Abyss out, but Icebox in. Uh-oh. Like, oh no, but the Ascent changes, listen, I messed with the Ascent changes heavy, and of course, a ton of agent changes as well on top of it as well. So it's going to be an interesting splash to add to the beginning of stage 1.
Yeah, some minor changes to Taeho that will probably in no way affect the pick rate of Taeho and the meta status came through. And some other cool small changes too, like to ISO, which has been seeing a lot more play with the double duelist being a very relevant meta option.
You know who I feel bad for? The Sova Odin players holding down.
Feel bad.
The site. Yes, I'm feeling bad for them. Okay,
man.
They took our options away from us. Okay, our B holds were here, we had it, and now we don't have it anymore.
Took the options away. That meta had one option. Now we have options.
So let's talk about this. So Ascent, massive changes on this map, and Brendan, you would say very much needed changes.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm a Sova player on this map, but this was some BS. I mean, listen, the old Ascent, being able to lock this down with just a 3,300 credit weapon, it's just ridiculous. Like, it just completely changed it, but it should make the map
view that as
way
fiscally
better.
responsible.
The map was being played the same way for years.
I know. I was there in the beginning.
It's 2025.
I will never forget doing First Strike, and then Pansy was commentating, and then someone busted out the Odin, and I'm pretty sure someone was egging her on in commentary. It was DDK. It was a great time. So yeah, for sure. I remember that fondly. That being said, though.
Dusty tomes.
The dusty tomes of First Strike back in the day. Now, of course, folks, we've got a new agent, as we talked about Wayle, that could be seeing some play this week. We saw it earlier in other regions. Maybe we see it here as well. So for more on Wayle, here's Ender with one of our devs.
Hi, I'm Ender here with June, designer on Valorant's newest agent, Wayle. Crazy movement duelist with also some fun abilities to combo. She can slow down time, do everything. What's your quick pitch on why people should be picking Wayle?
Yeah, I mean, if you've been playing Jet and Raze for a long time and you're looking for some variety, this is probably a great character for you. And also just, if you like being like really creative, you know, trying like unique entry paths onto the site, you like whipping things up on the fly, I think Wayle would be a great fit.
Who do you think is going to be the best Wayle to keep our eyes on in Americas?
Yeah, been really impressed with Jogamo. I've been a big G2 fan forever. I've watched them since their old org. And I think seeing Jogamo do some things that I didn't even think I would do on Wayle, like ulting back into where he had activated the refract beacon and then like following up on the ult with the refract was just like super brain breaking for me and like really cool to see.
Oh my god, holy guacamole.
It worked! I want to dive in and ask you straight up about how you design a movement-based duelist that has these types of abilities that like initiators might usually have that can sort of set up a teammate. And how do you keep that balanced for pro play when teams are going to be coordinating so nicely?
Yeah, so like when we were originally planning and like thinking about Wayle, a big part of that was like, what is the opportunity space for another, you know, entry duelist in the game? And, you know, Raze and Jet are very selfish, like play for themselves kinds of characters that have that entry ability. And we just felt like it was a good opportunity to expand some of that design space a little bit. And we were thinking about like the balance of the character. You still have this like incredibly powerful tool that can like get you onto the site and capitalize off of utility very fast, faster than either Jet or Raze. So we were just thinking about essentially complementing that by not making that more self-reinforcing for Wayle for Wayle to get the kill regardless of what her team does, but to make it so that she's like bringing something to the table in that coordinated environment.
第二波打反清，三封地线加太湖的精准投放给出来，康康已经把速流回光交过了。
那这样没有保命技能了。
直接飞想去抓，抓得非常漂亮。
How do you feel like Wayle is going to like slot into comps, and especially in the pro scene? How do you think Wayle is going to define the meta, if at all?
Yeah, so I think right now we're already seeing agents that are super strong with Wayle, which is I think bodes well for her. You know, Breach, Omen's been a mainstay in pro forever. And even Taeho, right, like flushing enemies, you know, on the actual sites and like causing that chaos for Wayle to get in there. I think Wayle is really going to shine in that context, and I'll be excited to see what they cook up.
Do you think that Wayle is going to be seeing some play already in week 1 in Americas?
One can dream. It's a designer's dream. Like when we design these characters, like we're just kind of excited to see them at the highest level, of course, because we spend a lot of time thinking about it and planning that context, right? I think there's a good shot we'll see Wayle in week 1, especially some teams that are feeling a little more experimental.
Yeah, I also can't wait to see our Americas teams play it. Thanks so much.
Thanks for having me.
Well, and there you saw some clips of Wayle. You also heard from the devs. Thank you to Ender for that as well. And whew, what was Giacomo doing with that agent?
No, he's different. He's built different.
That is, you think we're going to see it? I think so.
I would hope, because much like the devs, I would like to see the players at the highest level compete with Wayle, because most of my exposure has been Sideshow in our ranked games. Running it down with 120
And he garbage.
So I would like to see some good gameplay.
Yeah, my guy is keeping a lot of children fed in this country. He's doing a good job there. Now, of course, let's go ahead, though, and take a look at our championship points leaderboard, because our teams are playing for points every single match in this stage, and one win could make the difference here. And here is how the breakdown plays out. G2 with their performance in Bangkok, getting that 6-point difference between, or rather 4-point difference between them and Sentinels. Atop at 6. Sentinels sitting there at 2nd. You also got MIBR with that 1 point there. Everyone else straggling behind, obviously, as we get into the season here. But big opportunity here for Sentinels, or excuse me, G2, just like the way Sentinels did last year to pad that lead.
And that's what I was going to say, I think, as well. It's hard to keep like a long-term focus on the champs points and how much they matter, like here, because, you know, we're getting right at the beginning of the season. It's hard to keep that in focus and in mind. But Sentinels did only just make it into champs last year because of the champ points. Yeah. And the entire system as well. And it works a little bit differently. So, like, it's the top 2 teams in stage 2 to end up making it to champs, and then the last 2 teams are decided by the top 2 teams in champ points that are remaining. So a little bit overcomplicated, but maybe I've just overcomplicated.
No, you nailed it. That was it.
Very well.
You explained it perfectly, actually. I'm quite proud of you, because I was going to do it.
I'll tell you
what. It was on the thing for me to read it.
Oh, but I stole it.
And then you kind of just stole it. So
okay, my bad.
Honestly, I'm impressed. There we go.
Stealing people's jobs. I was micing myself up earlier. I'm not intending to do this.
You hear this, everyone in the studio? This guy's coming for your job. He's coming for your job.
Doing the AI to the trucking industry role play.
Oh boy. All right, folks. Well, look, we haven't seen the first pistol round of stage 1, which means it's a perfect time for some hot takes. Yes, hot takes. Everyone loves these hot, rational takes that we're going to make here. Now, normally we'd be up here shooting our mouths, yapping about what we think is going to happen, but today we decided to turn that power over to our amazing co-streamers. First up, everyone loves him. It's Shanks. What do you got for us, Shanks?
What's up, VALORANT community and my friends at the front desk? My hot take is that FNS will be leading NRG to a trophy this year. Whether it be Americas, whether it be Toronto, or whether it be champs, FNS and NRG will be lifting a trophy this year. Yeah, I know we didn't start too hot in split 1, but from what I've been hearing behind the scenes, NRG has been looking great. And I do think we will be winning a trophy this year.
The term "we didn't start too hot," Blood thinks he's on the team. That's too funny. And also just the airport background is wild.
It's killing me. It's great. All right, rate the take. Yeah, I'll say pretty spicy.
I'll go pretty spicy.
I'll go pretty spicy.
At this point, I feel like it's extreme heat.
Extreme heat. Show your work.
Yeah, I feel like it's extreme heat at this point. I was so high on NRG coming into this year. And maybe I'm overreacting to what happened in Kickoff.
Could be.
But what happened in Kickoff has soured my taste. And I wish them the best. I think they'll continue to play, well, maybe not continue. I think they will begin to play very well and have some great results. But winning a trophy, it's a toughie.
It's a toughie, for sure, for sure. All right, well, let's go ahead and see what some of our other co-streamers had to say. This is one from G2. It's Hammy.
Yo, what's good, guys? It's Hammy.
Yeah. That works.
My VCT hot take is that Giacomo is the greatest duelist in NA, and he solos everybody else. It's not even close.
That's less than mild.
I mean,
there's not even
my guy, you should have just served me some mayonnaise on that. You know what I mean? Like,
that's a mayo take.
Like,
salt and pepper. What are you doing?
That's unseasoned chicken.
Yeah, that's boiled goose, bro. How far can we go? That's boiled water. That's all that is.
Keep it rolling.
Let's keep it rolling. But Hammy, I thank you so much for that. Here's TCK.
Cloud9 is just going to stomp every single game because our roster is getting pretty well together, and I don't think we really have a reason not to believe Oxy is the best duelist in the world. Yeah, let's go. Cloud9 is just going to win every single game.
He says with his Cloud9 banner in the background. I'm going to say extreme heat.
Hold on, but what's the take? Like, Cloud9 are going to win every single game, or the Oxy's the best?
The Oxy's the best duelist in the world.
And I think that if Jogamo exists and Aspas is alive, you can't do that. So
you got to extreme heat again for this one.
And Kong exists. Like, no, extreme
best
heat.
in the world.
Best in the world. Now, if you would have said best in Americas, maybe.
I'll take the take seriously for a second, though, because Oxy has the potential, but the difference between the best duelists in the world and great duelists is how they get set up by their team. And currently, the way the Cloud9 play, from what I saw of them in Kickoff at least, I don't think that they set up Oxy as well. They don't play off him in the space that he creates. He's left to do it all quite often, honestly, because he's playing a solo duelist. Now, we've seen a blueprint for double duelist comps. Maybe that could be different. Maybe it could come. That's why I put like the pretty spicy. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I don't know.
I almost did pretty spicy. I get it. I'm not against it. It's just hard to get him in that conversation because Cloud9 probably won't be good enough to get to international events where we can see him against Kong.
But I also feel like we were so quick,
you know what I mean,
to just put mild on Hammy's take for Jogamo that it just made sense. It just made sense. Let's go ahead and move on. Here's one more, and we got, everybody loves this guy. It's Tarek. What you got for us, buddy?
All right, my hot take for the season is that Cloud9 is going to qualify for their first international this year, so y'all better not let me down.
That's different. That's different.
You know what? I gotta say, that is different. I'll go pretty spicy on that one.
Yeah. I'm going pretty spicy. Honestly, I think they got a shot at making champs. They didn't make any roster moves. That means something's going well. We're on the up. We're on the up.
Yeah. I'm wearing blues.
I'm not mad at it.
I walked outside and everyone's like, you cheering for Cloud9 today? I was like, I guess. Here I am now. So yeah, I'm on the train with you, buddy. Let's do this. Hey, that's not bad. Not bad. All right, what'd you have for it, Brent?
Pretty spicy, just in the middle. Yeah, I mean, I can see it happening. I can see a world where it happens as well. Honestly, though, I was expecting the Tiger's going to be going for the, just make a hot take about Sen. It's like, Sen's going to win it all. No, actually, that wouldn't be a hot take from him because he's like being paid by them. But I don't know. Everyone's doing like Zekin's the best duelist in the world. That type of. I don't know.
Yeah.
But he didn't. He bucked the trend.
Hey, well look. Hey, co-streamers, you did good, kids. All right, you did good. All right, let's do it again next time. Yeah, well done. Pat yourself on the back. All right. Now all weekend we're hosting a block party outside here at the Riot Games Arena to celebrate the start of Stage 1. So let's actually send it over to Dryad, who's standing by outside to see what fun is going on in the sun.
Hey guys, I'm at the VCT Americas Stage 1 block party, and I'm here with Mariah to play a game. So can you explain this game to me?
Yeah, so this is Brimstone's Orbital Ring Strike. So what you do is we give you a ring, and then you toss it onto the rubber duckies. If you knock one over, you get a prize. If you put the ring on the neck, you get 2 prizes. And some of the prizes we have are this t-shirt right here, and then we have some really cool stickers, like this one.
I love green, and I'm trying to get that shirt. Do you think I got it in me?
I think you got it.
Okay, I'm ready to try it out.
Give it a try?
Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I'm not really good at aiming in real life or in VALORANT. Okay. No way. Okay, it's fine. I won. Thank you guys.
Battle between Cloud9 and NRG, and then later, 2 teams that performed very well at Kickoff. It's going to be KRU going up against Loud. Now for Stage 1, our teams are split into 2 groups. We have Alpha and Omega. So you know what that means, baby. It's time for Groupology! Yes! That's right. I'm so excited for this. Now, of course, teams aren't going to play within your group, all right? So we're going to rank the Omega group since they're going to be taking the stage first. And to handle the rankings, it's going to be the one and only Wyatt.
To handle the rankings and get them fully correct, to be specific.
Yeah, okay.
You can judge me, but you'll be wrong if you disagree.
Okay, that's not how it works.
I'm going to start simple. I'm going to start...
Did you just tap it?
I'm going to start...
You just click on it?
Tap it?
I'm
going to start...
Tap the screen. Tap the screen, old man.
Take the damn thing, man.
Furia 6, don't need it. Don't need it.
We're fine.
This is where we get spicy. Lev first. Stay mad.
I knew it.
G2 second, stay mad.
Bro, cut the tape already. I am mad, bro.
I knew it.
This is where things get crazy. NRG, they're going to be in 3rd, but hold up. They're going to be Where are they? They're going to be tied. Same record as C9, but beat them in the differential.
This is actually
and
twisted.
MIBR sadly will be in 5th. There will be an adjustment period with the roster changes. This group is way too stacked. They're going to lose like 1-2 in all the games, except for they're going to be Furia.
I was brought on to heckle you. I don't need to. That's going to do it for me, bro. I don't
knew
need
you were
to.
going to do that. I have read the tea leaves. I have peered into the crystal ball of the future.
This is, okay, well, people might be impressed, might not be impressed. Let us know what you think. Make sure you use those hashtags as well, VCT, all that good stuff. And of course, you heard our take, but let's go ahead and hear what the pros have to say about these groups.
So honestly, between the Alpha and the Omega group, I feel like they're pretty balanced.
We got some pretty solid hitters, Energy, Furia.
We've already played almost every single team except Furia in this bracket.
Eu diria que o Dark Horse do campeonato aí poderia ser até a gente. Eu acho que a galera não espera muito, mas também tem outros times como a Fúria, que a galera também joga bem pra baixo, mas é um time perigoso, tem que tomar cuidado pra jogar contra.
Eu tô sentindo que a gente vai ir bem sim nesse grupo e a gente vai conseguir ficar bem lá no topo, com certeza.
I think Omega is going to have closer matches than Alpha. I think probably a few more 2-0s than in the other group, at least. I think that group's really close.
Acho que os dois grupos estão muito fortes. Não tem como balancear direito. Eu acho que todos os times aqui são muito bons.
I definitely think we got the easier side of the bracket. Omega looks pretty strong. I'm gonna be honest, KRU eliminated us from champs last year, like making it, so that's a little horrifying.
Nosotros como KRU, obviamente estamos en el grupo Alpha. Me gusta mucho este grupo, creo que es un grupo demasiado, entre comillas, accesible. Creo que se le puede ganar a cualquiera de los que están ahí. Creo que no podría haber sido algo mejor.
There are some heavy hitters. I feel like we have the duelist star group. But it's hard to say because Alpha has like Kesna and Zekin as well. The league is just so stacked.
We are so with you on that one, Valen. But let's go ahead and get into today's first matchup and talk about NRG. Now, this team dominated in the offseason, and they were at the top of all of the tier lists. But then Zeppa decided, I want to be a god and activate god mode. And then they ended up winning the game. And, well, the rest is all history here.
Yeah, they had a really tough time in Kickoff, man. I mean, it was just a lot of the ideas that they were throwing out, they seemed quite stagnant at times. They were relying on hero plays. Like, essentially, a lot of the reason some of these maps even look close is because Matter was just hitting aces in pistol rounds most of the time as well. So, like, they struggled hard with what typically I would identify as successful points for an NRG or an FNS-led team would be their calling, and that was the struggle for them. So I'm hoping that we see that turned around here for stage 1.
Definitely. That was a struggle for them, as well as certain individual performances that have been ruthlessly highlighted by the community.
Yeah, no, for sure. There's a lot to talk about with this one, right? Now, the squad did go 1-2, right? And they did not qualify for Masters. But as a result of this, though, and look, we saw some changes come after the fact, and we were talking about how this NRG team had played. But I think it's safe to say, though, that regardless, you look at the names on this team, Wyatt, and I don't feel like they're, you know, like out of luck. Like, no, like this is look at the players, man. The players are good.
Yeah, I mean, it is the perfect little blend of the old and the new.
Yeah.
That is such a successful formula. We have seen it over and over, where you get the experienced guys with the very talented upcoming players. Mata certainly lived up to the hype. But you want more from this squad. We thought that they would do so much more.
Well, you know what? You want more? Well, you're going to get a little bit more, all right? Because as a result, NRG decided to make some changes. All right, here's a clip from their podcast where they actually explain why they did so.
Let's just get straight into things, guys. There's a huge elephant in the room. Where's Verno? He was supposed to be on the pod, bro.
We are more than likely going to remove Verno from our starting roster, and there are plenty of reasons for that, most of which have to do with, actually it has to do with in-game and out-of-game stuff, but more of it is just the goals in-game a lot of the times just don't feel like they align. There are a lot of issues, like underlying issues, that obviously you guys as fans and, you know, spectators don't see. I'm like completely against changes if they can be avoided, but this one honestly couldn't. When there are multiple players, like if it's a unanimous decision to do something, you kind of just have to follow that. And there were just too many instances where it felt like even with the success that we were having, there were still a lot of underlying issues that just caused a rift between him and the rest of the team. And I think it made us unhappy. It made him unhappy. It was unfair for him and for us. So we decided to part ways.
I'll tell you one thing, though, with the way those hoodies were, we got to check the temperature in that room, make sure it's not too cold. You know what I'm saying?
You could not find 3 pro players that wanted to be anywhere else, man. I mean, like, they were just
At least that's how it looked. At least that's how it looked. At least
they
that's how
were
it
not
looked.
interested.
But see, as a result of that, Verno is out, and we have also Coach Bonker leaving, which means that we got Brock and Mike's coming in to the roster here. And there you can see Brock filling in. Brock has been around for a hot minute here. Wyatt, I know you have a lot of experience with this guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the players in Challengers for years at this point that we have expected to be in VCT. He has been top of the billing, always on great rosters, mostly with that Shopify/Moisex Shopify, which they were called before, squad that has been on the cusp of making it to Ascension. Well, they're a team that we think should be qualifying in. Mata was on that team. They both were. You're wondering, how did they not make it? I mean, they barely. They were at the finish line and they stumbled. But they both deserve to be in this league.
And just to touch on the one point as well with Mike's coming into this roster as well, I think in terms of team environments, Mike is going to add a lot to NRG with FNS-led teams. Because FNS, I think, he's always performed at his best when he's had an analytical coach alongside him. Not a head coach who's going to be trying to call the shots and really, maybe butt heads during the moments, but someone who's going to be adding additions onto their protocols, the existing ideas and adding that depth. Mike gives you that as a coach. So I think that you have a really dangerous combo potentially coming in for NRG at the beginning of Stage 1 here.
Yeah, well, I know a lot of NRG fans want exactly that to happen here. But let's go ahead and jump over to the newest edition of this NRG roster. We got Brock standing by with Dryad ahead of his Tier 1 debut.
Hey guys, and hello Brock. Welcome to VCT Americas. How are you feeling about your debut with NRG today?
I'm feeling very confident with our team. We've been putting in a lot of work, so I think we're good. Yeah.
And something that we talk about when it comes to NRG is the level of experience that your teammates have and the level of respect that they have. So what is something that you've learned with this roster and the time that you've had since you joined?
I think the way we are practicing is very, very good. I think it's the most efficient, I think. So that's something I learned, like just the way to practice, yeah.
Just the way to practice. We'll see if it turns into a win. Good luck today.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, and that is a big deal, right? How you practice is everything. And Brock has to feel pretty comfortable as well because he actually has a former teammate on the squad, as you had talked about earlier, Wyatt, in Mata. So you got this dynamic duo that's going to be able to work together here, Brendan. You also got a coach that's great, an analytical mind, exactly what everything needs. It feels like NRG have all the pieces that they need here.
Yeah, and I've got no qualms with Mata and the way that he played, I think, for the few games that they ended up showing in Kickoff, because this guy was the major difference maker between them winning and losing, not just individual rounds, but entire maps with his performance. Like on pistol rounds, if you win the pistol rounds in VALORANT, you can snowball that into an advantage. Everybody knows that. It's the bread and butter. And when a player like Mata is giving you it like constantly, consistently, that's a huge difference. I got no issues whatsoever with the firepower of this team. It was always the ideas, and hopefully they'll begin to solve that.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. He was phenomenal. We saw highlights when he played Neon on one map, dropped a 30 bomb there. And even that game we were talking about where Zeppa took over, they almost made a full comeback in OT just off the back of him.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of work ahead of him here because the pressure is on for this new roster. This is their schedule and what they have on the horizon. So they're going to be dealing with Cloud9 first. Then you have Furia. That's going to be your second option. And look, here's the thing, right? Like, they can beat Furia. It goes without saying. They have an opportunity there. But then you have these 3 matches here. G2, MIB, or Leviathan. Those
Leviathan, who are going undefeated in the group.
Yeah, I mean, because you just need to shut up. But Bren, let's slice him out of the conversation and talk to you and me and you.
I have valuable insight.
Still a heavy hitter. But there's a reason why every pro player in that piece that we just watched was talking about this group being the tough one. Yeah. Because there's really no easy game with the exception of maybe Furia, because
and who knows what they're going to bring? Like, we don't know.
Who the hell
we don't
knows?
know.
But NRG have a trial by fire here, genuinely, and that they need wins early on. This opening game of Cloud9 is going to be vitally important to have a good finish overall in this group.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge for NRG without a doubt. But let's go ahead, though, and shift our focus over to their opponents. You got Cloud9. Now, this is a team that's known for making big roster changes. But not this time! It's the same squad! Yeah! Look at that. They kept it, baby. They They said it couldn't be done. Jack, I believe in you. Now, look, here's the deal. This squad has talent out the wazoo. We know that it's all there. This roster brings some heavy hitters themselves, Wyatt. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do, especially because they've had a lot of time to cook.
Absolutely. And one of the reasons that this is a cool matchup, we're talking about Brock and Mata, heavy hitters from Challengers.
Yeah.
These are some of the most consistent guys from Challengers that they've brought up. Mitch has completely reinvented himself as a player, someone who's been around since the early days. In addition, you know, you have Vic coming in, mega consistent, really highly respected by other pros especially. They've built a cool team here. I like that they're sticking together. I really think they're just going to be on that upward trend.
Yeah, but not defeat Leviathan, because that's your...
Well, they're going on to,
they're going undefeated. They're going undefeated. No, but Brent, I think that for C9, this has to feel kind of nice because you faced off against this energy team, right? Even though they had a different player on there, you got to go into it feeling at least a little bit of that comfortability.
Yeah, I think Wyatt as well has hit the nail on the head where no changes means hopefully quite good things, because honestly, they can keep building and iterating upon what they've already prepped and learned for our kickoff, kept that going. We've had a long break between kickoff and when we last saw this team, and after Bangkok as well, and now we're getting into the thick of things. Yeah. But there's one extra element that this team is always going to have, and they're going to have it until the end of time with the contracts that Oxy's been on, and it is Oxy as an individual as well, because just to tee up this guy, he's a phenom, this kid. He is genuinely a player that you can build around for life in terms of his raw mechanics and individuality. He takes over. He's funny as well. If you ever watch the stream, this kid is just an absolute class act. But what I want to see from Cloud9 is work out a system to support him best. And from what we saw from Bangkok, the best teams were either supporting a singular duelist player, maybe like how G2 were doing it, where Jonah P and Trent were playing like the Breach Tejo and fully supporting Jorgamo, but Jorgamo was kind of almost like the bait on the stick, so it was left on initiator players to trade him out. And other teams have been running double duelists, so there are different options that I think have been showcased that do actually work right now, and it's how do you set up Oxy for success? That's my big question for Cloud9 this year, I think. I want to see them really making sure that they can amplify this guy. He's not the one carrying you to wins. He's the one that you're making sure like he's even better. He's looking even better than he has in the past.
Yeah, I mean, when we're seeing that comparison with 2024, 2025, that was his breakout year. Kickoff, a little bit of a downswing, but I'm expecting him to bounce right back.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with both of you guys. Oxy is an absolute animal. But for now, though, let's actually go ahead and hear from the animal himself. He's standing by with Jayad.
I'm here with Oxy ahead of our first match of Stage 1. And Oxy, this is actually a rematch of Kickoff where you won 2-0 against Energy. Are you winning 2-0 again?
I don't want to jinx anything, so I won't say anything, but something like that.
Something like that? Okay. And something I want to ask you, I don't know if you've seen, but there's this new agent that came out called Wayle, and everybody's talking about who's going to be playing it. What do you think about Wayle, and are you going to be playing it?
I think Wayle is insane in pro play. I think a lot of teams will be playing it. Maybe we'll see me play it today, but I don't know.
We don't know. I mean, I hope to see it. Good luck, Oxy.
I agree. Well, let's go ahead and see our predictions here from the talent team. And well, I went with Cloud9 and KRU. I decided to stick by my KRU today.
I'm the only one that went loud.
Really?
The only one that went loud.
I was going to go loud. I was going to go loud because
that's insane.
I thought more people were going to go loud.
No, that is crazy. I actually can't believe that. I mean, well, we got to focus on the first game of the day, to be honest. But yeah, I mean, that's taking me out, bro. That has taken me out.
Wow. Okay. Well, we'll see how this all plays out. What did you have?
I took NRG. Okay. I think the first one, very acceptable. That was like a 50-50.
Yeah.
The other one was crazy. That's not the game. That's not the game. That's not the game. 50-50, reasonable for this one.
Okay. All right, Bren?
I'm inclined to agree, I think, as well. But for Cloud9, there's signs of life there. For NRG, I think as much as I've got high hopes for Brock and Mike coming into the system, it's a lot to build up and catch up to the rest of the teams when you're changing out those pieces.
It's going to be a tall order for sure. But, folks, it's now time for the first day of Stage 1. You got NRG versus C9, KRU Visa versus Loud. VCT America starts right now.
You know, there's a lot of good players in this league, but very few of us can play with style. But Jogamo, it looks like he can do anything with style. And yeah, don't even get me started on his playing.
So, you want to talk about style? Better take a look at my man Zekin over here. He's unstoppable. Wait.
All right, man, watch this.
Even if you can outplay him once, he will always bring something new and unexpected to his gameplay. Just watch.
Tô de próxima, hein? A não ser que você esteja com medinho.
Dude, that was my part of the trailer.
Ey, alguien dijo...
¡Momento! Yo me encargo. Un dios no puede morir. Solo puede ser admirado.
Cara, eu sou novo aqui, mas esse cara é sempre assim? E quem é esse cara com a máquina de fumaça?
I don't know, man. We just have to put up with this guy. All good.
Un dios debe ser temido. Así que más les vale respetar al jefe.
Não, calma aí. Você quer mesmo falar sobre ser o boss? Tipo, o final boss? Pô, o cara é muito frio. Mesmo nas situações mais difíceis, tipo assim... Quer dizer... Até ele resolver vir pra cima de você, né?
Our region is just so strong.
Gonna be a tough split for sure.
If you're gonna win, then you're gonna have to play everybody.
Mas nunca é algo impossível.
Que a gente é um time que tá um pouco underdog assim, e isso é bom pra gente, a gente vai usar ao nosso favor.
E agora na trocação, mostrou a careca, tempo de vida, hit! Hit!
Nossa partida agora contra a KRU ya está virando un clásico, ¿no?
Mis sensaciones contra el partido de lado obviamente son altas. La verdad es que estoy emocionado por volver a enfrentarme contra ellos. Así que nada, quedan el mejor.
Ay, que me apaguen a tu... ¿Qué haces? ¡Por dos, por tres! ¡Vamos!
That's tradition. Start of every split, start of every year, play 100 Thieves.
Well, I just want to beat Sen, so Bang cannot say anything else and make him like regret his choice of leaving us.
You beat us last time, but this time I promise will be different.
I'm in form again, so I wish you guys the best of luck.
We learned a lot from Bangkok, just about like ourselves and our team and what we need to succeed. We're gonna carry those lessons, and we're gonna make sure that we are even better for stage 1.
And it is all on Jaw to try to stop this thrifty from coming through. He gets it done!
This is my first time playing in Tier 1, and I want to just finally prove what I can do.
You know, you guys are gonna love him. He's quite literally the perfect fit.
Então a gente vai surpreender vocês aí a qualquer momento.
Creo que se le puede ganar a cualquiera de los que están ahí. Creo que no podría haber sido algo mejor y vamos a darlo todo.
And let's go ahead and bring out your first team. Riot Games Arena, put your hands together for NRG! And of course, NRG now making their way out to the stage as they have a lot of pressure on them this stage, without a doubt. I mean, Wyatt, this is going to be a tall challenge throughout the entirety of the stage, as we had talked about in the pre-show. But if there's a team that can handle it with the talent on that roster, it's got to be NRG.
Absolutely. I'm so excited to see what they've been able to do in this downtime, bringing in Mike, who long ago was the coach for Envy with FNS. These guys have worked together before. He's kind of that defensive side expert. That's what he was working on, in particular with 100 Thieves and Finesse, known for his attack side calling. That could be the perfect duo to bring this team back to where we expect them to be.
I'm excited to see if NRG can reinvent themselves in that way, and I think it's a deadly combo.
It truly, truly is. But now their opponents making their way out to the stage, folks. Put your hands together for Cloud9. Now, of course, Cloud9, very familiar with their opponent that they're about to face off against here. They've met in the kickoff. They got to fell them there. They have an opportunity here to do it again. But for this C9 roster, in a very similar aspect, friend, it's that talent, man. Like, look at these 5 players. They have been on the grind, and they've had time to build.
We know they can do work, and I respect the Crocs as well. You got to stay comfy when you're on the stage, man. I respect that big time.
Absolutely.
But the big question rattling through my mind is, like, how are they going to be supporting, I think, getting the most out of Oxy? We know this kid can fry when he's put up onto the big stage, and he will carry rounds for you as well. But I want to see some level of cohesive vision, I think, with Cloud9, where they're settling the meta a little bit in terms of their roles. And maybe that's a lot to ask for, considering we're going into a very big patch switch-up. Wayle's coming in, changes across the board, a multitude of agents. Maybe that's a lot to ask for. But if I see some sort of vision, I'm going to be excited.
Wayle mentioned. Oxy with Oxy.
Oh.
Hey, at least in the interview, he made it seem like it's a possibility. He said it's incredible in pro play. And if there's anyone to do it,
it would be him. It would be him. Here's your series layout on the bands. You got Split, Haven, Icebox, and Ascent. But in play, it will be Lotus, Fracture, and if necessary, we'll take a trip to the underwater town of Pearl to see how all this shakes out. Let's talk about this map. I mean, look, there's not much really to discern right now. We don't really know what we're going to be getting here, but we're starting off with Lotus.
It's been a while since these two teams, we've seen them actually play as well. A lot can change in that time. I mean, essentially a month is what these teams have been given to work with actually as well.
And watching the whole live event happen too.
Yeah, we will be seeing Fracture as well. That was a map where these two teams did end up contesting against one another in the past. I can't remember what the other map was in the pool in that series that they ended up playing. It might have been Lotus actually, but I'm not too sure. But overall, what I'm going to be most excited to watch for is how these teams are integrating the new pieces and how these teams are really enabling the existing pieces where Cloud9 haven't made these changes. What have they built upon as a team coming into it?
That's right. We'll see you in that agent select in just a moment here. I'm curious. I really do want to see, like, can Wayle work on Lotus? Yeah, for sure. Wayle could work on Lotus, right? You would have to imagine. But here we go. Agent's coming in here, and you got the neon from Mata. We saw him with this agent before. He is absolutely diabolical.
Crying. I mean, this is a
give him the Palpatine fingers. My boy's out there.
Very meta comp. And going back to Kickoff, NRG, they were slow to adapt to the Sayo breach meta, but they've had more than enough time to lean into it.
Okay, I mean, we've seen some deadlock changes into this patch as well.
Deadlock.
Yeah, the graph net as your signature now as well. You're going to be able to use that every 40 seconds if you're using it off the rip. Dangerous potential with Cloud9 here in terms of how they're able to consistently fight for space with this composition. I mean, there is some danger behind them if they want to set up Oxy to just go kill.
Yeah, and Lotus has been one of the better deadlock maps anyway, and she's buffed. Excited to see that.
Ooh, doggy. It's going to be a good one, folks. We're all set for the first map of the stage. Riot Games Arena, make some noise as we get ready and send it over to your casters. It's Mimi and Ender.
Thanks very much, GB. It's good to be back with you here in the Riot Games Arena. Got a pretty good crowd out here today.
Pretty good? Come on now. We're better than that. See a C9 jersey going crazy over there. Absolutely respect it. Get up, make some noise, because our teams today, they've got a great one to start things off. NRG and C9, these two teams both disappointed in Kickoff, but have made some changes and looking to bounce back strong in Stage 1.
And there's some history here. NRG, their year got ended last year on that comeback on Sunset that I'm pretty sure every NRG fan here remembers.
It was a tough one.
That's how it ended then. And it didn't go too much better in Kickoff either, losing 2-0 to Cloud9, now with a chance of redemption.
And you've got to remember, NRG had sky-high expectations coming in to that Kickoff event, right? They'd done so on the Soup League and the off-season events, came in with Verno, but now Verno is out and they brought in Brock, sort of a stalwart of the Tier 2 scene here in North America. If you were following VCT way back in the day in the North American scene, you'd recognize him from teams like Ghost Gaming, but now finally finally up here on the VCT Americas stage, ready to make his debut.
Pretty cool to see the different approaches from these teams as well. Obviously, we saw different looks at Masters Bangkok. T1's double duelist style, G2 really leaning into the breach, Yoru, Teo. But with the patch changes coming in, you have room for some new agents like what C9 is showing us here with that buff Deadlock in the mix.
Yeah, it's cool to see because Ned, this is an agent that he played once or twice, I believe, during Kickoff. But now with those changes to Deadlock, right, the primary ability is no longer the wall, so you got to pay 400 creds to grab that one. You don't just get it for free. And instead, the net you're throwing out there, that grab net, is now on a 40-second cooldown. So you get it for free. You can cast it multiple times within a round. And when you're playing comps with so much damage like Raze Nade, Breach Blast, Teho, being able to combo the Deadlock net multiple times around with those abilities is super powerful.
Yeah, she's going to have the same cooldown on the net as the Breach and the Teho signatures as well. So you have like 3 different big pieces of util that you have ready on a cooldown. Gives you a lot of options in the mid-round.
Yeah, both on the defensive side, looking to catch people out. You can also now use it multiple times on execs, right, to seize early space and then use that later on into the round. The similar side of things, NRG can be mixing it up, but honestly for me, NRG is more of an enigma team, right, because they were supposed to be so good, ended up falling short in Kickoff, but I think with the extra time that they've had now to reintroduce, get Brock going on into this team, work together, I think a lot of fans have more hope in NRG bouncing back after that opening event.
Yeah, I remember selling some, if NRG doesn't win a trophy, doesn't make it to Bangkok, it's a disappointment, and then they lost in the first round. They did beat 100 Thieves, which was no slouch of a team, but by all metrics, it was a disappointment.
Yeah, and you talk about disappointments on the other side, like C9 getting, knocked out down in the first round of the lower bracket, even though they had won a series up against NRG in that tournament. But you also think about the team C9 played against, and you wonder, was that event kind of fraudulent for them? Because they lost to a G2 in the upper bracket.
They won the whole thing, second place at Bangkok.
Most people thought they would win Bangkok, right? And then they lose to MIBR in the lower bracket, who ends up getting 3rd in Kickoff here in Americas. So C9, well, if you look on paper, yeah, they did pretty poorly. I think they could have had a lot more legs to them had they rolled a little bit higher in that bracket,
And they're one of the teams with the same exact roster, returning again here for Stage 1. But the wait is over, folks. All our players are in-game and ready to go. We're hopping into Map 1 Lotus, and it's time for your Samsung match start. Load up fast with Samsung SSDs.
C9 going to be starting things over on the attacking side. Ready with 5 players up in front of B. Right now, it's just Finesse playing up in heaven to spot that one out, but C9 are taking things slowly. Ray just bursts onto the site with the fault line.
Arc Thorn's available for Finesse, but Oxy's already passed it. Finesse dinged down to 1 HP, but he'll escape, and that's a great trade back in from Ethan. Flood retake is already here, but C9 have a new objective.
Yeah, a little pivot over onto the C site. Good blind in the backside, pushes Som away. Now Ethan enters into the fight. Waiting for a moment, spotted out though, and Brock coming in for his first kill on the big stage. NRG are just killing C9. It's only Zeppa here left back on. Ben gets the headshot, but Brock with 2 secures the pistol for NRG.
Flawless round to start. And they basically had to do 2 different flood retakes there, but very good pivot from NRG, taking the perfect timing to all flood through that smoke, get ahead of Cloud9's utility, and win it out in the brawl.
Kind of a miracle that exec over onto the B site. The fact that Finesse doesn't immediately die to that right click, then is able to call in the assistance of Ethan and deal with that raise.
And when we're talking about both these teams playing with the Breach Teo, one of the biggest strengths is being able to have that utility that can react in cross map at any time. You saw their energy had a stun, had Teo missiles all ready to go. And in this one, it's a bit more proactive. Som goes up for 2, he'll get traded out, but for now, at least, NRG hold on to this space as Vlad is just running it down on the flank. The Stinger, not quite good enough there, and suddenly it's a 3v3 with a couple guns to be recovered.
Yeah, just the Stinger right now, and Ethan doing damage control, holding these players trapped outside of that C space. The spike on the ground shouldn't be too difficult, although I like the little updraft play from Oxy to bait out that swing, getting it net into the space.
Still a wall here for Finesse. And a very nice high-low setup. Oxy walks into it, and immediately he's going to turn tail, head back towards B, which for the time is open.
Good stall and reply from Brock, though, is going to keep these players out in that stun. Ethan had been holding on to that all round, I believe. Sets this up nicely for Brock to actually fall away from the angle. NRG doing good off the numbers here, just swinging into the line, and now Net on 19 HP. He should have the plant over on A.
30 seconds left.
Has the wall, a couple sensors to work with, but those are expensive tools to commit on what was Eureka.
Yeah, you're not spending the 400 cred wall here, I don't think. Old Deadlock you would.
Doesn't spot him, and yeah, Brock good for it. Got a little messy for a moment, but NRG clean up for their second.
All things considered, though, Ethan sitting 2 orbs away from his ultimate. Brock getting a few kills in these early rounds, too. Sets up NRG nicely.
Finesse really got the ire of the community after his very big underperformance in Kickoff, but Ethan was struggling too alongside this team. He's a guy who was an absolute beast when he was having his 2023 year with EG, and early on in this game, I think you're seeing him a bit closer to that form than Kickoff in these rounds.
Yeah, and if you heard the team talk, you know, they said they had a lot of issues they were trying to work through, hoping that this Brock change is going to be that factor that does a lot of work for them. So continue to track that throughout the day, how the individuals continue to do. This time, though, NRG playing a very weak A side of the map. Mata just sprinting forward here into that sand space, and C9 having Net in the area will have heard some of this attention and are going to quickly move into this A area.
Reclear front B from Brock. NRG has almost all of the map controlled except for A, and Finesse good enough util to stall out and set up for a retake there.
Now Ethan's holding on to his stun the entire time. Off of this wall, can potentially look to use that and set up Finesse over on this A side. That wall now being baited out. As NRG takes some space into front B. I mean, at this point, you gotta know it's an A hit.
Still Thorns yet to be used. Now they'll finally get popped, and that'll stall out C9 for a second. Annihilation catches onto one, but Brock should be able to free his teammate here. No, okay, lets him go. But on the other side, Ethan gets a kill. Mata will die for it, but still a reasonable retake for NRG.
C9 are playing really aggressively into backside, and NRG have only sent Ethan to deal with that. That does nicely from back onto Rubble. And this position of his, just stalling out so much time while the rest of C9 gets active, is working wonders. NRG are just trying to deal with the one guy, and they have no space within the site itself.
Some now a 1v4, no time to work with this round. He's only hoping for a little bit more damage on the way out of this one, and util from C9 should mop this one up cleanly. Bit of a weird one there. The player who gets caught in the Annihilation not being broken out. I think he was worried about being swung.
Well, I think Brock actually ran out of bullets, is what I saw him going into a reload. Don't know if he'd been spamming to even break the door before it ended up happening. We're not gonna have the chance, but at the end of the day, Net even just having that ult online for round 3 is a big one, right? He was the guy that got the plant down in that round 2. Helps funnel him up for it.
I'm the best deadlock in the game, bro. Let's go, let's go.
I mean, thus far in stage 1, seems true.
Bro, you're the only deadlock in the game.
All right, missiles for an A lobby fight from NRG. C9 respect it.
Psalms decided to go for a judge, and Ethan even with a stinger too. NRG choosing to buy down here on the light armors, 5 players, the bad guns. And yet C9 are going to be working into the C side. I really am curious to see how Psalm plays with this judge around the Vi's utility, having that slightly deeper wall to even reposition behind and get a close angle.
Mata's been left alone on this A walk-up. So NRG rotating pretty heavy resources towards the C side of the map as C9 will reassess, maybe look to go for a re-clear back in A.
Yeah, Ethan just stun in hand. Oh, wow, Mata's seeing just barely a shoulder, but he takes some serious damage on the way out.
Oh, sticks around and Mata's rewarded. Sprays down 2 on the slide off angle. Still, he has no support on A. NRG thinks they're gonna call back into C, but it is an A commit in the end.
C9 have done a lot of these mid-round pivots into B, through door, etc. So they tap the door to threaten the space into tree, now work into B. But NRG are perfectly happy to play a retake. Ethan still has the ultimate, even if they need it. Right now, it's still a 5v3.
But the strength of Deadlock is in this post plant. Missile stall the plant yet again in the fight forward. Oxy needed that second kill, and he can't get it over Ethan. Now Net, soon to be overwhelmed. The stun, Neon sliding in, and Mata throws closes that round out. A hell of a job from him, holding things down alone in A main.
Yeah, that is just brutal. The fact that after the opening kill, or after the opening shots, Mata doesn't have a kill but sticks around, completely unexpected on that little HP. Just beautiful. A couple of headshots on the collat there as well. Some good setup late in the round, too, to deal with that final player.
There. Cloud9 back down to an eco now. But close to a couple key ultimates. They're looking to fight over this orb on C. But so too is NRG. Som finds a gap in the smoke and the spray. It's just beautiful. Som for 3 and this anti-eco. It's already over. Mata is in their spawn.
Wow. You know, we heard Wyatt talking on the desk about how much work Mike's as a coach does, especially around defensive side helps. And already I'm seeing a lot of nice things out of NRG, whether it's that good opening fight into the anti-eco, sure, but also the way NRG have moved the map, constantly clearing that space in front B, not getting fooled by the mid-round rotates of C9. NRG team seems very comfortable inside of the server right now.
Good to see Som keeping his form from kickoff. He was incredible there, but obviously wasn't enough, dropping 30 kills in a couple maps to lose in the end. But here's another fight for NRG. TP out from Vic. Well, what? He's still in the corner?
We've all been there. We've all been there on the Omen.
Yeah, bit of a tough one there.
Yeah, now C9 having to run over into the A site without smokes into a vise. Like, good luck. And Ethan still has the fault line, by the way.
And there's a drone pushing through their flank. NRG are fully aware that this is going to be a commitment. Finesse though, thorns up, giving a lot of stall. And Ethan just ready to go with a Rolling Thunder. There goes the ultimate. Follow-up is fast and all through. Mata ahead of it, they're all stunned, but he can't find the kills. Finesse though, still holding strong in time. There's still some to work with for C9. They'll look to pivot towards B yet again.
Yet again, moving into that space. Rocket isn't going to find anyone. C9 with some options to fight into Waterfall if they want, but with NRG playing all 4 players back in spawn effectively, C9 are going to be left asking so many questions. Where are these players? When is the hunt going to come in? And here it is. Zeppa finds the first. Rock on the quick response, though. And C9, with this control, have worked themselves down into a 2-on-2.
Sound sensor up. Sound sensor is for net. And a grav net available for him as well. NRG have to take it slow. Try and deal with this utility. Ethan has another stun. C9 can't swing into this. Finesse is holding things down. Ethan has to hold the line, and he does his job. NRG navigate a tough retake to go up now 5-1 on their defense.
That was really nicely played between Finesse and Ethan there. You know, Ethan having the counter stun, so Finesse is just sticking into half to make sure that one happens. While the counter comes in, holding from the high angle. Nice stuff from that old school duo of NRGs.
See it again, very nicely played from them. Ethan getting his stun back online is absolutely critical.
Yes! Come on! You know, it's interesting to track sort of how long Ethan has been holding on to his stun in a lot of these rounds. And I think, honestly, one of the things that was so influential during the kickoff run on this map of Lotus was, I think, G2 and how they were playing the breach. Because old school, the way you play Lotus is you're always on defense using stun at the start of the round.
You run it down either A rubble or C mount every time.
Maybe on an eco you hold the stun for a front B trap. That's like the little wrinkle you can toss in there. But the way that G2 would play it is they would hold the stun frequently for these late refights or off of contact from other players. And it seems very clear to me that NRG have been studying this and incorporating this into their own game plan. These late round stuns have been a big problem for C9. And I think one of the reasons why they have been so flip-floppy on which site they end up hitting.
Coming out of the timeout for Imi. Cloud9 have another annihilation to work with. Their only round win was converting that anti-bonus with that ult online.
The buy is going to be absolutely brutal for them. NRG have plenty to work with as well. They can sort of toss to the wind when they need it. And Energy have continued with this heavy mound presence. You know, opening up door, controlling front B. A has been the weaker side of the map, but C9 haven't been so keen to seize the space early, and even when they have looked to exec, it's been very hard to accelerate into Finesse because of his setups.
NRG head back towards A. They've done a very good job all game of clearing out the extremities in the mid round, and that's lovely. It's only 1-for-1 off of Ethan's stun, but that still will assuage the fears that C9 is immediately hitting into A. Give them a bit of time here.
Yeah, still flash work with Inturi. Some thorns on the ground to stall out the hit as well.
Brock has ult again, so another tool to flood back into A after they give the initial bit of space. Oh, that's great util combo Finesse! He's absolutely cooked, but here comes the ultimate. It's gonna be a stall out on the plant for the moment. Ethan needed that kill, he can't find it, but the rookie steps up for 2. Now it's even in the 2 versus 2.
30 seconds left.
And there's missiles back online for Brock. NRG keeping them at bay. C9 has to commit to a plant soon. They're gonna try and fight in, but the setup, it's so good for NRG.
They're late around micro, you know, with just 2 players alive, knowing when to be able to swing, just how much to bait. No matter which 2 players it is, you know, earlier we saw Ethan and Finesse there. It's Brock, you know, new guy on the stage here, but showing up in a massive way. And it comes after this early little trap play, right? You know, they use the Tail missiles to try and instantly break the door off the fault line, go for a pick, but really it's here. Brock on the reswing as Sama's going through the smoke to pull it together.
Let's go, bro.
Faster fight in Tay lobby this time from NRG, and C9 is going to react straight towards the C site. But the split setup, there's actually Vice util here to stall. Sam, though, is going to be forced off for now.
And the wall comes out, the thorns. Okay, so NRG, they've taken full space over into A. They've rotated 3 players into C, and yet C9 are boxed. They don't have alert going, so they have to exec into the site.
Annihilation. Popped. Is there any victim to be found? Not yet, but Zeppa will take one, and he manages to net someone through. Some defending his teammate, fighting forward off of it, but soon to fall. And now it's the first time, really, in a long time that NRG's at a disadvantage. Ethan! Can he be the man to bail him out? He's even the tie, back to a 2-on-2, and it's another pivot.
Yeah, Vic gonna port back over into the A site, but his teammate is very far away, and NRG have 2 players on a warpath already. He's on 16 HP in a 1v2. This round might end before Zep actually gets there.
NRG know the win condition. They're rushing into this one. Already a tap on the spike. That'll pull out the missiles as Vic walks around. Brock trying to win another round in the 2v2.
Oh, he's wrapping him.
But the flank, no one's looking at Vic. It's so lovely from him. And now Ethan trapped out. 2 1v1s, but they're just too far apart. And it's too well played from Cloud9.
Yeah, Vic just an absolute hero for C9 there. After Ethan bails the round out for NRG, he's the guy porting over into A, getting aggressive, TPing onto site too in the post plant. I love this too from Zeppa playing all the way up on high. And then actually his missiles came back in time to stall out the first half of the spike. That was hugely influential to actually get him into the space to allow Vic to go for that play. And keep that round for C9.
But again, going for this fight towards A Rebel. And again, securing that space immediately.
Yeah, this time though, Ethan's got the ultimate ready up. He didn't instantly use the fault line either, so if C9 try to exit quick into C once more, they're going to be meeting a whole lot more resistance.
You see how worried they are about the thorns. Committing a nade to get rid of it. It's still online. There's going to be a wall committed, but Finesse has to hide from this one. In goes a rolling thunder from both teams. It's going to be a brawl on the site. Ethan ahead of it. Stun targets ahead of him, and he and Brock deal with it well. Still trading things back. C9 have a foothold in the site, and they've pushed NRG out completely.
There's pandemonium on the site, but Sam is still snuck into the smoke. He's on site right now. The spike has yet to be planted, waiting for his timing, inching forward. backs away, retreats. C9 haven't yet committed into the plant. Opting to TP up high instead, but Energy heard that. They're waiting for it. Still trying to bait it out as Util comes back online. This site is an absolute war zone, but it's Oxy peeking forward and Oxy finding the first.
Ethan has stun online yet again. But C9 have a very strong post plant. Couple players forward on this site. Ned is an insurance policy late in this round. Ethan trying to get a gap. But he's not finding anything. Spots out the head of the Rays. A swing, a death from him. But Psalm, could he be the hero? No! Net too well positioned. And C9, for the first time this game, streaks some rounds together.
Yeah, he got 2 in a row right there. And C9 had to work completely to steal that one away. I mean, look at that, back-to-back. Breach ultimates just destroying the site. Energy could only convert 1 kill off their own, and even that was ended up being traded out. Good patience from C9 in the post plant until Oxy found his moment.
Another look at an A fight from NRG. This time they're just contacting down though. And it's the same exact idea from C9.
Oh, it'll be a late stun off of the swing for Mata. After that goes down.
Mata hears him here. 3 different stuns committed in. Mata gets his, and he dips away off the slide. Util, still a problem for him, but he's just too damn fast. And with the ultimate, he'll look to go back in. Mata sprays down 1, but C9 finds some good trades in the chaos.
No real ultimates to play with just yet, but a good spot sees both players. So Psalm continues pushing out of C. They know it's got to be A.
The walk up from Zeppa, though. No one's watching stairs. But he's worried. Trying to catch a rotate through B. Brock is coming that way, but he's wary of a player in this precise position. The timing. Zeppa turns back, but he doesn't find the shot.
Just beautiful awareness out of Brock. Brings it up into a 3-on-1, and Net, he's just a fish in a barrel. Paranoia blinds him up. He's got nowhere to really go, and the walls are starting to close on in. NRG so patient, waiting for him to make a move. They know he's got to try something, and Psalm's going to sit him down.
NRG and Kickoff did a really good job of having nice ideas, good set plays. I thought that the macro they had was honestly pretty solid. Where it was falling apart was little mistakes, the way players were playing off each other, some of these close matches slipping away. And thus far today, I feel like they've looked so clean in those moments, knowing when to freeze, knowing when to fight back in together, having great fundamentals between the players.
Yeah, I would say so far it's been these opening fights seemingly have always gone their way. C9s have not. They don't know what they're doing, according to Psalm.
Sure.
And then, again, these late round moments, just playing so nicely off of one another. You're right, it's the fundamentals, you know, abusing the numbers advantage, knowing that C9 have to force their way into making a play and punishing them for it.
Back to the well for NRG, but the Util's very good this time. Mata will be pushed away. Instead, it's a very fast re-clear into B main off the drone.
Ooh.
1 bullet, all he needs.
Okay. Finally, C9 haven't really been doing any lurking. That gets a kill for it. C9 with a numbers advantage, and yet Finesse has the ultimate. So a C9, 3 players trapped into tree here. They actually tried to exec into it. Well, I guess Vic's set up for it. He's got himself the Sheriff. That's all he could buy. And yeah, the ulti goes on down. C9 can't exec.
Let me guess. Another B pivot out of C9. They've done this one before. Brock seemed like he could have gotten more in that position, but 1-for-1's all right. Still an advantage for C9, but the forces from NRG have arrived. Rocket finds nothing. Oxy's blind in the open, and Ethan goes through 1-for-1. Where's Sam going? Straight to his death on that teleport.
Finesse stuck in a 1-on-3 now. 35 seconds. No spike to be planted. That'll be his moment to make a move. Creeping forward there, but Mitch is good for 3 on the round. And C9 keeping these within touching distance.
Last round in the half.
Good recovery from what started as a very rough half here.
I'd say Oxy's been having a lot of trouble, even if you think back to the pistol round and that round too, like these counter flashes on B site. He has struggled to get openers because the counter util from NRG is consistently catching him out.
That's one of the toughest comps to play into as a dive duelist, when you're always having Breach, Teo, util spammed into your base the second you get into the site.
Let's go. Hey, I from B even when I tapped out, bro.
but Oxy's the guy who brings the energy normally for C9, so you want to see him getting online, and this is a round to bring the energy back in. Yeah. Annihilation popped. Net trying to find someone to receive yet again, but he cannot this time. And Ethan, he had a position, but he can't convert off of it. Mata, though, still tucked in. They know he's here now, and they'll flush him out well.
Kind of a crazy round there. Both three fall into pieces. Now it all comes down to Finesse and Psalm. Wall in Psalm's face, but that's the spike out in the open. Minute and 10 seconds to work with. Plenty of time. And Finesse is calling Psalm back up to regroup towards heaven.
The duo that came back to energy together. Trying to close out this half on a high note. Net catches Finesse out. What a wide swing from him, though. Now into a 2v2. But Oxy, a great reposition just ahead. High gets the ball. A stunning close from Oxy. Brings C9 up to 5.
That's what you want to see from Oxy. Right at the end there, getting involved. C9, when they can actually play a post plan out, it went real nicely for them. They're going into the second half, winning 4 of the last 5 rounds. That's not too bad here, even moving on to the defensive side.
But still, a good chance for them. We'll have to see what that deadlock has cooking in this second half. See if Oxy can keep this form into the second half of Lotus. We'll find out in just a moment.
Stuck paying for that old phone? Don't be. You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone. And you'll get iPhone 16 on us. That's a value of up to $1,600, only on Verizon.
Welcome back. It was a tough start to the half for Cloud9, losing the majority of the first couple rounds there, but they rallied just at the end, got 4 out of the last 5, and now in a position that they're pretty much a pistol round away from tying this map up.
Yeah, that would bring things up even on 7. And honestly, I've been impressed what we've seen from Net already. He had a couple of big rounds, especially when the ultimate came into play, but on the defensive side, I think is really where these changes to the deadlock are going to shine. Pistol round, he's gone for the shield and the wall. 400 creds on that, so that'll make him completely broke, but it'll be worth it, I promise.
A slower approach from Energy to start. Trying to feel out if C9 was going to go for anything proactive. Now finally they'll send some util towards C, but not actually take the space off of it just yet. Instead choosing to walk back in later.
Yeah, but now just by using that and C9 falling back off of the angle, Energy have a lot of options. They could have 5 players behind the smoke. They could be waiting to open the door and pivot over into B. And yet C9 have not over-rotated. They're expecting a late re-clear over into the A side of the map and kind of play pretty light over towards C, all things considered.
One of the tough things of the deadlock versus that Vise is that you have less tools to spread across the map and reinstall.
Yeah, that wall will be down around 25-30 seconds if I caught that right.
Go, go, go. Energy have full contacted into the C site. Cloud9 are postured to go for a flood retake here, but the fight towards spawn is very important. Mata spots out Vic, who narrowly escapes with his life. Now Paranoia to come back through for C9. They're all grouping towards spawn. It's going to be an absolute brawl in this part of the map, but NRG coming out ahead to start. Sam trying to trade back through, but he's forced to retreat instead. Still, goal accomplished. Time bought, but C9 have another net on line. Brock goes huge, picks up a double, and now it's a 1v3 for net. Here's a player directly below, but there's just too many angles to deal with.
Brock's kind of been having a game for NRG. Right, we were excited to see what he could do with NRG on the big stage. Sitting 14-7 right now on the Tejo. Doing real nicely. I mean, you consider that pistol round getting a couple of kills back in the first half too. Big factor there as well for the team. And again, when your initiator player is finding so many of these frags early on into halves, it just gets that snowball going.
I saw
We're getting ready to...
I had to tell you to hide.
Getting ready to keep those ults on rolling.
Net nade combo towards main. Mata, though, ahead of it on the Neon. A stinger bought up for him, and Sam's Ghost is the one to open it up. This player's got out here, and it's good spray control from Mata to pull ahead in this one. It was just the lesser weapons, but still a nice setup to clear that space.
It's kind of a monster buy from NRG. 2 Phantoms, a stinger, and the Ghost they held on to. Might be looking for rifles next round. This time, though, just slowly clearing their way into the space. Take the orb, get that on Ethan, no problem. And in just a moment, this fight, getting ready for the slide on through is Mata. 1 for 1 should be enough for NRG. They really only carry about keeping 3 players alive.
Last place. 1 enemy remaining.
And that didn't really stand a chance on 1 HP. That's Finesse's stinger picked back up. And I think Mitch is just gonna bide his time here. See if he can't get a cheeky kill on the exit.
Yeah, you know, it's a shame we're not on Abyss. We could have gotten this round done with a lot sooner.
Fair play. This buy sets energy up very well, though. We're gonna have a couple rifles to work with into this next round. And that's where we see them do a pretty good job of funneling orbs into Ethan.
For sure. What I'm most interested in sort of like tracking for the rest of this half, especially with C9 trailing, you know, they're going to need to get some value out of this deadlock pick, out of this team. But like, how much are they looking just to like fight in the early rounds with the net trap? Hold on, Mitch, what are we doing? Yeah, get that off the map. Job well done.
Looking at him, Brock let him get away with
unreal.
a horrible crime.
Nah, I'm sorry, we can't be letting that happen, NRG. What's going on?
And that Phantom is out of Finesse's reach. So honestly, hell of a job to get one of those rifles out of here. But look at the reinvestment. Energy are buying into this bonus round.
The thing is, with how little they bought in the last one, they were always going to buy here. Really, they've just lost 2,900 credits from it. So if you lose this round, it's a little bit more concerning. But even then, they've got it banked up pretty nicely for themselves. Shouldn't be too big of an issue. But yeah, right now, Ned is playing away from the rest of his team. Set up in that front B space, but off of just a shoulder contact, he can toss out that net and catch someone out.
Faking the A control and immediately going into B. Ned is caught in a corner here. But there's no follow-up. The net will get him out safely.
Yeah, C9 will have ideas like throwing the Tejo missiles off that net front B, or even a breach blast if Mitch is the one playing more towards that B side on the quick float angle.
He really is confusion maxing by playing the character with a net as net.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
For reference, it's the player who's throwing the ability.
Okay, how about we've got C9 net and we've got Grav net. That might simplify.
I like the ambiguity.
He's one and the same.
Re-clear on B, off the Tejo drone for Cloud9. And they still have an embed up on A.
Good job from NRG baiting out that stun. Now the bite of this A fight is so much reduced from C9.
Yeah, tail missile's gone as well. Oxy thinks they're up farther than they are. Nade won't find anything. Mata taken down. Great trades, though. That's lovely from Sam.
30 seconds left.
Single-handedly wrangling this round into control of NRG. They're pivoting through. Net needed more than that. And now this is all but a secure plant for NRG.
Spike planted.
Game starting to slip away from C9 if Vic can't do something here. And oh, you saw the cape.
Blinding.
Players are isolated with the smoke down on the spike. Considered sneaking in front of that stun, but 2 kills is just not enough. Vic would have had to have done it all his own. It's not going to come through for him.
NRG to double digits. And a very nicely played round there. Immediately faking the same utility they used towards A in the last round. Walking up B off of that. And still, that fails. Okay, they have yet another pivot. This attack side, we're seeing some very classic, kind of what you'd expect from a finesse-led team.
Yeah, I mean, just the baiting of the util, but I wish I'd seen a little more restraint out of C9 there. You know, they spent so much utility on the space, they almost felt like they needed to stick around in the area. You saw they were kind of out of position once that Omen smoke actually fell. Center rubble. No, Oxy's just out in the open, the rest of his team is too. And if you're not winning those opening 50-50 fights, the round just falls apart instantly.
And you have to point out, on a map where he is normally monstrous, thus far, Oxy has been being caught in a lot of those positions. On the attack side, entering into B, getting flashed up, taken down there consistently, and not finding that impact that he normally does yet in this second half either.
You know, Oxy had a tougher kickoff as well, right? Because last year when he came to the scene, he was just on a tear. Like, this guy was insane.
But that was his first real low point he's had in his career in the kickoff. So now, in a position where he has to bounce back, find that form that's, you know, making people put out hot takes like he's the best duelist in the world.
A hot take, not looking the greatest right now, but it's early days here. Still map 1 of stage 1. Plenty of time to course correct into the year, but yeah, C9 forced down onto just about nothing. 3 sheriffs, a stinger, maybe a breach ult to work with, but the rest are a long way off.
Still, you're in a group with G2, MIBR, Lev, who look like a pretty clear top 3. That 4th spot is very likely going to be one of these 2 teams. So this opening match, very important for later implications in the season.
Yeah, battling it out with NRG, Furia, C9 here. And just as Sentinels, that year, that stage 1 went over real quick last year. Even coming off of a high note. So this round, C9 on the low by 2 players pushing into front B. A little bit of a fake trap setup over towards A, showing the presence of the Tejo, of the breach. But if NRG get uneasy about execing into A, that's when this round could look good for C9. Mitch's stun doesn't really do much of anything.
Mata pressured. A reclear here. Ooh, teleporting past the wall.
No one heard that.
Vic has a Guardian. And a chance to make some mischief. No one's even expecting the possibility of his teleportation. Okay, needed to wrangle the shots a bit quicker than that. Still, good for one and gonna dive back in, but Ethan has dealt with the problem in due time.
Vic just a little jumpy there. Snapping onto that play instantly. Now NRG have vacated the A site. Realizing C, the one that's very likely open.
Because he walked up so far, they know this side of the map is gonna be clear.
Yeah, he's C9's C anchor usually. So again, good calling from NRG, and
Oxy too late to catch the rotate.
Although quick on the flank could look nice for him. Potentially, it's also a stinger in hand though, so he'd have to get up real close before he can have much impact.
Triple flank.
Planted.
For C9, but they activated the wall their teammate TP passed, so now all of NRG is focusing their attention on this flank.
Well, well, well. It's starting to slip away, isn't it?
That flash for Finesse just spotted a second player on the flank, so they're gonna fully flip the map, play this post plant from CT.
Really controlled rounds from NRG. And again, I feel like C9 have been, you know, maybe rushing at times individually, whether it was Vic in that round or overstaying in the previous round around their rubble fight. It's lacking some of the refinement I think we saw to their attacking side. You know, they did so many of these late round pivots. We're really trying to work the map now. It feels like they've had some opportunities where it could have gone their way, and rushing it through has had it slip on past.
NRG do such a good job in this map of having these little micro plays to fake out where they're sending their rotation. They're a team that likes to pivot a lot in the mid round, but you saw in that round, it's just a stun, send the Neon in through Baby Door, and then just leave him there, wait. NRG is so good to buy that time, let C9 make a move and punish them before they commit to a decision.
See if C9 on a buy can do anything about it this time around. Not looking to get so active in this A space. But NRG on the opposite side. It sprints on forward. I mean, Mata really trying to sell the fake while the rest of his team, a couple players walk into A. And they might have just about caught the timing. That is beautiful, but Oxy still wins the fight.
And now the fake becomes reality. NRG are actually committing into this C site. But they're down a player, and Mitch has the Rolling Thunder to retake with.
NRG, you might expect to get a little bit of activity towards spawn, towards waterfall. Maybe even just wait for the ult, wait for the stun line to come back online. The ultimate will, I mean, won't even necessarily guarantee the spike plant. They don't have smokes. They still need to fight on through. C9 expecting this. Amada getting chunked out, pushed back, just stuck in a mess of utility before Zeppa deals with him. And the rest of C9 quick to come on through. Ethan with 2 kills. Finesse following up. It's a 2-on-2 now. Backside. Finesse pushed right up into the corner. And C9, the ones holding on, the ones moving through on this retake.
Brock now in a 1v2. A reposition into main. Here's the footsteps, an isolated fight, but now he's noted. A smoke going up on the spike. Spam has to be relied on, but he just doesn't have the bullets. Vic's holding things down. The spam not there in time.
C9 stay alive. Good anticipation there of NRG willing to fight back into them. Also baiting out that breach ultimate, not getting caught off guard by it. But again, it's when C9 slow down and play these rounds a little bit more controlled, where they're really going toe-to-toe with NRG. Saw it on full display there, even in the 2-on-1. Making sure their spacing was just about perfect.
And thankfully for C9, they have a cascade of ults ready to go now. But that's a tough one for Mata. Opening up, I think just trying to jump peek through that one way. Dies out to Vic. Great start for C9.
C9 also got this very forward stun right against that wall from the deadlock and are ready to fight over this rebel space. I don't know if NRG want to move into this. Stuns will be traded out, and Som finds the opener somehow. I mean, it's just a mess. Players getting grabbed up by the deadlock. Som trying to teleport into the corner, and no one's ready for him. No one's looking at him. That's 1 for Som. That's 2. Make it a 3rd turn around.
No one's looking, and NRG ripped them to bits because of it. Vic, now in a clutch of his own. A TP onto the A site, but a flank forthcoming and a pivot to be ready to go for NRG. Can he find a duel anywhere? Just tucked in, banking on the fact it'll be a hit back into A. But he's not ready for this flank. Finesse has walked all the way around, but he's not looking to get.
All good, all good.
Turns in time and gets NRG up to 12.
Match point.
NRG are just playing sort of a chokehold style of VALORANT. Once they get an advantage, not giving anything back, but it was this teleport over to the corner after the paranoia. So I think C9, at least a couple of players might have been deafened up, couldn't hear those in.
Bro, Sam, you're him, bro. You're actually him.
Let's go, bro.
It's true.
Yeah, 21 and 11 for the Omen thus far. Still holding things down, just like he did in Kickoff.
Yeah, last opening map he played against C9, he went 30 and 15 and lost the map. That was back in Kickoff. This time, though, C9 right up close into A lobby, and Mata falls again. It's traded out. The stuns are there. The blinds are there. NRG are still moving forward. Som is still moving forward. NRG are just wiping the floor with C9.
It is all Som all day. Another monstrous map from him, but this time, it should not slip away. Just a 1v4 for Vic. And what feels like a victory lap on an incredible map for NRG. Well called, well shot from Som. A stunner to start the stage for NRG.
I'm pretty sure that's the NRG we were promised back at the start of the year.
Feels like it.
Right? That was a team that was playing excellent VALORANT. So good in the opening fights they were taking. When they got an advantage, weren't letting that one slip. Som playing out of his mind. And the new kid on stage, Brock, finishing 19 and 9. Welcome to Americas, buddy. Looking real good out there.
Yeah, he had a long stint down in Tier 2, but showing up big time here on the Americas stage. Still, that was only map number 1. It's a 13-6 win on Lotus for NRG to get things started, but a lot is still to come. Looking forward to Fracture as our second map here.
Yeah, Fracture will be a good one. That's the map that Som was 30-15 last time. Didn't go his way. But again, these opening fights on defense especially, NRG got off to a roll. They're tandem fighting together late in the rounds too. Finesse and Ethan looking real nice shoulder to shoulder. This was a solid start through and through for NRG, and they're going to be trying to continue this moving on to the second.
Red Bull gives you wings.
As well, Shenum, or Shenum's gonna go down. The ace from Oxy just to the side. It's gonna be the Oxy ace. Push in. It's just gonna be a lead through. They're trying to do power in numbers right now, but NRG is gonna have Mata with 4.
13-6 on the first map that we see on stage 1, and NRG gets the win. Mike's, congratulations on this first map win. I want to ask you, there were some big changes coming for NRG, you coming in as a head coach, and also Brock coming in for the team. How was the preparation to make sure that you're in the best shape possible for the stage 1?
Yeah, so I think one thing that we talked about early on was NRG always complained about like their slow starts, and I think this game's already a good example of, we talked a lot of those things, like how to start a game strong, how to get up a lot of rounds, so you don't have to constantly have, it's very tiring just like coming back all the time, and that was something they had in Kickoff and even years before, so that's something that we focused on a lot.
I mean, starting strong, that's one thing that you did. Best of luck for the second one.
And you heard it there, NRG picks up a massive win there against Cloud9 to open things up here at Stage 1 at VCT Americas. And let's just jump right into it here, because you had, well, you heard what Coach Mike was saying earlier, right? What were the things that they were working on? They were working a lot on those slower starts. How do you avoid those things from happening? Yeah. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, they started with a 4-1 and just kept kind of adding on from there.
Put 6-1.
6-1, sorry.
Their defense was phenomenal. And again, we touched on it before, but that is the side that Mike was specializing on when he was with 100 Thieves, and that is what this Energy team needed a lot of help with. Their util setups here, we can see Finesse right now. He's on that Vice. He's over on that A side. He's putting all of his util down. He's setting up with the Razor Vines, with the Sheer Wall, Arc Rose to fight. And in the meantime, you have the Death Ball trio with Mata, the Tejo, the Breach on the opposite side of the map, fighting down, pressuring, and then it just routes the attackers into your Vice later on. It was a beautiful way to play defense, simple and effective.
Yeah, and they do it again. I mean, they just were alternating in the early rounds here for the defensive setups constantly. And you can see it. We're going to see the full setup. I mean, he's getting cheeky with it. Maybe we're revealing a little bit too much, but it allows them to fight a Robo Control. Mata can take that forward position as well. And that was what got them the early rounds. What Mike was saying, honestly, it leads off beautifully from him saying, just making sure that they weren't playing catch-up all the time as well, because it sets them up with the pistol round wins and everything else. They came in with such good ideas. And one player who did actually save them on the second pistol round was Brock himself. This guy was a demon so far. And listen, maybe only superseded by Som himself in terms of his performance, but Brock as a player, my God, does he fit in well into this team on such short notice. This is so impressive to me, I think, honestly, is the way that he's able to just fit into the team system.
Absolutely. Fantastic debut. Like you said, towards the tail end of that game, Som really heated up as far as getting a lot of multi-kill 3K rounds. But throughout that first half especially, Brock was finding that one impact kill every single round. He absolutely pulled more than his weight for NRG in what was a lovely debut.
I just think if you're an individual on the server and you're good for one, that's good enough. Like, and Brock has not just been good for one, he gave them multiple throughout that map, and he is planning very much so to continue that. But of course, for C9, they're going to need to stop the momentum of NRG. Let's go ahead and hear from Coach Imi and hear what he has to say as we get ready for map number 2.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Coach Amy ahead of map 2. The first one doesn't go your way, but I want to know a little bit more about the preparation that Cloud9 had in this time off. You keep the roster the same, you keep everything the same, so what was the focus to make sure that you're in the best shape for stage 1?
We just try to get every map ready. Like, we feel confident on every map. We don't mind what map comes out. And then just for stage preparation, but it's so hard to do. And I think the nerves, they'll get to us a little bit, but in time, I think we're going to be okay. That was the main preparation.
And just ahead of the second map, this is your map pick, a Fracture. How are you feeling about it?
If we can win a pistol, I'm feeling pretty good. Let's start with a pistol, and then we'll go from there.
Once about a time. Best of luck, Amy.
Ain't that the truth, brother? It starts with the pistol.
It's not high hopes, though. I mean, listen, that's not the PR answer. It's not like, oh, we're going to cut it. This is our map pick. We're feeling good about it.
That's a real coach right there.
Very, honestly, just very British of him. Just so honest. Like, we'll start with a pistol and then
whatever happens, happens here, brother.
After that. Don't know, man. Don't ask me. Don't ask me.
But this is their map pick, right? We have seen C9 on this map before. Granted, we've also
beating
seen
NRG.
Beating NRG on this map. So there is precedence here. But the thing that I turn back to is you got Som who's hitting, you got Brock who's playing really well. Mata, we haven't even seen him in his full form yet. But I do got to commend on the other side. Throughout the game, we were talking about Net playing so well and really being a great anchor for the team. So certainly going to be looking at him to continue that success on Fracture.
For sure as well. And I think that the way that Cloud9 played Lotus just then gave us an indicator of how they're going to be playing Fracture as well, which is that pack mentality. There wasn't a lot of macro play on the attack side for Cloud9. They weren't slowing it down. They weren't re-clearing rubble when Mata was posted up, or at least they weren't doing it effectively. They want to take fights. They want to do it well. Fracture is the perfect map for that, to just run it down one of the lanes, because for the defenders, you have 4 lanes to watch for. It's very tricky. You kind of have to give up some space somewhere. So there's a reason. I see method to the madness of Cloud9 picking Fracture. I think it should suit them pretty well if they just carry forwards the same play that they were on Lotus.
Yes. Do you share the same sentiment?
Yeah, I definitely agree. It's a map that plays to that, to the extent that even a team like G2, that's the map where they play the fastest rounds by the numbers, because you can just slam on attack over and over and it works.
Yeah, well, we'll see how Fracture plays out here. That's map number 2 coming up after this quick break. And on the other side, the casters will be right back with you.
Well, we're about to hop into map number 2 here for NRG versus C9. We're heading over to Fracture, and we saw some new comps coming out from both our teams to start out that first one. Are you expecting anything interesting here on Fracture?
If you find Breach Tahoe interesting, I'm expecting to see a lot more Breach Tahoe, not just on this map, where it's probably their best map, but also just throughout this entire year. But honestly, I was kind of happy with what the desk was talking about there a lot. You know, we saw C9 playing so many of these faster rounds, especially in the second half of Lotus. This is the map to do it. And I think the most important thing for C9 is going to be getting Oxy online early, right? He had a couple of big rounds, but for the most part was pretty muted in that opening map. And C9, without Oxy, they are not going to be challenging the best teams in the league. They need Oxy to be stepping up if they're going to have a chance here today.
Interesting to see the Cypher sticking around in the comp. A lot of teams have moved over towards the Vise on this map, but Cypher's still strong, set up those trap plays off the camera. The trip, very good, playing into a Neon team, which is what Oxy's picking here.
Yeah, I'm personally a fan of the pick coming on through, but also I think one of the other things that you're going to be having is having the extra cages, right? So extra smokes for this comp in a map where pretty much you're only seeing Brimstone get play in terms of the smokes agents coming on through. When you only have 3 of those, there's no recharge on that. Having the Cypher cages to stall out, you know, on the defensive side, or even use them offensively to play a post plant too, is very important.
A lot of C9 fans in the arena today. I think really banking on what you're talking about. Oxy finding a bounce back here on map 2 of Fracture.
It's funny, I had a really hard time reading, you know, which team was going to have more support coming in today, because we went out to the block party earlier and everyone I met was an NRG fan, and then the C9 fans were lighting up the house when you're actually in here. Now it's been a little bit more muted ever since NRG started strong on Lotus, and this time they found a relatively weak A side of the map, just a camera that net placed center sight to spot out drop.
But C9 can react, take control heavily in towards main when they hear this, and that's exactly what they'll do. Still, there's a player very deep, the Teo for NRG. That's Brock holding down the fort and spawn, and there's a walk up there. As Mitch tries to deal with something here, Oxy was trying to take the rope.
Yep, sometimes that happens.
Yeah, it's a little weird. Thankfully for C9, Mitch has found an entry into A, and he's already holding down this spike. Aftershock coming through, Mitch sticks it halfway. He'll get no further. Now the fight up from Zeppa. That fails as well. And C9 stuck. They have to wait for this molly to go out.
It's already
NRG know it. They're pushing. They're trying to stop this defuse with the stick. Oh, they cannot put an end to it.
Well, at least Brock gets the kill at the end, but C9 just rob a pistol round for themselves. It's funny, I forget who ran this at Bangkok, but some team ran...
I remember what you're talking about.
Tell me.
Oh, I don't know what team.
You were supposed to tell me which team did it, Mimi.
I just remember seeing a pistol run like this.
All right, whatever. Look, it's a Red Bull clutch for C9. Vic just sticking this defuse on through.
What a clutch for Vic.
Nice! What are you doing? Hey, Som, stand up now.
And we got the cam on Som. Yep, he's sitting down.
He's sitting down.
All right. Cheeks in seat. Honestly, I think it's kind of criminal that Ethan isn't the guy, or sorry, not Ethan, that Mitch isn't the guy that gets credit for the clutch there. He's the one that sacrificed his body for the cause.
Yeah,
got the half stick through the breach blast.
A valiant sacrifice indeed. Good news. Tech pause.
Love that.
Yeah.
Look, I got accustomed to this working with Pansy, so it's no surprise to me anymore.
She gave you the tech pause cooties and you brought that back to Americas.
Now you've got them. It's tough. I hate to do it to you, but it's just how it works. Honestly, though, C9, they've won a pistol round, Mimi.
That's a rarity.
That evaded
For
them.
any iteration of C9, let's be clear.
I was just thinking today, but you're right. It's kind of it's a chronic thing.
Yeah, historically true.
Kind of like Pansy with her pauses.
Yeah. What a callback. It is interesting to see Oxy committing into the Neon still here. I think it's always been a strong role for him. The Americas teams were super anti-Neon in Kickoff. They saw the nerfs, they're like, this agent is dead. But now I think if you were watching Bangkok, it kind of proved to you that maybe it was a bit of an overreaction. She's not as busted as she once was, but still a very viable agent.
You're not doing like the completely silly cross-map slide headshot one-taps, but like you're still fairly accurate on the slide. It's not so bad. I think especially on a map like Fracture, when you have a lot of different ways to path forward, because everyone's accustomed, like we've seen the Rays pathing a million times. Oh, we can jump up into tower from arcade. How cool is that? What Oxy will do on the Neon is have a lot of different ways to get into the site, whether it's arcade, you know, rushing up to the ropes, or then maybe even just going through the ground. Sometimes even accelerating to fight into spawn. That's something that Neon can take advantage of too.
Quick update for you folks. The admins are investigating a possible in-game bug. They're sorting through that now. We'll give you a more clear update as soon as we get one. But for now, we sat down with Energy's Finesse and their brand new coach, Mike's, to discuss the team's changes heading into Stage 1.
For Kickoff, obviously our expectations were very high, as they always are. We were coming off a really strong offseason. It's pretty difficult to go into a Kickoff and then lose the first match to a team that technically on paper we should have been beating in Cloud9, and we didn't just lose, we kind of got destroyed. But overall we wanted to make Bangkok and we failed. So that was our reality, is just kind of getting humbled by the fact that, you know, we aren't as ahead as we thought we were. After that, we ended up making a couple of changes. Obviously, Coach Mike's being one of them, added for Bankar.
Coming into Energy was a pretty quick moving process. Pretty much like we immediately had to hit the ground running. I think it's a little bit easier for me just because there's so much experience on this team. Like, I think everyone's very good about problem solving. I think that's something that I enjoyed working with Finesse on Envy as well. It's just he's always trying to identify problems and find solutions for them. So I feel like when we have like 6 people that can do that at any time during practice or like after practice, people are always thinking about the game. It becomes much easier than if it's just like one person trying to do it all the time.
I personally, as an in-game leader, needed help on a tactical level in the game when it mattered most, in timeouts, game plans going into the game. And this isn't to imply that Bankar didn't do any of those things, because he did. I just think Mike excels at those things, and that helps me because I feel like I have a clear image of how the opponent plays the game and what our game plan is to counter that. And I think that balance is really easy to strike with Mike because I've already worked with him before, and he kind of understands what I look for. Tactical, like, organization on Mike's side, that's what helps me excel as an in-game leader.
You hear it there from Finesse, and you've heard it from other teams and players who have worked with Mike's in the past. His longest stint was with 100 Thieves as the head coach, then the strategic coach under Sean Garrett, and then going back to the mantle for the team there as well. But for him, I think he's a pretty clear value add for this team, especially given that history that he has with Finesse, playing with him way back 2021, Berlin on Envy, that kind of time frame.
Yeah, and it's very clear, even just watching that first game, like how much just the base tactics of NRG have improved, to use that word, right? The fundamental play, right? You saw it so consistently, whether it was, you know, very good spacing once they had a numbers advantage, good opening fights, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the angles of the game where NRG were just not really giving C9 any room to breathe, you know?
A new hand touches the chicken nugget salary. Pretty quickly changing that one over.
I wonder if Mike's a more mustard guy or ketchup.
You'll have to ask him yourself.
Sweet and sour, honey mustard. I'm out of sauces.
Great
ranch?
stuff.
Do people do ranch with chicken? I don't know.
Yeah, ranch is good. Still, for some clarity for the people at home, we're still waiting on the admins to figure out what's going on, get you a clearer answer.
What's going on?
Yeah, on that.
I was asking them. I was hoping they would answer.
I don't think they're going to answer you like that. That's not a very respectful way to ask.
What do you think Finesse is doing with his hands there?
Well, he's framing up.
Because it looks like a sideways L to me.
Which in L sideways is famously synonymous with a W.
No, you need like two L's can make a W if your thumbs meet.
Yes.
That's how that works.
It's true. Big changes coming into this one. We talked about it a little bit with the patch change for the deadlock. How much do you think the meta is actually going to shift out of Bangkok with the new stuff coming in? Do you expect to see a lot of Wayle, a lot of the a lot of maybe implementation of deadlock, like what we saw from C9?
I'm not expecting to see a ton of deadlock. I do think deadlock has gotten a lot better, but it's very hard to incorporate deadlock into comps when most comps are going to be running double initiator, right? And deadlock on her own as a solo sentinel, not so strong, right? Because your info tools are not very good. So usually you see deadlock paired next to something like a Cypher, but the meta doesn't really leave room on most maps to run double senti.
And that's why Vice is so strong, because she is basically the only agent in the game that has like hard flank watch and unbreakable info with the wall, plus Thorns, which are two of the best stall tools in the game. You saw how much they did for Energy on their defense map 1.
Yeah, I think if anything, I'm surprised by the lack of another agent that was so prevalent in Bangkok, the Yoru, right? Because, hey, the clone can break the Vice wall if you're just looking at like one-to-one counters there, but also just what G2's been able to do with the Yoru, what so many different teams, DRX, have been able to do with that pick. I think that agent has been chronically slept on here in Americas.
We heard from the IGL of NRG and their coach Mike's. Let's turn it over to the other side and check out what Mitch had to say when we caught up to him heading into stage 1.
I mean, Vic and Net played pretty well in Kickoff. I think everybody as a whole played pretty well. We had a few like team mistakes and crucial moments, you know, in crucial rounds, and we've gone over it. So we're feeling a lot more confident now. I think Net and Vic are getting their match experience along with me in the VCT stage. So it's you know, it's coming along.
Welcome back on in. So there was a bug to start off in this game that the admins have found out about. As a result, we're going to be rolling things back and restarting here. It's going to take them just a bit of time to get everything set up and reset to go back in, but trust, we'll give you any updates we have as soon as we have them there.
Yeah, so 0-0. C9 have not won a pistol round. It's a lie. We'll try that one more time. Now, if you're in the mind of finesse, right, Mimi?
Sure.
Do you come in and you're like, that pistol round strat was so good. We just mis-executed in the post. Let's run it again.
That would be some devious work to do the same exact thing again.
There's no way they'll see it coming.
A real 5-head play, that would be.
It was kind of funny because, right, Energy just went for that full dive, just sending the raise into sight, planting on top side. See what changes they make, but of course we do need some time to actually move on over that. So we're just gonna keep on chilling, hanging out up here. Did everyone, I was wondering, because we had the block party, of course, today, right?
Yeah.
So I saw
got
a bunch of people
boba,
outside.
Got some fried rice.
I know you got the boba and the fried rice. I was wondering if everyone else had the boba and the fried rice. Because, yeah, Wingman was out there in force. Dude, I love Wings. You know, he's a lot bigger in real life. Look, I call him Wings. You know, we go way back.
I'll have to check in if you're actually that tight, but.
But the crazy thing is I always assumed that I would be taller than Wingman, right? Because I'm a pretty tall guy, you know. Wingman looks pretty short in game. He's like, he fits in Gecko's hand. So what I'm wondering is, Wingman had at least a foot on me. Yeah. This guy is massive. How big is Gecko if he can hold this 7-foot monster in his hand? Like, Valorant's not to scale. It's crazy.
Yeah, for real. He's like, I don't know, 15 feet.
Yeah, he probably is.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Gecko's a tall dude.
Fair enough.
Not very yes-and of you, Mimi.
No, I'm no-butting. That's my new thing for stage 1, to exclusively no-butt.
Oh, come on, guys. We can't be doing that.
He didn't
Put it away. But, I mean, yeah, he didn't do that, but, like,
but it's a positive note, right?
It's true.
I was watching at halftime, he had 4 kills. I'm like, no pie today.
Dude, there is no team in VCT that talks more about food than NRG, right? Like every game, it's pie, and then chicken nuggets. Like, it's all they do.
They also had their celebrity chef. I don't think he's with the team anymore, but that was like their whole thing last year, having the fresh meals cooked.
Did he cook the chicken nuggets for them?
It's possible.
I don't know how that works.
All right, we have a little game for you guys. Which capsule do you prefer? Point at it if you're on the screen now. All right, we got one for NRG.
Oh, no, it's both. It's the tattoos. She's showing off the C9 and the NRG. It's too close to call.
You said tattoos, and I thought you meant that she had real tattoos of the org for a second.
What are you talking about? Those are real tattoos, Mimi.
I believe you.
Yeah, right. NRG, okay.
NRG. I do like the colorway, red, orange, that kind of vibe going on.
You got to pick a bundle. Come on. Not both teams.
We'll count it.
Nice,
energy. All
nice.
right.
All right, okay. The crowd a little bit more energy. Hey, sorry, you're holding your sign upside down. Oh, okay. Well, energy.
GRN, my favorite team, yes. Okay, there's a vote for C9. What else we got? Another one for C9. No.
Wait, no, you can't do that. There's no flip-flopping.
It's hard to know what direction you are.
Nah, you don't get to play both sides.
He knows.
There we go.
C9 bundle.
That's like a confident C9 too. And yeah.
Energy, okay, good choice.
Mimi, are you more C9 or energy? Go.
I'm perfectly impartial.
Oh.
Enjoy it. But if we're talking strictly bundles, I like the orange and red colorway.
You like the orange and red?
I think I like it better on the pistol than on the jersey.
Mimi, no one cares. We're going to toss to a break, hopefully get the sword and come back soon.
You asked me the question. We're hopping back into a fresh slate here. It's going to be Fracture yet again, but we're starting from 0-0 due to a bug in the server during that pistol round when we started map 2 the first time. We're just finishing things up, getting agents reselected, all that sort of thing, but we should be back in just a moment.
Yeah, I do love, though, that so from our end, we can see, like, because they have to cancel the game, so they send you back in lobby, you see the post-match screen. Brock, after one round, 470 ACS.
Wow.
The new guy for NRG putting up massive numbers in a round that never actually happened.
It was just a mirage the whole time. Agents getting reselected right now. Of course, it's going to be all the same as it was last time, and we'll be back in properly in but a moment. Here, for those just joining, this is the second map of our series. We started on Lotus. NRG, a real hot start there. 13-6 win, looking super on point between each other. Some nice mid-round calls on their attack side, and now in an advantageous position, heading into C9's map choice of Fracture.
Yeah, we're just one map in, but already some of the promise of NRG, bringing in Brock, bringing in Mike's, has definitely delivered in that opener. Fracture is C9's map of choice, though. And if you want to cast your minds all the way back, I talked a little bit about this during map 1, but it's been long enough. This is a map where NRG and C9 played their opener against each other
in Kickoff.
On Fracture. NRG were down, I believe, like 12-2 at some point. They won like 10 rounds in a row at the end. Som put on a masterclass, finished the game 30-15, and NRG still lost the map. So definitely trying to right some of those wrongs. They've already moved on past that. fun little one to tap into nonetheless. We are going to be moving forward shortly here as the teams finish up picking their agents and getting ready to move on in. The only real difference between these two teams is going to be the duelist slot, right? Oxy piloting the Neon versus Mada's Rays on the opposite side of things, but Oxy is definitely going to have to use this break to bounce back in a big way if they want to push map 3.
More info for you guys on what happened that we're now rolling back to the beginning. There was a bug during round 1 of the initial time we tried the second map where Teo's utility, his salvos, were not regenerating. So they were used and they did not come back on cooldown. They are 4, that round was invalid, and we're restarting from 0-0.
Man, you're giving me flashbacks. This happened to the team, so I coach a Game Changers team, Teddy Tactics. This happened to a team we were playing against in the last tourney, where we also had to run around back. Because yeah, sometimes it just happens. You just don't get to cast your abilities again. It actually happened on Fracture too, now that I think about that.
You've got
that doesn't
one more
happen again.
data point to get that one fixed in the future, but we're hopping straight back into this one. NRG up 1-0 in the series. This is the map choice of Cloud9, and it looks like things on this pistol round is going to be a little bit different than our first go-around.
C9 are fighting dish heavy this time around. NRG going 4 players over into B main. Early camera on stairs gets broken down, so C9 are going to keep on creeping and see if they can maybe find Finesse on the opposite side. He's well guarded by this camera, though.
Very slow walk up for NRG. Net inside the smoke to receive. Trying to find an opportunity to spam back through, but no one catches on the trips, and that's site secured for NRG.
C9 quick on this flank, though. NRG are anticipating it, but don't really have the bodies ready to fight into Arcade. They're stuck onto site, maybe even looking back towards C9 spawn themselves. Pushing on through, takes down Net as Oxy runs up into the tower, and NRG are finding every single fight. It's everything for NRG. Only Zeppa to equalize, and he's found 3 now into the round. It's onto a 2-on-2. Som is low up towards tower. And as the missiles stall it away, he's got to go on to a mission. That's Som down, and 4 for Zeppa. C9 have somehow found themselves back into this round, but it'll have to be Mitch to finish the job. Down to 1 HP, and the time starting to tick away. Pushes out the blast, and it's blocked to see things through. NRG win the pistol.
Heartbreaking there for Zeppa. 4 kills for him. And if you think back to Kickoff, the first time these two teams played, it was a monstrous class from none other than Zeppa. He was incredible in that game and tried to do the same in this round, just not enough to work with. Needed 1 more kill.
Yes! Come on! 1-0!
And I've never seen a man more excited to win a pistol round.
Shout out Brock for the Red Bull clutch, and that'll be NRG actually buying up pretty big. We saw them go for a lot of these lighter buys, FPX buys on the last map. This time, though, 2 rifles, a Bulldog, a Stinger. Not trying to take so many chances. And interestingly, C9 have got 4 ghosts for themselves, too.
And they're also sitting 4 in spawn for now, just ready to instantly rotate and flood in with the Breach Teo util.
Now, I did notice C9 were buying light armor or regen shields almost exclusively on that first map of Lotus, so might just have the tech here that they can still buy util, even spending 500 on this round 2, as long as they're getting light armor for round 3.
It was a very good nade. Net thought he had a corner to get out. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough space. Neon's gonna ride on through, but Oxy not gonna get away with it this time. Mitch, how the hell? It's Mitch round 3 with the ghost. Som suddenly in a 1v1.
That spike is out there on site too. Zeppa now with the Stinger. There's so many angles Som could be approaching from.
30 seconds left.
Zeppa goes back to check. And Som not watching damage.
6 HP and only 20 seconds left. He's still got to plant the spike, Mimi.
Zeppa's low too. And missiles back online for Zeppa. A walkthrough. Spike tapped. Missiles incoming. Som though, he has a gap within them in the plant. He's committed. Now Som will hold the line. Zeppa swings into him and wins the round.
He couldn't get it done all himself on the pistol, but there, Zeppa and Mitch on those ghost buys do numbers on NRG.
I have to see Mitch's 3K. He's just running through a smoke and cuts down the majority of NRG with a ghost.
I think it's important to note too that, oh, that's the the bully nade.
He was 1 HP.
Wow.
Oh my God.
I'm pretty sure NRG.
Hey! Hey!
Fuck.
Funny how quickly his emotions change
I
from
didn't
round
realize
1
you
to
were
2.
watching some stream.
Yeah.
Huh. Wow. And just like that, C9 are kind of right back into it. 5 Phantoms for them, really enjoying that purchase. And they fully abandoned this A site, interestingly enough. Zeppa's got the ultimate already if they need it. They can just leave Mitch to play audio towards this side.
Ethan flashes in. Or just the drone will work instead, as that's already a lot of space taken on A. NRG realizing they have this side, but have to be ready to fend off the retake attempt. Finesse runs from the utilities. In goes Oxy, but already he's down, but the retake is here. It's active for C9, and they trade out to take back sand control. It's evened out in a 3v3, but it's good inroads for Cloud9, and it's even better for Mitch. Picks up a double. The ult used towards main. Som, the molly. Did it land? Yes. So a bit of time bought, but he still needs to find some kills, and Zeppa is ready. We'll shut that down and convert C9's zone into Eco.
Very nicely done from C9 there. Had me for a moment where they're dropping down into sand and Oxy was taken down early. Guy still can't catch a break. The rest of C9 flooded on through there. Did good work to see the round through. That snowball of ultimates right there, dipping into the Tejo. But don't forget, Mitch getting 3 kills in the previous round, now has the Rolling Thunder too. To battle into what could be a pretty decisive swing round here. A few players on NRG wouldn't be able to buy if they end up losing this one. That's not to say NRG aren't close to a lot of their heavy-hitting ults themselves.
Set up for a south side crunch. If C9 wants to commit to it, Cam spots one. In goes the stun.
Get out of there, Finesse.
But yeah, Finesse is gonna escape, or does he actually get out in time? He's instead diving back in. Through the smoke he goes, but Vic will take him down, and that's south side secured for C9.
Oh, Mitch uses the ultimate though. Rolling Thunder expended. Now tucked up right here. I love that spot. And slithers away back into his smoke. His teammates are in A main, and Oxy lines them up. NRG not getting anything done this round. It's all C9's.
Well held from C9. Mitch's ult not finding too much value, but a perfect off angle for him. Buys enough time for the players who had taken Southside control to crunch back in on that site.
Yeah, because Finesse didn't jump on the zip line. I think C9 had the read. Oh, there must be more players around him. He wouldn't be crazy enough to stick there on his own. That's why they used the Rolling Thunder. And even then, it doesn't matter because of Mitch's positioning on site.
Stinger buy for NRG, but they have ults to back this up.
By the way, check out these buys. C9 love regen shield, 5 of them. Not caring about sheriffs or anything on the other side. Their read has been low buy shield always.
Okay, off the rip, that's an ult invested, but it was a Neon. Caught, gets away. Mitch not so lucky. He's caught out by Lana, and it's a lot of spam going both ways. C9 have to fight through this smoke, but NRG is ready for it. Chaos in the trades, and NRG coming out ahead. Finally, it's Net. A 1v4, he starts well, but NRG will set this post plant for main.
They've still got a Molly, the Brim ult to play with too. And they've left Finesse to be the rat up in tower.
And they suspect the Wrap Underpass motto is looking, turns. But now both players ready. He has to head back the other way.
There's just not enough time to play with now. Not without killing the Brimstone.
No, he knows it. Gets his exit and slowly backs out of this round as NRG. A very nice set play on their eco. Wins them that round.
Well, this is what I was going to say, though, because C9 went for 5 regen shields, which is extremely powerful, right? When you're chaining that together round to round, you hold on to the bank that you save. Sure. What it means is that against these half buys, the NRG went for, they had 1 rifle and 4 stingers. Those stingers are like operators if you're at mid to low range.
Okay, I wouldn't go that far, but...
Hey, only 25 armor, you kind of melt.
And you also are melting down to utility.
True.
One enemy remaining.
That was a very good tail ult to push everyone out of that smoke. C9 is a team that loves to go for the flood retakes, and that ult perfectly punished it.
Yeah, C9, they're still going with the regen shields. That is just how they view the game. Not a bad thing by any means, I think, especially in pro when you're taking a lot of this early damage. It's high EV.
Mata doesn't get anything with the ult, but he does recover some space in Sands. C9 again tasked with a full 5v5 retake here.
This is kind of ugly, though. There's a trip holding them in main, so C9 no one's really out of that space. And Mata throwing out the paint shells, maybe considering swinging through the ultimate to push them into Mata's crosshair. What a setup! NRG! That was beautiful!
It's almost a repeat of last round. An ult to flush, and a perfect follow-up from the NRG players. They call the freeze, they wait for the re-aggression, and they punish it expertly. C9 only has one man left, and he's already stunned up.
Yeah, and
revealed.
Again. Got any more utility? Oh, they're gonna give him a break. That was drawn up beautifully. I mean, again, the round looked strange because NRG had this space into Sand, but you really don't have anywhere to go from that point forward. But the fact they have the Brim ult to push players into that double setup in Sand was just excellent.
And that's such vintage NRG. No matter if it was Optic, if it was Envy the last time that Finesse was playing with Coach Mike's, it's always been a strength of his, calling those pauses in the mid-round, figuring out what your opponent's next step is, and setting up the perfect trap. That'll tie this game up now. NRG 3-3.
And I want to say that's now the second time we've seen NRG go for a really aggressive fight in towards spawn. You know, we saw that, I guess, last round, getting up right up against Generator.
Quite
we saw
literally
earlier.
The last two.
Yeah, we saw it a few rounds ago too, I think, over on the B side as well, trying to fight over into Canteen.
And I think that's really important when you play into a Breach Teo Neon that has a lot of this explosive power. If you try and hunker down on site, you're just going to get overwhelmed by all that util.
Yeah, trying to get in front of the fight. This time, though, NRG not going to have any luck with that. A lot of util burnt by C9. But Mitch still has that stun, ready to go for the refight once the smoke goes down. There's a stun, countered out on the other side, and Mata, well, he's not hit by it. He's going to get taken down by 3 players swinging into his sight.
A good cage from Finesse saves the rest of the team. They still want to re-fight through this one. Flash up, the Neon dips away and goes back in for more. What a re-aggress from Oxy. Rewarded with 2 kills.
And a flash called in there for Mitch as well to go for that re-swing. Put together nicely. Still, NRG are creeping forward. C9 are going to allow them to plant if NRG sees the opportunity, but as soon as that smoke goes down, it's just so hard to face check on out of that.
Now you don't have the option to go through main until 30 seconds left. And you head back into the lion's stand instead. Good setup. And it's taken care of for C9.
I feel like that was a good example of C9 in these opening fights that were sometimes slipping away from themselves on Lotus. This time having the util, those extra layers to fight into it. Looks like NRG is going to be calling a timeout for themselves.
They had something going with those spawn fight rounds, but that last one, just committing hard into the A lobby brawl, losing out on that one. And what C9 have with their comp is a lot of flexibility. They're really good to go for active set plays at the beginning of these rounds. They also, with the ults, can play into a lot of set retake ideas. They can rotate super fast to their own spawn with that Neon. So it's a really tough defensive side to deal with.
Yeah, you've kind of got 2 comps that are just great at sort of brawling together, team fighting, etc. So far, I think we've seen NRG maybe overinvest resources on the south side of the map. We haven't really seen them do much of a concerted effort to fight together on the north side, right? Like, when was the last time they put a lot of players arcade outside of that one light buy round?
I'm interested to hear what you think about this, because again, C9 is committing to all regen shields when the majority of these players have money for full armor.
Honestly, it's about always being able to buy. If you think about what C9 was doing, a couple years back by going for light armor, it meant that even when you're losing 2-3 rounds in a row, you're never actually forced onto an eco. And I think with the regen shields in particular, even though it's more costly, what it means is that even when you do take chunk damage, you carry over the remaining shields round to round. So it might cost you 650 up front, but if you win a couple in a row, you're not having to reinvest the 400 of light shielding you'd have to do pretty consistently with the other idea.
And that idea is the strongest before you have VODs out there. So teams aren't knowing you do that and buying Outlaw consistently.
Because that is the ultimate counter. Outlaw, Guardian, double shot to body is going to do similar things. NRG are a similar but different school. They're going all light shields. So not as punished when they lose rounds necessarily, but not going to be rewarded for stringing them together.
NRG taking a bit of time to orb max. Get some of these key ults back online. And I think the idea there just to break Cypher trips. But
not going to find any,
yeah, it doesn't hit any of them.
Yeah, interesting locations, these Cypher trips. Deeper ones to be able to play off of and punish, maybe not the Rays, but the next players coming into a site.
Cheeky camera here from Net.
Camera taken out.
Will get broken though.
Cage triggered.
And now NRG, they've done all the homework. They're ready to actually make something happen here on the B site. Good stun, Net's ahead of it. Gets his first kill, and now the ult popped off of that. His teammates trying to help out with an Armageddon as well, but Mata will trade through. Now it's all about getting Net out of heaven. He has been a problem for NRG, and he'll continue to terrorize them in this site. Net for 3, and C9 do a damn good job holding down the site, and he is pumped.
Net's movement there on the site, also on the stage, getting up out of his chair. What an anchor from him. I mean, first of all, getting in front of this stun, taking the time, and getting the ult off as the body falls, and then rotting inside that smoke, playing flush with the wall, not falling victim to any of the spam shots going into it.
Nice! Hey, Sam, what are you doing? Stand up again!
Full stun, yo? What the fuck?
Hey, Oxy might be not bringing the Super Saiyan much, but he got someone else stepping up today.
Yeah. I don't know, Som's living rent-free up in that side. I don't know. Every time we cut to him. All right, NRG are going to relax things a bit, take it slower. They didn't, set up a lot of players on the north side last round, but they did work into Underpass before moving into Arcade. I'm not really sure what info they're really finding. A late re-clear with the drone here into A main. Not seeing the Neon, I suppose, and getting around the corner does tell them that it might be nice to keep moving into the A site, but actually calling back into Mata's position outside B instead.
I think a lot of it trying to diffuse any trap plays that C9 might be setting. Their comp's very strong with that, but this round instead, it's just Oxy alone holding up on the north side, and the initiators towards spawn, ready to react on either side.
Ethan's got the ultimate Underpass. He's ready to let it rip, but again, Net is out of position. Not going to be hit by that, this time sticking down in Arcade.
See, out of position, but he does have a trap set up. His camp was broken, and the ult. Brock's going to escape that one, and now Net's active. Again, doing well to hold down his site, and again, just dancing within these smokes, waiting for the perfect opportunity. He'll swing through with Oxy, and C9 decimate NRG on this site. Only Mata's left to stand, and he's got but a stinger and no time to work with.
10 seconds left.
I've got to keep complimenting Net. He's always finding these first kills over on the B site. And because he's still there, it means that players have to turn around. You're trying to plant the spike with one player. The other, one or two have to look for him, also watch on to spawn. It means NRG are never comfortable.
Mata saves the stinger through.
He did, didn't he?
Yeah.
Good for him. Yeah, again, just finding these openers, especially because, like you were talking about, with C9's comp's ability to sort of very quickly rotate on over, get going for these retakes. As long as he gets one kill, as long as he stalls just a little bit, C9 are ready to sort of flood out and meet him once NRG are focusing in on his position.
Yeah, he saves that weapon, gets bought a gun from one of his teammates, and now someone else is that stinger. There's an ult online for Oxy. He's just sending it through. Vic is stolen away the kill instead. C9 keep doing a great job of punishing Finesse on the weak side when they're going for these slow rounds.
Yeah, and he's not really in position to quickly jump on the zip line either. Usually that's how you get out of there, but thought he could maybe play behind his smoke, get something done. Trade 1 for 1 at least. Now smokes to come in to guide Mod at top side. It's the pistol round! We're back! The one that never happened!
Mata, the ult popped. Stuck in a tough position, getting aftershocked out. Zeppa though, oh, the rocket nearly found him. Instead, he'll escape with his life. And now someone needs to get on that spike damn quickly. A flank though, coming in from Net, who's been so good. But this round, he cannot make the difference. Oxy's holding. That's halfway gone. Still maybe a repeat of that pistol round to be found. Molly's. Teo missiles going in, but Vic holds strong. Zeppa sticking this one, but no one can stop the fight nor the stick. It doesn't matter. C9 hold things down. It's deja vu as they get up to 7.
You already know in the VOD review, NRG, they're going to be retiring this play. 2 times in a row, C9 managed to get up on top side, half stick it, and then NRG are forced to, jump out of drop to try and kill a player that only has to stick it for a couple of seconds? Nah, it's just not going to happen. And in reality, that play, it's supposed to have Finesse coming late in through A main, right? But because he's getting farmed,
I think
he can't have impact.
I was seeing if Net had something else to say there, because I think he might have, but...
He might have been saying too much. We had to, cut that off.
A definite possibility.
Are C9 going to push again? Oh, this time, slipping back into underpass. Not going to find anyone for their troubles. And for what it's worth, NRG should be able to get the spike down, and in the post plant, it's going to be a trade. Breach ult for C9, tail ult from Brock to stall out the re-hit.
NRG tried the diss on this round, now a bit more honest. Straight up A hit, and a straight up retake for Cloud9. Drone broken before it can find any info. Ults from both teams. The Neon's gonna get past that Armageddon. And on there, he's through the side. Great slide. Takes down the anchor of Saw. But now it's a question of how can C9 deal with these anchors in main. But the setup, it's excellent from NRG. And C9 forced to try something dramatic. Try and just hold on to this spike. But there's just too many players on the other side. Finesse on the rewrap. And the spam, too good for NRG. That time, they close out on their A post plant.
Yeah, there you go. Finesse alive in the post plant, has his teammates back holding into main. Because Net very nearly had the perfect timing to kill those players. No one was looking at him except for Finesse. This whole hit was kind of crazy too, because Oxy goes flying in there. Mitch also tried to get in front of the Brim Tejo combo and ended up dying to it. I don't know if there was other util that hit him. But he was really trying to get in there with Oxy and just couldn't quite close the gap.
NRG starting by taking space in dish.
Ooh, interesting that it's just going to be Brock down on the south side by his own. Using that drone in for jumping back onto the north side. Hold on, wait, Mata's doing it again. 3 times?
3rd time's the charm, that's what they say. The plant position has to be held off on.
Oh, they're jumping into sight this time, though. Look at them. They're just running into the bullets. C9 mow them down. NRG had tried to switch things up, but it just did not work at all. Spike has yet to be planted. Mata just waiting the clock out because his team is down.
Nice start, though.
Maybe finds the first, but there's Net to close it through.
All right, so NRG almost tried to do the same thing again, but this time C9 ahead of it, punish them on the flood in, and this is a much different Cloud9 from what we saw map 1. They're up 8-4 at the half. They looked excellent on this defensive side. I think you especially have to give credit to how good Net was.
Net's individual performance on the holds, those fast retakes for the team too, working wonders for the C9 squad.
And you see he's hyped up about it. 8-4 up on their map choice as we head into the halftime. Welcome back. C9, they're up 8-4 coming out of the halftime break. And honestly, it feels eerily similar to what they were showing us in Kickoff, right? They have some good moments. You know, Oxy maybe struggling a little bit, but Zeppa lights out thus far today as well.
Yeah, Zeppa's just been a monster. 16 kills there in the first half, taken down in half the rounds. It's funny, right? Because, you know, C9 didn't really make any roster changes, but, you know, they had a little bit more time to work together as a team, get used to it. Still looking very similar, but much better than that opening map. At the same time, NRG, who looked so different back on map number 1, had that second round sort of robbed away from them, even after they won the second go-round of the pistol. And after that, couldn't really find their footing, apart from some really well-timed fights, you know, in towards C9 spawn. That was working for them, but the rest really wasn't once C9 started going on those flood retakes.
Yeah, they did a great job at Cloud9 of picking the right times to go for the more active plays, the crunches on the south or north side of the map. And when they did, they were really consistently able to punish Finesse, take him out of the round, and give his team a big disadvantage in calling that mid-round.
Now, that being said, last time these teams played on this map, NRG got off to a miserable start on that first half. Won 2 rounds to their name, then came back, pushed OT. It's not that far gone for NRG this time around. And I think moving on to the defensive side is usually where I think this team is much more comfortable calling from.
Absolutely is. Looks like we're still just sorting something out on stage, getting a monitor fixed up before we hop into the second half. So appreciate your patience here.
Got to be able to see the game to play the game.
Yeah.
Certainly helps.
Do you think you could get a kill if you played Valorant? No monitor. Just a single kill in a game.
I think that's... Okay, Mimi, hear me out.
You have audio.
You're playing the game and you have a friend behind, so you've got a blindfold on, right?
Okay,
Someone behind you is like telling you where to
Instructing
aim.
you.
Let's get a professional, right? You know, let's get Finesse to come out there and tell you where to aim.
Okay.
You know, how to get your kills. That might help.
Yeah, I feel
or
like
we could just trial it right now with Net.
I don't know about that one. You buy like a Judge or an Odin, you sit in a corner, and you just like, you're a medieval archer. You're waiting to hear the loose, and then you open up.
Make me think of, anyways, yeah. I wonder what
reply to that?
No.
Okay.
Well, you're making like when Ramsey bolted is no loose knock. Anyways, it's a whole thing.
Okay.
I had my Game of Thrones arc recently. It's a good
arc to have.
We're moving past that now. I wonder what the best gun would be to get if you couldn't see your screen. The Judge, perhaps?
Judge? Yeah, that'd probably be pretty good. I'm bored by this conversation. We got someone better to check in with. Dryad standing by with Shanks on the floor.
Cool.
Let's take a listen.
That's right, guys. I'm here with Shanks from Energy. Can we hear for Shanks? Come on, come on. There you go. It took a minute. It took a minute. All good. Shanks, how are you enjoying being here for the first day of the stage 1?
It is awesome. The environment is great. There's a lot of people here. Shout out Energy, all the Energy fans in the crowd. We love you guys. I'm doing good.
And how are you feeling about this match? I think at the beginning it was very dominant and you closed out the first map. This one is the 7-5 in the half, so.
Yeah, map 1's amazing. Brock, the new addition, has been looking really good, and Mike's he brought out a good game plan, but map 2's looking a little bit rough right now, but we're known for comeback, so I think we're gonna win this map.
And something that I want to ask you is, we heard your hot take of how the team is going to make it internationally, how they're going to lift a trophy. So I want you to sell it to the people here and to everybody watching at home. Why is Energy winning stage 1?
Energy is winning because FNS is the greatest IGL Valorant has ever seen. FNS is the GO.
Okay, but give me another point. Surely we got 2 more.
And we also have the W streamer on our team. Look at Sam, the GOAT. Look at Sam. The entire team is playing amazing. I talked to them backstage. Everyone's feeling good, feeling confident. I think we're gonna win a tournament this year.
Yeah, you know, I'm starting to feel I'm feeling sorry, I want to say I'm feeling the energy, but I feel like that's too obvious, isn't it? But maybe I am. So we'll see if they win a stage 1. We'll see if they win this map as well, as we send it back to you guys. Thank you, Shanks.
Thank you.
Finesse a good IGL, saw on the W streamer. I don't disagree with any of that. Feels like a bit of a logical jump to go to trophy immediately, but they're this time.
Look, I just think that Shanks might be the best NRG shill out there.
Okay.
Is what it might be. I think he gets paid for the amount of times he says, you know, W streamer, you know, finesse the go.
Those are the corporate buzzwords that he has to hit.
I mean, he sounded very well drilled with them out there. But let's jump into the second half. NRG, they got to win a pistol. They got to win a second half here before they can worry about the trophies.
But they're known for the comebacks, and it would have to start here. Mana, he's never been more stunned in his life, and Zeppa runs him down. Thankfully, a good teammate helps him out. Ethan defends Mana. He'll escape for now, and that nade is excellent as Ethan follows up for his 3rd kill of the round.
Ethan completely blinded up there after the 3. So now it's Net's mission to go on a bit of a hunt. Smoke goes down, but he hears the players in main. Good position from him, and really crisp on the shot as well. Brock shows a shoulder, is taken down low, and now C9 group up, shoulder to shoulder, pushing back into main to play the post.
Finesse has 1 cage. A ticket to getting the spike halfway.
Stun back up, a flash, the blast for Mitch to work with.
Here.
And a camera back on spike.
Cage used, but they know it's fake thanks to the cam. And now next tap, a stun's gonna come in. Good dodge from NRG, but Finesse needs to trade and he doesn't find the shot in time. It's Mitch instead to mop up this pistol round.
That's why the breaches with their sheriffs that round were getting work done.
It was the same sheriff.
Wait, did that gun get 6 kills?
I'm pretty sure, okay, 1.
Because Ethan was nasty with it here.
2.
Turn
3.
back. That was just 3 headshots too.
Pretty clean. He dies, and
no.
Same sheriff, 2 more.
And one had cleaner shots, but one also won the round. So.
What are you doing?
That's obsessed.
He's been listening to Shanks' so he wants to get in Psalm's head.
What is going on here?
A lot of util, I think, is what's happening.
A bit crazy that Psalm has crept up. I mean, he put down the smoke, so it makes some sense. As a matter of fact, Vic has been told. Vic is waiting for that walk underpass from up on the north side. Knows that other brim is very likely down underpass. That drone's not coming for Psalm, so with the ghost here, there's a chance to do a little bit of damage. 4 light armors on the other side, and he slipped on through.
Zeppa will come back in late, though, and he might catch the perfect timing onto Psalm. That he does.
Womp womp.
So no tomfoolery today. C9 locking this one down quite cleanly, have the smokes up, and...
They get the orbs, Mimi, they get the plant down. Doesn't get much better than that. They could get better than that.
Sure. That was just a stinger, though. Expendable resource, and, well, the util's gonna finish the job that Oxy couldn't do. So C9, 10-4. Rebounding massively after losing the first map of this series.
C9 have a lot of buffer room to play with here. You know, there's the option to, if they wanted to upgrade in by this round, have 4 rifles and a stinger, play with that and just end it immediately. Also hedge their bets a bit. We'll see what the call ends up being. Oh, that sheriff.
1 enemy remaining.
1 left standing.
Has a bit of a legacy on it at this point.
It's gonna be really sad when someone dies with that and it's not recovered. Lived such a good life. Oxy quick up into tower using those blasts from the Tejo to clear a pathway. And there's 2 players inside of the smoke. Look at that, Finesse and Psalm next to each other, push on through and clear out main entirely.
Shanks' beloved duo doing great work to start this round. What's the reaction out of C9 though? The 3 of them will walk towards spawn and have an opportunity up against Brock. That is an excellent start for Oxy. But they need a bit more where that came from. Mata spotted out, stun unable to be avoided. And Mata knocks down a double. Now Mitch in a 1v4. He has the blast, but not a lot of time. Already ticked away, and not a lot of stall util really to do much with this one. NRG well converted there.
Yeah, love that call, playing 2 players inside of the smoke against the split hit of C9 too, right? Because C9's strong side was going up into arcade, so they didn't really have the utility to clear through this smoke. And yeah, saw the shoulder. There might have been a drone going that just caught a bad timing. All things considered, though, that stun line too from Ethan, very nice.
Give it out.
Breach Utah's been on point all series.
This is a nice spot.
And it'll be C9 again, working pretty heavily from the north side of the map. 3 players. Basically the same setup as that last round. And still with that similar pace. The Tejo nades. This time, though, the pathing is down on the ground from Oxy. Waiting for a moment to sneak through that smoke. Hold on, Psalm's just killing him in there. I don't know about that one. The spike is worked up in towards heaven, but now Oxy is the one riding inside of the smoke. Finesse is still here, and Oxy whips around and takes him down.
Ethan and Mata left. And critically, Mata has the raised rocket available. Net trying to cross, gets away with it. Good stun for Oxy. Mata running for his life in midair! How did that connect?
Bro's full jumping headshot, and now it's a 2-on-2. Now Ethan is worked on over with full utility to back up this showstopper.
A stun and the rocket, but it just swings out into Vic and dies. And now it's only the world champ to try and clutch this one up, and against Vic, it doesn't work out. Even the luckiest man on earth couldn't win that round.
Come on, Madi, you can't be doing that, making me believe like that. Just the silliest kill I've seen today.
Show it to me again.
Uh-huh.
One enemy remains.
Just a little bunny.
I love how he became more accurate after he jumped than he was before it.
Let's go, baby. That's all you. Let's go.
Vic just no-selling him.
Not matching the energy at all.
No. Come on, Vic.
All right, well, Oxy this round has the ultimate, getting into sight. Wall up and going back into spawn. Don't put your iPad away. Still playing Angry Birds. There's still a game to be won, a round to be won. Mata knows it.
Dies to his own rocket. Trades back. It's a pandemonium round. Who's killing who? Who's winning this one? It's left up to Zeppa in a flash. With the spike dropped. And Finesse holding his angle. Finesse knows he's here, but Zeppa, he's too damn good! That's ridiculous from Zeppa. And that's C9, up to 12 rounds.
And is bringing Zeppa out of his seat as well with the Red Bull clutch. He has been elite today.
What are these rounds?
Little one for, okay, yeah, Vic took him down to 23, that's fine. But, hello! Also not matching his energy. He got out of the chair, but Net's doing the heavy lifting.
A true silent film. Energy, known for the comebacks, but down 12-5 now. This is looking like a map 3.
Mitch has the Rolling Thunder ready to go. Down from underpass, sends it into full clear sight, but still, there's a Cypher up in tower. I was gonna say, not anymore.
He's already gone. Rolling Thunder through. Past the smoke goes Mata, but the counter stun is excellent. Oxy converts. Keeps advantage with his squad, but there's more ults to come, and Stomp capitalizes off of it. He's found a gap for now, but not long enough. Brock alone. 1v3 that starts well, and another ult to work with.
This is how we end.
But there's no one on site to receive that Armageddon. Instead, he'll walk alone into the site. Missiles on the recharge for Zeppa. The breach spotted in main, and Mitch, the one to take him down. 13-5, C9. They reply in kind on their map pick and tie this series up.
What a bounce back. Cloud9, couple of their players stepping up in a massive way. Zeppa having a crazy map. That first half too, I think Net was so effective working the B site. Also pretty good at getting out of his chair, getting the energy going for the team. They needed that strong performance after getting kind of shut out that second half of Lotus.
Oxy as well having a bounce back from that first map, showing some big rounds for him. And here you can kind of just see the Zeppa highlight reel. Second series in a row against NRG where he is having an incredible impact.
It was cool seeing some of these rounds on that first half from NRG fighting back into spawn. The Brim ult play was nasty, but at the end of the day, it wasn't enough for NRG.
Still, more to the series to be played. We're heading all the way to map number 3. This series gets decided on Pearl when we return.
Red Bull gives you wings.
As well, Shenum, or Shenum's gonna go down. The ace from Oxy, just to the side, it's gonna be the Oxy ace. Push in, it's just gonna be a lead through. They're trying to do power in numbers right now, but Energy is gonna have Mata with 4.
And the series is tied up, folks, as Cloud9 manages to pick up that fracture win. Now we set our sights to Pearl, and you got, well, getting some sustenance early on. The bananas are in, folks. It's time to win.
Got to. Light meal, though. Light meal.
Light meal.
You don't want to bog yourself down with carbohydrates.
This is true. You don't want a carbo load,
Something
you know?
simple.
Yeah. It's not good to do. It's not good to do.
Banana's a great slow burn of energy as well. Good source of potassium.
Look, you tune into the show for nutritional education and some video game discussion. Let's go ahead, though, and talk about what we just saw on stage there, because C9 most definitely came out of the gate swinging. And it started off, I mean, tell you what, though, probably a little bitter because they took that round away early on, and they were like, you know what, I take offense to that.
No.
13-5 dominate.
And then they lose the pistol when you get back into it, which is so good. But it's all good because then immediately on this second round, Zeppa was able to go crazy on them. It was Mitch. Zeppa came in at the end to close it out in the clutch, but somehow Mitch tucked in the corner, 3K, all headshots with the Ghost. What an immediate turn of the momentum.
I had an inclination, I think, that this map was going to be favored towards the way that Cloud9 like to play, because we've just seen it play out so many times now. The team that's following the sound cues, trying to flood defend, trying to play the aggressive retakes with these nice util combos, are the team that wins, honestly. If you take the fight first ahead ahead of your opponents, you're going to be advantaged. Cloud9 were doing that consistently, not only on a defensive rounds, but also on attack as well. They are so willing to just group up, fight, and make sure that their util is picture perfect. The trades are on point as well. So it's a map that definitely suits their play style. Looking forward towards Pearl as well. I don't know if that's going to be the same case, but I guess we'll talk about it when we get there.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we definitely will observe what happens on that one. But still, though, got to continue to praise some of the star players in this one, because you had talked about it briefly, but Zeppa, man, there's something about this map that this guy just likes.
Yeah, some players, they have their maps or they have their specific angles where, like, you can always sense that they're about to get two from that position, something like that. But yeah, evidently on this map, and especially against NRG, Zeppa goes crazy. When it was on the Cloven Kickoff, he harvested them, and now switching over to the Tejo, another season of bountiful crops. He's so good on
no subsidies. My guy is out there selling the goods to the people.
But it's so damn important that Zeppa does have a good game, I think, as well, with the way that Cloud9 choose to play, which is putting Oxy into that all or nothing role, basically. You know, Oxy's taking point. They're setting him up with good util as well, but look at his numbers.
He's so happy.
He's so happy. He's so happy to be here.
He's so shocked. He's like, wow, I'm good at Fracture. Whoa!
But there's a lot of pressure, I think, when teams run like the Breach Teo with just a solo duelist, that the duelist player is often going to be going down early. You can't always set them up perfectly every single time. And Oxy's been getting fantastic value, but the pressure is going to be on players like Oxy as well to play well. Their Teo's going to be normally the second one in, trying to trade out your duelist player and to pick up the pieces. He did it again. It's got to be consistent, and he keeps doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. And like the one real differential in the stats that you saw was just the KDA. Because of that, he was just dying way less, closing out rounds, and also a testament to how this time it was a way more dominant showing. That first time they played on this map, NRG had one of the all-time fake comebacks, which obscured his KDA. But this time, they just clowned on them. I mean, they were so good.
They look good. They look good. But now let's go ahead and set our attention, though, to Pearl, because you were mentioning it before, Bren, at the top of this, that, you know, Cloud9 style, right? Fracture favors them. They like to go in there and get in their face. But Pearl has kind of seen some changes and some different approaches.
Yeah, it is. I'll make it short and sweet, though. Like, Pearl, I don't think you can take the same style that Cloud9 used to success in Fracture, that pack mentality. You can try to, but if NRG have alternated their comp a little bit, if they're running the Euro as well, they can get fast rotates to make sure they follow the sound cues on defense. It's much harder to play that play style on a map like Pearl.
Well, it's going to be very fascinating to see how it all breaks down, folks. But we're going to map 3, so let's find out which team is going to start off this stage with a dub right after this.
We going up, yeah, look at us, we here for the rush, yeah, we going up, we going up, yeah, look at us, we here for the rush, yeah, we going up,
Welcome back. We're heading into map 3. Both of these teams are smoked on their respective map picks, but now it's evened out territory and a map where I think there's a lot of interesting options for comps. We saw that on display at Masters Bangkok with, you know, the T1 double duelist kind of looks. You have the more G2 double initiator kind of looks. There's a lot of options for our teams here.
Yeah, and so far our two teams, they played fairly standard stuff. I would just say with their own, you know, unique wrinkles, right?
Maybe
Net
a neon
plays the
there,
deadlock.
something a little different, but generally pretty standard.
But as it sort of fit into the typical meta for the most part, see what we've got in store going on to this final map. It is also worth reminding you again, these two teams very likely going to be fighting for playoff spots in their group, and that is just T1's comp, no?
I'm pretty sure. I mean, the Neon and the Yoru coming in together. I think when you look at this biggest strength on your defense, you're so good at flooding into those sites. Attacks that you have crazy double dive ideas.
Okay.
And it's a little twist. It's a little yoink and twist kind of look coming out from C9, just putting the jet in instead of that
Neon. I don't know
Neon.
if I would call that a strategy, but it's certainly an option. Now, that's a double duelist option, but very different, right? That one with the jet Yoru leans much more into like the opping. I think there's a lot more like individual things you can look for. That's adorable.
Aww.
That's awesome. No, the Bangu! Get him back up there. We're going to be okay.
He'll be back.
But honestly, I think both this Neon and the Yoru was something that Trace was playing over in the Chinese circuit that we saw T1 also play to win the series in Bangkok versus G2. There's a lot of cool things you can do, especially on side execs with these two agents.
NRG going bar for bar with the Masters 1 champions. But C9 with their own spin, fight into mid. Both duelists brawling out, and Oxy gets a clean opener onto Mata.
Yeah, they can quickly move back over into the A side as well. I don't know if NRG are going to want to breach through this smoke. We've got the one flash on Ethan, and it looks like they want to force it. Here goes Ethan, but instantly dealt with. Mitch just playing on backside. Oxy flooding in too. This is classy from C9 to open things up.
And that's the beauty of these double duelist comps. You have so much mobility in the mid round to quickly rotate. You're flooding into mid, then you're TPing back, and you're into A. You have a TP set up to get back over towards C as well. It's really tough to play that slow mid-round style that NRG loves because of how proactive C9 are able to be in that mid-round.
Yeah, and I think what we're going to see a lot, like the big differentiating factor between these two comps is going to be the Neon versus the Jet. And I think what the Neon comp is going to be better at is doing sort of like team fighting, set pieces, you know, scaling off of limited, you know, flash utility, etc. Whereas the Jet, you're going to see Oxy constantly, especially on defense, looking for these opening fights next to Zeppa.
Makes sense to see Oxy getting his Jet back up to form, though. When we're looking at the changes to the map pool, we don't see anything new in this series, but we have Icebox coming back. We have Ascent coming back. Minor changes on Ascent, none on Icebox. Those have always been Jet playgrounds. Those have always been maps where Oxy excels on this agent.
And both these teams, they got boring, so they floated Ascent in Icebox, but then they banned it in the second phase.
Yep.
So that's why we end up on Pearl, because there's a map teams can have a lot more practice on, just going from Kickoff and the last few months of play.
Both these teams, though, not having attended Masters Bangkok, had a nice round month or so to prep, to practice. But, of course, for NRG, they made a roster change during that time. And a bit of unfortunate news, folks. Seems like we have another tech pause coming in.
Fun way to start off the day, you know? Gotta ease our way into it.
Yeah. The computers have to warm up to start stage 1.
Yeah, I don't know. Is that how computers work? You know, if you don't run them in a while, you gotta, it's like a car, you know, the battery dies, you gotta bring in a new one.
I don't think that's how it works, but...
That's how my car works.
Okay.
It's an oldie.
Your car's from like the 1980s, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty old.
Yeah.
That's like Golden Boy era.
That was so unnecessary. Okay, good news. Tech pause was short. We got to make a rip at GB, and we're starting the game again. It's 1-0 up for C9 here.
Well, we're not starting it again. We're starting round 2 again.
Yes.
People might get confused. No, this is honest, moving over into it. And finally, we see an Outlaw. I don't think we've seen a single Outlaw today, if memory serves.
And both teams are buying light armor or regen shields almost every round.
Well, that's the thing. I wonder if the coaches have clued into that, realized. There we go. Zeppa just there to bail his teammate out, even with a good flash out of Ethan. Not going to happen with that duo working together.
Could be that, or could be as simple as I'm Jet on an anti-eco.
One enemy remaining.
Could be that simple, couldn't it? Well, Mitch is going to be happy to find 3 kills.
Yeah, a couple off his ultimate.
Sir, are we offended by that? That's been doing a lot more today. Been up out of his chair all throughout map 2. Once C9 started winning rounds, he's getting active. And now just eyeing up the purchase coming into this next round, and RG are continuing. So even though they saw the Outlaw in that last round, I don't think it fired a shot, but they at least saw it. 4 players on the light
It did get a kill. They know it's there for sure.
I don't love that.
Yeah, it's a risk to be taken for sure. But Oxy not in the position to do too much as judge, however, from Vic. In the right place at the right time.
Again, C9 are just continuing to like play these tandem positions next to each other, the 2 duelists, getting the work done, but it's really Vic all on his own. And now working himself out of stars, only has the 1 in the back pocket, and the judge is not going to get anything done. Good drone from Brock will spot it out.
And the spam from Mata follows that up. So NRG get to play with a clean 5v4 advantage.
But at the same time, there's a drone into mid, saw nothing. Oxy is backside with the Outlaw still. That smoke is really annoying to deal with. The flash over the top, the stun comes in. Mata and Zeppa right up in each other's face there. Zeppa takes down the first one, and now as the flood comes in, it's Mata and Brock still alive on just 1 HP.
But Oxy still up on that Outlaw, still holding down the line, swinging into him with no armor. It's a death sentence! Oxy for 2. Now the knives popped, and the distraction is enough to get net the kill.
Oxy absolutely punishes NRG there. The light armor dealt with. And no one actually being able to get into backside really surprised me. I didn't see if there was, I don't know, some counter utility thrown out by C9, but Oxy was in a bad way back there. He was stunned, he was flashed. People could be coming every sort of which way against him. Very nice.
Yeah, just a highlight reel for the Outlaw. And now NRG back down to an eco. Again, the Outlaw is going to have crazy value.
It's funny because the way C9 are playing is effectively all of our utility is on one side of the map. The other side of the map is going to be Jet Yoru. We put the Jet all the way up front B. Now our Yoru is going to be running back over onto the A side.
That's part of the beauty of this comp, that you have 2 characters that can brawl as much as they want and still have that get out of jail free.
And because that Jet has this very forward line, like we have beautiful information, it allows this stack of 3 players into the A site. And just Vic playing again with the Judge in connector. Can hear audio in mid. There's a camera there too to be able to swing off of. Cool.
Oxy sees one. Doesn't want to take too much risk though.
Surprise, Yoru's TP'd back already. We're fine.
A bait set up too. Oxy can take contact and they'll send out the clone. Okay. Every shot required, but Vic gets the kill at range, and Oxy a chance to repossess some players down long with that Outlaw. As they'll tuck tail run back towards mid. They don't want to test him.
All right, NRG finally walked into street there, broke the Cypher camera. It's possible NRG log that for future memory. It's just the cam here, so requires net to be inside it for the info. And now they've allowed some to get back into connector. Now C9 not going to be fooled by this too much. There's a good tripwire in Art that would see that. And Mitch just turned around back in secret, clearing their spawn.
10 seconds. Net has a very nice trip here, and Mata gets caught by his own stun. Can't follow up. Towards secret. The stall is good. Mata has found a kill, but there's no time for the plant to come down, and now it's just the task of dying for the remaining NRG players. They get their extra 300 creds for the plant after time, but C9 still go up 4-0.
This is kind of alarming now for NRG. Yeah, you lost the pistol, you lost the anti-bonus. You also think back to that last map where they only secured 5 rounds for themselves. It's been rough.
Oh, ridiculous reflex. But you're right. This is starting to get towards concerning territory.
Yeah. Honestly, I just want to see NRG run some more exec looks. I think that's one of the things this comp does so nicely, especially execs onto the B side. You can throw out Yoru teleports into the top left corner of sight, and then even use the neon wall to give you that extra layer of protection so you can get those forward teleports and fight into backside very quickly.
It's Vanessa's team, though. He always likes taking time with these slow mid-rounds, and it's a similar start. This time now, all 4 players postured to make an execute happen in B, and that's exactly where they'll follow up. Slide forward for Mata. Oxy gets out, and C9 will just turn away and wait for the retake.
Mitch holding onto Hunter's Fury. Pops that one off the plant going down. So NRG going to try to scatter the wind, but already a pick's been found by Oxy. The shots coming through from Mitch, too. It's a 5-on-3. Out of seemingly nowhere.
Zephyr still in heaven. Clone broken, but he's really causing problems here. Now a drone to commit back in, a duel against Ethan. Eats up a lot of damage. A dart for Mitch. Another attempt at the plant. But it's just bullying from C9. Finally, inroads for NRG. They get some key kills, but Vic is stuck into the side through the smoke. It's unfathomable! Vic, 3 kills, alone on site. Collapses things up for Cloud9.
What a ridiculous round. The Vic survives there at the end.
It's 1 bullet blind through a cage for that second kill.
Last player standing.
And after found the 3K as well, yes. You weren't kidding. Just an unbelievable Red Bull clutch from Vic.
Get on! Oh my God!
Couldn't say it better myself. It's a 5-0 start to this map. NRG have to be stunned after losing that round.
Now, okay, we'll take a breather, right? Because NRG, yes, they've lost 5 rounds in a row. Yes, it's dire, and I promise I'm not trying to cope for them, but I'm kind of coping for them.
But give me the cope.
I'll give you the cope. They've got 4 ultimates ready for themselves,
Sure.
right? NRG. They also, because they keep going for light armor, they've got another buy round that wasn't actually a swing for them. But it's starting to become sort of now or never, and especially I'm looking at Oxy finding an operator now on the defense. That adds yet another problem for NRG.
The first one of these dire timeouts that NRG's new coach has had to talk through. Finesse was talking about how much he valued that input, the strategic changes, those ideas in timeouts like this. He felt Mike would bring that to the team.
I mean, talk about a call-out. I know you're trying to talk about Mike, but I'm talking about Amy right now. Tells Oxy to switch off the op, go for the Outlaw. NRG are just buying light armors anyways.
And it's going to be all the better. Only Mata won't be one shot to that weapon.
Molly drops down, but quickly broken. NRG are really trying to sell a fake into the A side of the map. The Aura ult with that fake Molly tossed on out, but really going back into Street to guide the way for Mata to move forward into a late B pinch.
Very nice Yoru out there. We've seen that pathing from a couple other players before.
This is classic Finesse calling, though, slowing down the pace. Right now, Finesse playing that back guard as the wall comes down, and Oxy is stuck in backside. Seeing players come in, finds the first, and the rest of C9 is here. Lay to keep on fighting through. Som equalizes for a moment for NRG, and Oxy is still a problem in backside. Continuing to find the kills, upgrading into the gun, finally dealt with by Mata.
Down goes the plant for Brock.
Spike planted.
Net walled off. A dart ready to go through. But it doesn't catch on to anything instead. A slow walk up. Some great adjustment onto Mitch, and NRG finally, after 5 rounds lost in a row, close things out and make their way onto the board.
That was a nice round coming out of the timeout for NRG. Finesse and Mike's cooking that one up, going for that fake A into a B split. Way faster than you would necessarily expect, right? Because usually if you're faking A like that, it would be way heavier in through Link. No, they still had the bodies going down long. Really, it was Ethan's pathing there to set it up. This time, though, it's an all-out brawl in A main. Mimi, get ready.
Astro Util on both sides. Oxy dashing forward. But it's slow for now, finally. The push goes in, but C9, they're winning every fight. 3 for 2 in the Draves, they hold strong in main. Duncan, an inch to NRG. Finesse, though, left alone and so blind in main. Has an isolated duel against Zeppa. But Zeppa was a monster in the last map, and yet again, he shuts it down. NRG, they won their round, but C9 immediately reply.
So quick with it, too. Maybe seeing the lockdown on the other side, C9 calling to get out in front of that. Reading a basic A hit after the fake in the previous round. Got a really good read on that one out of Mitch. And that refight as they come on down. I mean, there's so many stars on the ground. I counted 3 of them.
Nice! Woo! Hey, let's go!
And now Oxy's getting hype. NRG's gonna call another quicker round. Take fast control towards B. Last time they did this, it was just a follow-up, and with a flank coming through, they're gonna be pretty much forced to commit.
Yeah, Drone ends up saving C9 there. Telling them Finesse is in the space, but now Finesse, he chose not to run away, and now he's scouted out. He can't do that, just like Fracture again. Gets caught out in his spawn.
What's going on with Net? Doesn't move out of the way, but that's inroads for NRG. Even down into a 4 versus 4, but a lot of pressure on this flank. Drone traded out with the clone. Where does NRG fight? They'll go towards spawn.
Fighting forward there as Brock is left on his own.
He has the Undersuri. He desperately wants to escape, but the util is overwhelming. Shorty in his face. Oxy traded. That's excellent work from Som.
Mitch is going to be coming in so late from his own spawn. Now the Astral Wall is called down. Meg right up on top of that, but Ethan is lying in wait.
It all comes down to Mitch. He has bided so much time and now activates for 1. Zeppa snuck out onto the site, but the Astral Wall obfuscating the last player, C9! They just get both kills! And in the nick of time, they'll find this defuse.
Psalm seemed shocked to find a player there on the screen. Thought everyone was going to be coming in from behind the Astro Wall, but the patience out of Vic ends up paying off beautifully.
C9 now, you mentioned it, the last two maps, they've been so proactive at pushing through these flanks, finding where Finesse is lurking, flushing him out, and then being able to pinch in on these retakes and win them.
We got it, let's go! What?
Oh, I love Oxy.
Always entertained.
NRG calling a second timeout, and that hurts. We're 8 rounds in, we're out of timeouts for the map. Better have some faith in your defensive side, because right now attack isn't working at all, and it's not like you're calling the timeout to craft up the perfect round to win right now. Like, they've got no money, Mimi.
A couple ults to work with, but you're probably looking down the barrel of 8. And Oxy, again, he's been abusing them with this Outlaw all game long. He's buying it again.
Yeah, it's like the first game, Oxy's really been having a good time for himself, 11-6 right now, and it's large part due to that weapon. And so far for NRG, like, they feel like their A hits are working, right? They're pretty consistently able to get onto the A site, put the spike down. It's the post plants where it's sort of slipping away, and oftentimes in very close round states. And sometimes that can be the hardest to sort of work yourself out from that hole where things are going really well for most of the round up until they aren't. Sometimes it doesn't require a huge strategic change. Sometimes it's just the way you're talking together. Sometimes it's the way you're planning these late round moments.
Out of the last timeout, NRG went for a fast A hit. C9 fought into A main. They won off that round. They're going to do the same thing again, but NRG instead look towards B here.
I like they're going back into the same side again.
The thing with how NRG is playing, though, is that they're almost always taking a lot of time before they actually commit to these hits. Leora is TP back in. Another player as well getting out on his side. That's great out of net. The entry falls, and another out of net. Stalwart as an anchor. C9 hold the line flawlessly.
Bit of a throwaway round there from NRG, but still doesn't help you feel like you just got flattened running into the site. NRG, it is time to show up. They've got 4 ultimates to play with. C9 is kind of disrespecting on these deeper angles. NRG are walking on into him.
This goes here.
So it'll be NRG switching over to the other side of the playbook, running an A exact, although C9 getting up in here again with a quick dash over into the corner. Astrostar goes down, and NRG decide not to actually fight for the space, instead working into Art with Mata.
C9 aware of the possibility, and they're going to re-clear this in force. NRG holding the line, Finesse.
Nice.
Great double. The ult from Mitch could be good. There's a tag at very least, but a counter ult coming in. Brock finds Finesse.
Nice.
That's lovely out of him, and Som doing well too.
Round just kind of fell apart there from C9 with NRG pivoting quickly out of A main. I think that's really nice. Last few rounds, they've seen that Net's been set up pretty selfishly on the sites he's playing with his tripwires. So after seeing the overinvestment that C9 took into A main, realizing, hey, there might not even be a trip in Art. They can work into that space, wait for the reclear. Finesse finding 2 there, wins them the round.
So a nice call from them. Great work out of Brock as well. Making the on-the-fly call to go for that counter ult.
That was pretty, wasn't it?
It's been a long-awaited kind of prospect to have Brock in Tier 1. The last time he played it was technically called Challengers, but it was Tier 1 back then.
2022, right?
Yeah, he was on Ghost Gaming, and he was playing against NRG. Ethan, on the team back then, before even his stint with EG.
Yeah.
Lost there, bombed out of playoffs with Ghost Gaming. Hasn't been back to Tier 1 since, but now he's here on a VCT Americas Stage. Trying to bring this game back.
Dart quickly shot though from Net. Again, falling back into this anchor spot, this time calling Oxy into Street. The rest of C9 not quickly rotating.
You should run.
Instead, just happy to wait out this, and the camera timing just sees just about everything. They got the info on 3 and the Killjoy. Only the Astra unseen so far.
You want to fight it?
Cosmic Divide combined with the Killjoy lockdown. But C9 are gonna go real quick on this retake. They're already out through the smoke into back. Armada wasn't ready. Zeppa's TP is lovely and over the top. Zeppa! He almost hit that!
That was insane!
Bullets, and he gets the 4th!
Oh my god! Zeppa's just doing tricks out there, absolutely unbelievable. And now Psalm with 3 players lined up against him, 14 HP to his name. It's just not gonna happen.
Give the man 5 more bullets, and he gets a 4K spray transfer. You don't see that very often.
That's just crazy. I feel like C9 are thriving in the chaos. They're so constantly able to get into these positions where they're pushing through a smoke. We saw them Fracture 2 or going for a TP flash combo. Zeppa set that up himself.
Oh, that's so lovely.
Oh, 70 on the Astra there
My spray
too.
transfer doesn't fucking hit. Oh my god.
Oh, I'd be mad too. 9-2 though. C9 yet again arresting Energy's momentum.
Stingers on Mod and Brock. NRG needs someone to step up, but so far they haven't found a guy. Once again, testing into the art space. This worked for them the last time they went there, but that also came with a lot of early investment, a lot of presence shown from C9 into main. So they've got to use the drone this time, work their way into the space slowly. C9 have a couple of players waiting for them.
High-low setup for C9. Energy waiting for the smoke to dissipate. In goes the neon adjustment as Mata swings in, sliding for a double on the Stinger. Will claim the A site.
My eyes are still on Vic, stuck in back secret. NRG taking their time. They're giving some moments for Som to creep down into connector. Som decides not to go for it, and the spam comes through from Mata. That's perfect. And get the spike down, fall into main. No smokes to worry about with Ethan dealing with net. This round is coming firmly into the grasp of NRG.
Only Oxy with an operator. But Mata's too prepared. A 4K from one of Energy's rookies gets them at least a 3rd round. But that is still a brutal half to swallow for NRG. It was all C9 all day.
9-3 half there, and again, C9, the streak they put together at the start was just kind of crazy. Oxy finally feeling himself back on the stage, making it start to happen. We've come so far since that first map. Now C9 just moments away from clawing it back if they can shut out NRG.
In 2024, Cloud9 ended NRG's year with a comeback on Sunset to deny them playoffs. In Kickoff, they 2-0'd NRG to send them down to the lower bracket, where they were eliminated far below their expectations in that tournament. And now here again to start Stage 1, they have a chance to make it a 3-peat.
And C9 have been letting them know it too. I don't think I've ever seen Net this vocal. He has been into it up on that stage, even with some of the tech delays and whatnot. That has not halted his momentum whatsoever. Ever since that start of the second map, that crisp NRG that dominated on their map pick of Lotus. Played a beautiful macro game, the micro working together has been largely absent.
So suffice it to say, this pistol round is a necessity for NRG to win. Good news though, T1 showed it at Bangkok. This comp is great on defense. The fast rotates, the duelists flooding into sites together. But they still have to put the pieces together to replicate it, and Ethan already darted out. He's probably considering that gate crash.
Yeah, he's all the way over on the A site now, as a matter of fact. Ethan didn't have a super hot first half on the Oru. And now this site really has just been Finesse and Brock holding things down.
What are they cooking here? A fake into B, 3 players then walking street, and no one holding that space from NRG.
The fake hit into the real hit, and NRG have sort of bid on it. As a matter of fact, Ethan's still sticking towards that A side of the map. See what Brock can do from up in tower, though. Smoked off the classic. You can't imagine it's going to be a lot. But he's got a couple of shock darts.
It's damage onto Vic, but the plant will go down regardless.
Gonna combo the flash and the dart now coming on through.
2 players in backhaul for C9. That's the brunt of this hold. And the slide shut down by Zeppa. Another player taken care of. This man is a maniac. 3 kills from Zeppa and the cleanest post plant you've ever seen for C9.
Zeppa has just been so good this year for C9. Another 3K for him. Like when he's on, this team's kind of unstoppable.
I don't know what he has against NRG. He had a life game last time they played. Stepping up big time this series as well.
I mean, turning the flash there, then re-aggressing on the same angle.
And that's the coordination in the post play.
Let's go, baby, let's go!
That was missing from NRG in the first half, right? T9 is so ready. Okay, a retake's coming in. They're gonna send the flash start. Here we go. I mean, it's just excellent from them.
Looks like a force from NRG trying to get involved in a nice start. Spots out a couple. The opener belongs to NRG. They can lean back into this A site. Keep your eyes in mid as well, because while Net is trying to work into Art, Mata's sitting with a Bucky right up against double door.
Finesse also walked up down B long. So a lot of angles that C9 has to re-clear here if they want to head back that way.
And C9 really, with a couple of Phantoms, don't want to walk into these close spaces, so good of them to leave Net the only pistol on the team in Art. The other 3 are going to work down into B. As long as, at worst, it's a 1-for-1 with Finesse, C9 are still going to be in very good control this round.
And send Vic in first. Trade him out with the rifles.
Patience, Net. Don't jump the gun.
Finesse with an opportunity here. Clone through, he shoots the clone, and it blinds him up. It's 1-for-1. That's all right. Net, though, taking his time to walk all the way through Psalm. I don't think he saw him on that jump peek. And Net is in a real devious position now. Knows the Astra's here, but he gives away the game.
Oh no, and he called his team back over into the A site. There's 3 players here. C9 could decide to go into B, but still there's a Bucky back on site. C9 might just called themselves out of the round because they thought they had the perfect timing.
Mata, 10 seconds, a Bucky in his hand.
And they smoked for him.
But he doesn't make the play. Plant goes down uncontested. It's the 2 Phantoms to try and close this out. But Mata, he has been so patient in this position. But he might have missed his opportunity. C9's made it out. Pull has to be committed very early on. But there's not a lot of time bought already. Mata's Bucky takes care of Vic, and with Ethan holding things down, there should be no way for Mitch to get back into this one. Nah, overwhelmed. And NRG win a eco round that was desperately needed.
Yeah, you know, we saw C9 do this to him back on Fracture, I believe. Now NRG give him a taste of their own medicine. That was the force from NRG. They were banking everything on this round. And Finesse finding the one there does good work, but really it all comes down to that lurk timing and Net just not managing to get that moment for his team to rotate back into him.
A second different. He could have gotten 2 kills. He opens up that site.
Even if he doesn't lurk, C9 just commit into the B site and play a normal post plant, and it works fine for them.
An unfortunate way for it to go. Still, lots of opportunities for C9 to close this one out, and they'll invest a little into some stingers here.
Oh, I love it. Light armor every round, every team always going for a half buy, never a full save. These rounds can slip away from you so quickly.
And they've already gained a lot of space.
What is that?
Yeah, that's a nice angle for Mata. Sees just Vic's head and takes it out of here.
He's Neon, so he's running super fast in a full squat.
Well crouching, yeah.
Out of there. Sure, we'll let it happen. And Energy have fallen into this pattern a few times where they just leave a player back in spawn ready to, you know, rotate over into A or into B quickly.
And we'll talk of A, that's where they're headed. Oxy dashing into spawn, hello! The Stinger is crazy in these moments. Ethan has util in hand, hello! You've got to be looking at Oxy.
But hold on, the spike is still on site. There's still 2 NRG members in secret with rifles in hand with a star placed on the ground. And now the smoke gives a moment for Zeppa to pick up that spike, but he's still got to fight through.
No flashes, no tools to get past this smoke.
No way they're walking
Are
it
they
out of
walking
here.
all the way back?
They're going to have to start
20
running,
seconds?
and Finesse is going to hear them.
Finesse is going to hear him, and he's going to beat them to the punch. This one comes down to Finesse. The turret looking to slow someone up, but is he going to contest the plant? He goes up towards heaven. Oxy! That's not legal! How does he get away with that? Now the plant is down, and the tides of this round have started to change. 2v2. Oxy backside on 5 HP. But a Cosmic Divide up forces the hand for C9. Oxy wants to stay on one side, try and hear a spike tap, but he can't commit to it. Instead, Som starting to hold things down, swing through, NRG mop it up.
I mean, respect to NRG carrying that round through, but having to use the wall to guarantee it. Also, Oxy? What? Where did that come from? The dash into Flowers, first of all, was crazy. Because remember, this is a bad buy from C9. They're also down in numbers without smokes. And then he went on the full run, then the boost up into heaven. Pretty sick stuff from the duelist.
Do not let yourself fall. Recovering it.
NRG pry a couple rounds out of C9's hands. But it's going to be the first real rifle round of this game, and C9 looking to keep the pace high, already take fast control for A main.
My ult's ready.
Energy have pushed all the way down into B, showing a lot of that forward presence and then sprinting away with the Neon. Options to TP out quickly too. That's real up there with the camera.
Who's next?
Euro ult for Zeppa. He's going to work his way through Art, set this up to be a split into the A site. Hunter's Fury trying to connect off of Zeppa's information, but doesn't really find anything. No, the last pulse, barely. Finds it, stag onto Brock.
Som's riding inside of the smoke on site, heard the TP behind him, but isn't ready for it. Zeppa's gonna take him down. But Finesse has already made his way into the site, racking him up before he falls too. Now a 2-on-2.
But the players from Energy are isolated. And Oxy is in a tough position to deal with. Ethan's revealed himself, and Oxy trying to find the right moment to swing. Ethan walks all the way back.
30 seconds left.
A tap on the spike, now a fight into spawn. They see nothing. Expect the wrap towards Flowers. Oxy ready on the angle, but where's that Yoru? Ethan's patient. Waiting in spawn. Letting Mata make the work happen. Good flash. Buying a lot of attention, and Mod has walked all the way up. Ethan baiting this one out perfectly, but the turn! It's just in the nick of time! It looks beautiful from NRG, but C9 dismantle in the 2v2.
Yeah, look, if Vic can't get that kill for another second, it's a 2K instantly for Mata. Turning it around on the flank. NRG done such a good job distracting there with Ethan's Yoru. But the second you get that kill, instantly you're turning around. You don't see anyone else in front of you.
Let's go! Yes, sir.
The march continues for C9.
It's going to be a big fight, A main.
Oh, you're not kidding.
Though hearing that Neon slide, C9 temper things for a moment.
Yeah, what about that big fight?
Might still go for it.
It's going to happen if NRG just don't leave Mata to die here.
But for now, he's alone. Does it matter, though? Gets a kill on the spam. Now he has to start to think about escaping. And he'll back his way out as his team re-clears through Art back into mid.
Yeah, expecting C9 to move back there, but they still keep looking into Mata. Now a smoke's been called down. C9 realize they have no positioning on the map to play with. So maybe looking for a mid re-clear, could consider some attention down into B, but Net hasn't stepped into that space either.
He's been periodically checking his cam, though. They know mid is directly clear, but they have to be worried about Art.
And this is a really annoying setup, right? You have the Sova just peeking in Art, then all of a sudden you can have a flash swing from Ethan on the close angle.
Turret broken. C9 are just going to commit into B.
Finesse choosing to stick on site.
He's completely alone in this endeavor. A Yoru TP coming at him in just a second. He can't see a thing. Finesse executed in the back halls.
Keep your eyes on Oxy, too. He's trying to get active here in the post lane. He's trying to end things right here, right now. Mata, the only player waiting for him, and with his team finding kills over into Street, getting the job done there, too. NRG have no position to try and retake into this site. Mata priming, getting ready to slide out into the site, but no one's waiting for Oxy in spawn. Deals with that nicely. And now the clock's starting to work against NRG. Zeppa still in back hall, but the smoke on the spike gets up to half now. NRG chooses to pull on out, but they got one in. Brock finds 3 with the Guardian, and he's going to be able to hold on through.
Brock again, saving NRG. It's a second 2v2 that he's won for the team. I love the idea from C9 though. Oxy just drifting above, AC 130 in the air. That is all traded out. And NRG yet again stay alive in this game.
Kind of crazy that C9 have players in spawn, back hall, on site. And somehow NRG are still able to get out here with a smoke on spike and full stick. It's because C9 went for the safe defuse. He did a little bit more of a trek to go back into that smoke in the positions they were playing.
That's going to break the economy as well for C9.
Get out of my way.
But Oxy still has the Blade Storm. Makes the round a bit more potent.
Outlaw in Ethan's hands. Oh, this is a good angle to play with, too. Beautiful work, but can't secure the second. Still good enough to fall back.
And still on a great angle to recontest into long with that Outlaw.
Yeah, sets himself up with another teleport into backside, too, so he can repost on this angle. Picks him out of the sky. There's another one coming to you, buddy.
Mitch goes back in, and the punishment is there. Oxy with the Blade Storm wants to trade this on out. TP into back, although still, Ethan is found. Oxy would have loved to have found that second, though. Only has 1 bullet. But everyone but Mata is 1 shot to the Outlaw. There's still danger to this round yet.
I want what you're having. I don't see it yet. I don't fully believe yet.
They have to give him an opportunity. Someone has to mess up. But Oxy's hunting. Mata's the only man with full armor. And that's a wrong target to pick.
Some good shots from Ethan to open it up and went out in the anti-eco. But now is where the ult question starts to be asked, right? NRG have a Yoru ult to work with. Same thing for Zep on the other side.
Very nice shooting from Ethan. I think it was back on EG the last time we saw him playing the Yoru on this map. Timeout though for C9. This is a pretty critical round for them. Money's gonna be back up. Like you mentioned, they have a couple big ults.
Yeah, I mean, like the obvious ult play from C9 is just run a simple exec with the Astral Wall and the Yoru ult, but I'd almost rather them use this Yoru ult to get information into mid and see if they can break open the map. NRG are pretty quick to fall out of space once they've been challenged by C9. I think using that dimensional drift to, you know, spot out what's going on in Art and Connector and Street, sort of forcing NRG to pick one side of the map to play on so that, hey, there could be an isolated Finesse on one of those sites. He's usually falling into solo positions. I think C9 would do well for themselves to try and find themselves in a round state like that. Because the other thing you have to consider is NRG have some pretty powerful retake ultimates as well. You don't necessarily just want to run an exec, play out around 5v5 in the post plant. You'd love to, if you're C9, get things a little bit muddier, bring down the numbers for sure.
Mata still has a judge in his hands. And it's going to be a similar setup for NRG. Leaving the double duelists over towards the B site to fight early for that space, and leaving all this stall util on A.
Yeah, tons of utility stacked here behind the Astra and the Sova. Gonna be hard even with the ults for C9 to accelerate.
They don't show much though initially. Just a dart to take main, and now Yoru ult into the site.
There's 3 players here, Mimi. Yoru's already TP'd over.
Zeppa, he spots all 3 of them now. Knows they're all stuck in towards Secret here. Good flash to follow up. Oxy getting an opener. That's just diving through the Astral, but NRG holding strong. That's excellent from Salman Brock. Puts it down to a 1v3. And Vic, this is a very tall task indeed. That spike stuck out in Secret. Finesse swings in, and this time he gets the better of Vic.
I mean, Finesse isn't going to be fooled by a round like that. It's just too simplistic from C9. Oh, we've got the ults. Let's exec into the A site. Well, how do NRG punish that? Unload utility on the site, preset a teleport to get your Yoru over on that side of the map, and then abuse the fact you've got 4 bodies on this side to hide in some ratty corners.
And that's the first round where I feel like I'm seeing some glimmers of that map 1 NRG, who does a really good job of being one step ahead of their opponents, setting up the right crossfires, playing together in these chaotic rounds. They're gonna need more of that to finish this comeback though.
Looks like Ethan's got the read on the Outlaw, going for that one again. Similar setup this time for NRG. The one fewer Molly. This one just on default to catch a plant or catch your teleport.
NRG super willing to give up space though. Don't want to risk anything on this anti-eco. They have ults if they need to hit the emergency button and use some of those.
C9, they're throwing out the next teleport. Getting ready for the second phase exec into the site. Well, with it getting broken, I don't know if C9 are actually going to commit to this one. It's a hard one to go for. Another TP to try and fight into Art, maybe pinch in with net. Could be a cool idea, but no one's waiting for him.
Hunter's Fury? Oh, that's beautiful
Nice.
from Brock. Looking just like he did in Tier 2. With some excellent Sova utility.
That's what I mean, though. It's such nice push and pull from NRG. Yeah, Net's going to find a timing.
Enemy remaining.
But there's no way they can win this round.
Exactly. But again, NRG fall back away from that exec. Aren't getting fooled. And when C9 go for that, you know, little pivot into Art, no one's actually there.
Now they're ready with a high-low setup. Brock swings in, and it is a very clean anti-eco. NRG, they're looking alive in this second half.
This is where Finesse has to sort of bear down and keep trying to read. Okay, what does C9 actually showed him? Showed the double ult full exec into the A site, then just a regular old exec into the A site. Yeah, with a little bit of a slowdown in the mid round. But C9 almost threw away that next round by just running back a similar idea. Now, no real surprise, C9 moved their way over towards the B side of the map. Where finally, Mata might find some action. He's been wanting for that for a little while.
Look at the changeup though. This time, the Killjoy setup has shifted to B. Finesse expects a changeup from C9.
It's a hard read, and he's leaving Mata's Neon playing backside. Usually Neon playing so much more forward. Now with the stun to fight through the smoke.
And I'm going to be honest, this looks just like some of the rounds from T1 when they were playing this comp. The Neon in this corner is devilish.
And there's this forward alarm bot that's just about to get triggered too, so NRG know exactly what's going down.
Here he goes. Mata lets Oxy pass. Now he'll fight in for the second, and it's lovely. Still Oxy causing problems. He was left alive in backside, damage dealt, but Vic bails him out. And C9 have turned this round back on its head.
Oh no, problems for NRG. Ethan bought an operator. It's now a 2-on-3 situation.
But he has the ultimate.
I'll handle
He
Can
puts
pick up
his
a gun when he
trust
goes
in
through,
Psalm.
sure.
Careful here.
Spots out Oxy. Flash up. Oxy trying to fight ahead of it. They need to get the kill on this Jet, but Oxy's too good. Not baited by the clone. Fighting in for more. That gives one to Psalm. But he would need a hell of a clutch to win this now. Tap on the spike. Astra pull used. More util being committed for Psalm, but the dart, an ultimate. It's all bearing down on Psalm. And he's just trying to dance his way out of this one. Revealed by the ult and taken down by Vic. C9, series point.
Kind of miraculous that C9 were able to win on that exec. I thought Mata's positioning for sure had them.
You have to give so much credit to Oxy that round. It's pretty normal, let the dive through, fight the players in the choke, but Oxy does so much with that opportunity. Fights back in, gets 2 and back on, stays alive until the very end of this round.
Yep.
Nice, Vic. job.
And now, NRG, 2 operators? 9 to 12, that's the call for them. Mata pushing up into main with that, but the pullback star into the drone. You can't exactly dodge away from this, so throws up the wall, has to run on through.
If this comes down to a retake, 2 operators is brutal.
You can never let it come down to retake. You have to fight forward. You can't back away from these lines.
So Mata has to do everything. An opportunity against the Jet, but the dash. Already Oxy in deep, but through the smoke. Excellent. Stuns himself on the slide and somehow stays alive for a moment. He'll die finally. But that lockdown from Finesse is good.
Look at the minimap. Net is running into connector. There's Vic going into Art. This map is about to blow up. Energy have read it. 2 players already proceed the rotate into the A site. Finesse is aware of what's going down and even choosing to have Psalm push forward into A main to greet these 2 players.
Psalm must get a kill here. Honestly, he needs more than that. He has to shut down this front of the approach, but he's already been seen by Oxy. In the smoke he goes. Trying to find an opening, worried about the pinch which is soon to come, but his team is so far away.
30 seconds left.
It has to be just him. But they've wrapped around, and they know exactly where Psalm is from behind. Oxy deals with him. And now it's Ethan and Finesse to try and save this round. Finesse, knife in hand, now pushing forward into the cage. And Ethan still across the map.
He's got a gun now at the very least, but still, Finesse needs to act quicker than Ethan's presence will allow.
And Vic is just waiting. A pull on the spike to end the round. Finesse has to make his move soon, but Nets wrapped all the way through. Still, Finesse gets ahead of it. That's one, but now this flank becomes more and more of a problem. Finesse is going to try and pull. They're trying to body block. Can they succeed? Finesse is still sticking, but there's a swing in from main and a pitch from Oxy. Cloud 9. Third time is not the charm. Yet again, they beat NRG, and they start their stage 1 with yet another win.
Even after faltering in that opening map, I mean, it looked like a tear gap after map 1. But what we saw from them in map number 2, Net, he was so active, right? How loud was this guy up on stage, just having such a good time. Zeppa constantly performing map after map 2.
And after a rough start to the series, a rough kickoff, Oxy comes up huge. 24 kills, 300 ACS. On the map 3 where he mattered the most.
Yeah, look, once Oxy's on the Jet, once he's upping or outlawing or marshalling or whatever, it doesn't matter. This guy is going to be absolutely frying in server. That was on full display here.
C9 is one of the most doubted teams in this league, consistently. But they're proving yet again that their kickoff win against NRG, that was no fluke, that was no accident.
Yeah.
Remember, these are the group stage demons. They are always good.
True.
At the beginning of a season like this.
Also, yeah, again, C9, they got knocked out early in kickoff, but that was the most fraudulent bracket they ever drew. This team had to play G2 and then MIBR, number 1 and number 3. Nah, this team's here to play this stage 1.
That they are. A real tough pill to swallow, though, for NRG. The highs were great. They looked so good in that first map. It looked like they were finally going to live up to the promise that we were deprived of in kickoff. It was not up to task in these second 2 maps. I love the way that Zeppa and Oxy played together in this game, especially on defense, when they were retaking in, Zeppa taking these aggressive times to teleport as Oxy's dashing on the other side. It was such a great twist on that T1 comp that we saw at Bangkok.
Exactly, and it wasn't like C9 was trying to play like crazy rounds either. It was just very solid sort of tag team valor, putting those 2 players next to each other, constantly winning in their fights.
Yeah, you got to credit Mitch as well. I think having some really good calls throughout the attacking side, really putting it to Finesse.
Had a great work of it, especially when those rounds got like crazy towards the end as well. Like both teams are trying to do these constant pivots back and forth. It was just C9 with that edge time and time again.
And that was a very important game for them. Their strength of schedule is difficult in this group, but they have started things off with this win against NRG. And now we're very lucky to have Zeppa standing by with Dryad for your Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you, guys. It was a close map number 3, but it's Cloud9 who get the win. Can we hear it for Zepa after a very, very close series? It was insane. And Zepa, you won against Energy in Kickoff. Now you win once again. But something that we noticed in map number 1 and map number 3 was those Energy defense setups were really annoying to deal with. So how did you do it to close out this last map?
I mean, their game plan to start defense. I think their defense are very good. I think they're a very fundamentally well team all around. And I mean, after it was good that we started great on the attack side. Gave us like enough rounds to like find out what they like to do. You know, like have a mid-game adjustments, and I think that helped.
And something that I want to talk about as well is you have played throughout your career so many different agents. We've seen you in the Duelist, we've seen you in Sentinel, Controller, we've seen everything, but this is the first time that we see the Yoru. So what is it like for you to play the Yoru, especially when you're alongside one of the best Duelists that we have in the league with Oxy?
It's always great to have an excuse to run it down and just like, you know, just have it like run it down, flash, peek with my teammates, and I have Oxy, of course, who dashes in, and if I do go in first, he's getting 3. You know, that's the plan. It's my job is easy. I just flash, run in, and hope for the best.
And I mean, the hoping for the best, it worked out for this win. Something that we noticed too is there was a lot of standing up, there was a lot of yelling, a lot of hyping up. Is this also one of the focuses that you have on the stage 1? Just have more energy and make sure that that's a way that you're playing that mental game against the enemy. I think it's always been a focus with like every iteration of the team. I think everybody needs to have that person or have somebody to have that energy to, especially to bring up your teammates. I will say it was one of the focus for sure, and it helped that the enemy team started it first. So, I mean, we only brought it back. Yeah, you're just answering back. I get it. And okay, next match is going to be against Leviathan. So tell me, how do you feel about them? They made some recent roster changes. Rossi's going to be on the team. So is there a rivalry there? What is it?
I mean, every game is also fun. I feel like Energy is probably a rivalry from everybody's perspective, and I'd say us too. It's obviously, it's going to be fun to play against Rossi and everybody else on the team. I think NoCom and Tex. But I mean, I'm excited to play matches every week now instead of waiting for a couple months. So that's that.
We're really excited to see Cloud9 as they continue to play on these matches. Thank you so much, Shiba, for the interview.
Thank you.
This is everything that we have for the very soon post-match interview, and we'll send it back to you guys.
I've got a bunch of different mice.
When you find the one, you know it's the one.
저는 이게 제일 좋은 것 같아요.
Look at this. Isn't this perfect?
누가 만들었는지 알려주는 것도 같이 들어있고.
This mouse is ready for a fashion show.
It's Pulsar by me.
It's by me.
It's Pulsar by you.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Nossa partida agora contra a KRU já tá virando clássico, né?
Essa paranoia no cantinho, tenta parada em cima, o Twitch já tirou o primeiro, tirou o segundo, pancada, tá na tua mão! É vitória do Brasil, rapaziada!
Creo que es la tercera vez que nos enfrentamos, ya sabemos cómo juegan y obviamente un poco lo que sentimos todos, ansiedad, nervios, pero en la partida se van saliendo.
En contra de Shai, dale Shai, dale Shai, dale Shai, en contra de Kawansi, que se abre, que la
¡Vamos! El valor latino, amigos, la sangre latina surge en el mejor momento posible.
Yo creo que Pancada es un jugador demasiado frío y obviamente también tiene ahí que es campeón del mundo.
Vai por encanto, pancada, aproximando, deu a cara, o adverso foi eliminado, passou a paranoia, o TP do pancada para poder correr. Pancada, acho que é gente pra cima, encara o round anterior, de novo.
Kesner, ele é tipo um ótimo duelista, ele tem muito talento individual, então é sempre um jogador perigoso, tem que estar atento nele.
Ay, 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 que me apaguen a Twitch. Bien, Kesner. Por dos, por tres. Aparece Kesner.
Loud contra a KRU já vem rolando há um tempo, já tem essa rivalidade, então vai ser com certeza mais uma grande partida aí para esse campeonato.
E é isso, a gente tem muita certeza do que a gente é capaz, só chegar lá e amassar esses caras y colocar eles no lugar deles y é o suficiente pra gente.
Mis sensaciones contra el partido de lado obviamente son altas. La verdad es que estoy emocionado por volver a enfrentarme contra ellos. Así que nada, quedan el mejor.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Americas and our second match on this opening day of Stage 1. We got KRU Visa going up against Loud and facing off for the third time this year. Of course, I'm Golden Boy alongside Brendan Wyatt. Now, here's the thing. We did a Groupology earlier that really rattled us and shaked us to our core, okay? But this time around, we figured we'd take care of the other half of the field in the next segment of Groupology! See, look at that. The performance, you got to add into it. All right, so Bren, this time around, you are going to handle the Alpha group and hopefully aren't as insane as our colleague.
No, I mean, 11-1 is just some diabolical behavior.
Just don't get it. You just don't see the vision.
Behavior, but that's all good.
That's
okay,
fine.
what have we got? A minute on the clock? All right, I'm going to start off with a potential hot take. Let's do 100 Thieves at #1.
Not a hot take. I agree with you, actually.
agree with that?
That's not a hot take.
I'm with you.
Okay,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Yeah.
100 Thieves, I think,
with
are going to be favored. You already seen the second team I've selected, so I'm not
Where are
going
they
to
going?
sugarcoat it. I'm doing Loud #2, baby.
Okay,
Listen, I believe in Digizine. I believe in that team to actually do pretty well, I think, week to week in terms of the prep, twist and turn, and that sort of stuff. I'm going to go for Send #3. I think they're going to be trying to get over a bit of chemistry issues. They've said themselves. They're going to be trying to get over some chemistry issues. What about 30 seconds?
That's a hot take to some. I don't despise this. In fact, I think he's playing it a little bit too safe.
He's playing a little too safe?
Too safe? I mean,
you a punk?
EG4.
All right, well, now we're getting...
You think this is a hot take?
Are we getting silly?
Go on, explain yourself.
I think KRU perform better in tournament systems rather than week-to-week kind of group stage systems.
So you're saying they won't even get to the tournament system?
I think if EG are given a week to prep, they're going to do well, and then obviously, unfortunately, 2G, you're going to be left at the bottom. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. That's it. That's my group.
There, but
I disagree with KRU. I don't think they should be 5th.
Yeah, I think that's diabolical, actually.
But you know what, though? The 100 Thieves one, that one is kind of base, and I actually do.
That's another team that's going to perform well, I think, in groups.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and check in on KRU Visa and hear from the IGL Adverso, who spoke with Dryad earlier today.
Yeah, we're so supportive of Brent. Look at how you treated me. Crazy.
I'm here with Adversa ahead of match 2 of Stage 1. And Adversa, something that we saw Adam say on social media is that the team is looking good ahead of the split 1. So can you tell us what the preparation has been like?
Yeah, we train a lot in the off season. I think we have to adapt against the meta. I think we do a really good job with that, and we are very confident because we have good results in the scrims, and I'm very confident for today.
Good scrims, and something that we've seen you talk about as well is that in the last few matches of Kickoff, you found yourself and you were feeling more confident, feeling more like yourself, and what we see and we're used to seeing you on stage. So now that you found yourself on Kickoff, are we about to see Prime Adverso for this split?
Yeah, you're gonna see Prime Adverso because I work a lot on myself. I I have to adapt in this league. It's really hard because all players are good, but I have to make my own story, and I'm ready for that.
I'm so excited to see the story. Best of luck today.
Bars. Absolutely. Love to hear it there. Adverso dropping it, letting us know he's got to make his own story. That starts here today. Well, Kickoff, KRU lost their opening match to Loud, but then they made a big lower bracket run, and they got the revenge on Loud, and also they were able to finish fourth, scoring a championship point in the process. Here is your KRU roster, and here was the journey that this squad took. And fellas, we came into this season unsure of what we were going to get from this KRU roster, but Wyatt, we definitely were pleasantly surprised, but also it made sense because these guys played so good at the closeout of last year too.
I, coming in, actually really had high hopes for KRU, and then was thrown off by their opening struggles. But then they rallied back, and especially, I felt once they started integrating some of the new agents, when you got Shy on Vice, when they were getting a little bit more experimental, and individually, they started to heat up, especially like Melser, Shy, aforementioned.
Yep.
That's when they turned it around.
For KRU, for me, honestly, the word that defines them is momentum, because they are such a confidence-driven, momentum-based team where after that 2G game in Kickoff, they just went on an absolute heater and a tear, because so much of their gameplay doesn't come down to maybe occasionally a twist in the turn with a comp that they're playing, and it throws other teams for a loop, but they don't have fancy ideas. It's the gunplay, it's the foundations that they build their success upon, and that comes from confidence and them taking fights, and that's why I consistently, over and over again, I will say that KRU, they're always going to perform better in a tournament system, in a tournament function. When it goes to week, though, this is where you might start to see alarm bells ringing, I think, because the little twists and turns that they throw in that might throw off teams over the course of a tournament where you don't have time to counter-strap them, doesn't work too well on a week-to-week basis, in my opinion.
Okay, what do you make of that, Wyatt?
I think maybe the inverse of that is the fact that they just play some honest meat and potatoes. They're not going to overcook on a week-to-week basis. They may not.
It's hard to burn a stew. You know what I mean?
They don't try too hard to switch things up, which can be a downside. But you know,
bit of turmeric.
You don't overheat. You don't overheat.
You know who makes a damn good stew? Melzer. I heard in the streets they were talking about it. But of course, Melzer, kept focusing on him for a moment there. This guy, genuinely, jokes aside, consistently good. He's brought so much to the table for this team, and that is going to be something, Brent, to your point that you were talking about with the week-to-week, you are going to need someone to be consistent, but the question is whether or not can they do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering with this KRU team, I think, is if they get a cold start every other week and teams are given the opportunity to look at their prior maps and see what they've been running, because honestly, a lot of their successes did come from the little twists and turns, where it's Shy playing Vice on Bind, which obviously isn't in the map pool anymore, but those little tweaks that they made overall to the metagame, at this point in the season, the meta is kind of solidifying, and players know what to play, teams know what to play. You're not going to get away with that as much, and it does come down to the heroics for a team like KRU. But you're right, to be honest, Wyatt. They are a meat and potatoes team. They live and breathe and thrive off those fundamentals.
I will say briefly about Melser as well. He has had a bizarre career.
Really?
The crazy ups and downs, the sometimes IGLing, then being like, I don't want to IGL anymore because I want to focus on my individual play. Sometimes looks like he can't hang with the rest of the pack. And then in Kickoff, he's dropping like 26 for 8, just taking over games completely, hitting insane clutches. Like, very bizarre career trajectory, but it's kept them fun to watch. It keeps this KRU team fun to watch as well.
They don't need bizarre today. They need consistent, because on the other side of the field, they're going up against Loud. And coming into 2025, some people rank this Loud team very, very low. But
who was that?
Who did that? I'm there only as a supportive person. It's mostly these two knuckleheads, but I have nothing to do with it.
I thought you were throwing shade at Plat Chat when you were saying this.
I thought
I didn't realize that they did it on the official broadcast.
You know what's funny? When we actually did the rehearsal, I genuinely thought we were talking about Plat Chat. So yeah, but look how far down Loud is there.
I'm gonna.
Where did Plat Chat put Loud?
I wouldn't have done that. I put them at the bottom because in the off season, they genuinely did not look good on any account. Within the regional tournaments in Brazil, they were worse than 2G. They were the worst team of all the VCT teams. And then they come in and completely flip the script. And they're, a matter of fact, they're actually the best Brazilian. Well, they almost were the best Brazilian team. And then MIBR picked things up. But
it's getting a lot more competitive.
They look way better.
Yeah, it's getting a lot more competitive, in that region. But also, it's been great for us here in the Americas as well. But this Loud team, though, Bren, coming into this one, no one really gave them that time of day in the beginning. But now you got Loud that have established themselves. But you remember in the opening video, Pancata was saying, hey, we're fine being the underdogs. We're fine with people discounting us.
And the pieces are clicking, I think, for this squad as well, because they've been, at least in Kickoff, they were really empowering Digizine, like making sure that he could play roles that he was comfortable with, putting an op into his hands when he's playing the Jet as much as possible.
Yeah.
But for a player like Pancata as well, who we saw glimpses of there, he's had a rough time of it as well. Like, you got to imagine, he's spoken quite candidly about his time playing in Los Angeles as well on a team that wasn't Brazilian speaking or Portuguese speaking and having struggles there. But now he's back in a team where he's feeling more comfortable. It shows. It's made manifest, I think, in terms of his gameplay. And when all the pieces are clicking, this Loud team, they're a dangerous team. They're a dangerous squad. They're going to be able to go toe-to-toe, especially if you don't bring in anything too special to the game ahead of time, which KRU, I don't think you're going to be seeing too many twists in terms of the gameplay. Could be wrong with that one.
Could be wrong.
But if Loud go pound for pound in terms of just raw gameplay, it comes down to fundamentals, that gunplay, Loud should have I think they should have the edge, personally.
Well, when I do think of that gunplay there, the person that pops into my mind immediately is the Aura King, the man himself, Digizine, the man who I want to be when I grow up. He actually had an opportunity to catch up with Triad earlier on today. Let's take a look.
So much older than him.
Hey guys, I'm here with Digizine. I've hit up the second match of stage 1. And Digizine, the score right now against KRU is 1-1, as we saw in Kickoff. What were the lessons that you learned after you got eliminated by them to make sure that you win today?
Cara, eu acho que a gente aprendeu uma coisa muito importante, que é entrar mais ligado no nosso jogo. Querendo ou não, a gente ficou um pouco apagado e os caras são talentosos, então eles aproveitaram bastante esse meio que apagão nosso. Hoje vai ser totalmente diferente, a gente se preparou melhor. A gente identificou alguns erros que estavam acontecendo na nossa equipe, tanto de comunicação, estilo de jogo, mudamos bastante coisa. Então é isso.
We learned a lot. I think we learned that we have to pay more attention, be more focused when starting the game. They have a lot of talents over there, so we also worked on communication and bringing the tactics to the game.
And I know it, you know it, and everybody knows that there's a rivalry with KRU, and you talked about it recently. Is that rivalry gonna fuel you to win the match today?
Cara, eu vou ser bem honesto. Deus tá tocando no meu coração para não falar o que eu queria. Eu sinto alguma coisa, isso é fato, mas não vou deixar que isso transpareça novamente de uma forma negativa. Deus ama todo mundo, e é isso.
Well, I'm gonna be very honest. God touched me, so I'm not gonna say what I really think. But you know, just God loves everyone. That's it.
There's nothing else to say. Back to you guys.
Oh boy! Oh boy!
Listen, I'm going to say what I really think.
Take the high road.
I don't know what that is.
Very valid.
Very valid. I can tell you right now, the translations.
Yep. No, that was very mature of him. And that's why he's the man that you want to become.
Yeah.
For moments like that.
It's the Duolingo was coming up clutch for me there a few times. It was great. In any case, though, folks, let's continue forward and keep the conversation going about Digizine, because Wyatt, this guy, he really does bring a lot to this team. Whether it's the slays, whether it's his confidence, he has a lot.
And it's definitely the opping. He was insane with that weapon during Kickoff. And I was kind of talking when we were on Melser that he's had an odd career trajectory. Digizine's past few years have been tumultuous as well. He had his debut with Furia in the first year of VCT, and he finished in the middle of the pack of duelists. Definitely had some big high matches though, especially early on. But last year wasn't in the league. He was competing in challengers in Brazil, and the team he was on, they didn't make it to Ascension. They won, I believe it was Split 1, and then they fell off hard. And wasn't necessarily expecting him to get right back into the league, have an opportunity like this. I think his career was a bit in question, but he showed out. He's showing that he more than deserves to be here.
Yeah, no, and if anything, we are getting spoiled with this one because we're going to get Digizin going up against Keznit. I mean, you heard the guy in the video, right? I mean, he's talking about himself. He's a god, for goodness sakes. This is going to be an excellent game. This is going to be an excellent matchup here. Keznit, every single time we have a crew matchup, we talk about Keznit because he's just that guy. Yeah. He's an X factor for this player, Bren. He brings it every single time he's in the server. But to kind of what we were talking about, how does this play out going up against a very game loud?
Well, I think, listen, Digizin is, taking that high road in terms of this rivalry that is between him and Keznit. I respect that. There's a lot of maturity there in the ways that he's handling it. But I can tell you right now, he's not going to be taking that recent loss that they had to Crew lying down. They are going to be coming back into this game, and Digizin in particular, I think, in terms of this head-to-head, he's going to be wanting to just put out absolute fire against this guy because he knows they can go toe-to-toe with him. They already bested him at the beginning of Kickoff before they ended up playing that rematch once more, and Keznit got the better of it once more. But either way, it's going to be explosive. Might even be messy at times, but I am really looking forward to it, genuinely.
One of the cool things as well, as we're heading into such a defined meta, is that these are two guys who weren't playing Yoru, they weren't playing ISO. They're on the good old-fashioned Jet and Raze, and I wonder if they're going to try and just stick to that or try and lean into some of the agents that are really prevalent for duelists.
What does it tell you?
Comfort, meat and potatoes. Genuinely, we're back to the honest meat and potatoes crew value.
No gravy?
Yeah.
We're not adding gravy? Maybe maybe broccoli on the side?
I'd be a bit concerned.
Fiber?
I would hope they need the fiber.
What?
Fiber?
What?
The fiber haters on the broadcast?
Drink your fiber, people.
That'll hurt you. That'll hurt you later on in age.
That'll hurt you.
That'll hurt you.
All right. Well, look. Let's move forward, though. More players, of course, to highlight on this team. Crazy enough to say this, though, because we've been following his career literally since he came into the VCT, but a mainstay of this loud lineup. A veteran now, I would say. Kawanzin has been on this team for a couple seasons now at this point. But the thing about this guy in particular, though, is that he's always just been a reliable hand for this team. And I think that something like this paired with a very angry, very ready to go loud Wyatt, I think very much can be a recipe for success for them.
Absolutely. I was really impressed by him in Kickoff. He was untradeable. In all of his clips you're watching, he was multi-kill Marvin. No one could actually trade him. It was insane. The amount of times he would come up, getting the first, swing comes in from the second guy, he wins the duel again. That was one of the best tournaments I think he's ever had, genuinely.
Yeah, for sure as well. It feels like only yesterday as well, we were talking about Kawanzin being a rookie coming in.
It's crazy.
Roster as well, but that's just showing the young status, I think, at this point. Just talking about that, rolling back the years, wondering like,
whoa, I remember back then.
What happened to the team I love? But no, he looks good. He was looking good in Kickoff, and if they keep this going, the thing with Loud is I'm so high up on this team, just inherently, because when the pieces do click, when everyone is playing in top form, when you see Prime Pancada, Prime Kawanzin, Digizin in this top performance as well, because you were talking about Digizin's history, I don't think he should have ever left Tier 1 personally, with the way that he played on Fury. He was the standout player back then for them in pretty much their entire takeaway from that year. So I'm high up if the pieces come together, and so far I've seen evidence of that, because everyone had low expectations for them, but they performed above and beyond, I think, at Kickoff, even though they did end up falling below where they probably wanted to.
Yeah, no, of course. Now, earlier, though, we did get an opportunity to talk with Keznit about Pancada, a player that he's had an opportunity to face many times in his career. Let's check it out.
Yo creo que Pancada es un jugador demasiado frío y obviamente también tiene ahí que es campeón del mundo. Fue uno de los mejores jugadores que en mi época, o sea, en mi tiempo, que yo creo que fue una de las piezas más importantes junto a Aspas. Creo que es un jugador que le da mucha calma al equipo, por lo que he visto también en las redes. Siempre trata de como calmar a los jugadores de lado. Creo que es un muy buen compañero de tener. Y nada, obviamente bacán enfrentarse a gente que, no sé, por ejemplo, a él que ha sido campeón del mundo y darlo todo contra él, porque es como uno de los rivales a vencer.
An ice cold player indeed. Lots of respect there. We'll see what happens. But let's.
This is sickening.
This
is making me sick to my
address
stomach.
The elephant in the room here.
This is making me want to change my pred. I don't think anyone genuinely believes that this is one-sided who predicted for Crew.
No.
It just so happens we all went for Crew.
I just feel good about KRU. I don't know. I just picked KRU. I don't know. Does that make me crazy?
I like this KRU roster a lot, and I'm excited to see more of Adverso as well. He was fantastic in Challengers in the Ascension tournament. He started ramping up in Kickoff, but I think he's got more to show. He's trying to finish his story, whatever he said.
Okay, Cody Rhodes, relax.
Something like that. I don't know what he said, man.
Yeah.
But it got me hyped up.
It was cold at the time.
It went hard.
10 minutes ago.
10 minutes ago.
But Brent, you were the sole loud choice.
Yeah.
Sure you were?
I've already spoken to Def about it, man, because honestly, the pieces are clicking for this team. There's been a long break since we last saw these teams compete. I could be pleasantly surprised in terms of them choosing to experiment, but I have more confidence in Loud on a week-to-week basis that they're going to come in with very good ideas. They've had a long time to prep as well. They're going to come out strong here into this matchup here today. That's my gut reaction, my gut feeling with this one, because KRU, they're just a momentum-based team. I don't want to have to keep rehashing the same points I was making.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's true. They are a momentum-based team, but could the story change? A lot of talk about stories today. Well, we'll see how it all plays out. Turn the page on the next chapter. I don't know. Use a book reference. Who cares? Point is, let's send it down to the stage. Let's bring out our two squads.
Bruh. Hey.
All right, let's go ahead and bring out your first team to the stage. Feeling the music. It's KRU Visa. And got to give a special shout out to the KRU that's in the crowd. The squad that's always rolled deep for the KRU team every single time, showing their support for the boys here.
Some of the most passionate fans.
Yeah,
you gotta love them.
Yeah.
And the song is a bop.
It's the hips are moving. You can't see us right now, but the hips are moving behind this desk.
Get me in the club.
GB's got a lot to shake.
I do. I got a lot to shake. Baby. Puerto Rican, you know what I'm saying? All right, let's go ahead and bring out your next team to the stage. You know them, you love them. It's Loud. And Loud have a lot on their shoulders, but I think this is a squad that is more than ready to meet the moment. They have some heavy hitters on this team, guys who've been on it for a minute, world champions, everything you could possibly ask for, all the goods, Brent.
Walkout music that makes me want to run through walls. I mean, it's just this Loud team, I'm telling you. They do have it all, and I've got high hopes for them still for this particular matchup here. I really do hope that we see them put their best foot forward here in a matchup against KRU. I know that they're not going to like that KRU bested them the last time they ended up playing once more. This is really kind of cementing itself almost. Listen, I don't like calling rivalries too early, but there is a rivalry here. Just in terms of the history between the players and the teams.
Yeah, we've been doing this for a couple years. Yeah. There's a rivalry. Here you go. Here are your series layout, your bands, Ascent, Icebox, Pearl, and Lotus. But your maps, you have Fracture and Haven, and if necessary, we will take a trip to Split. Fracture and Haven. Interesting.
This is a beautiful map pool.
Yeah, this is an honest map pool.
Maps to get in.
These are like three of my favorite maps.
Love Fracture, love Haven, love Split. I'm here for it.
I'm not mad about any of this.
No.
What a great day.
And I'm curious as well about what we're going to see in comp-wise. I mean, Fracture should be pretty par for the course, I think, in terms of what these teams are playing, unless we see that experimentation. But Neon is becoming a bit of a staple as well. I remember Digizine's Neon. I don't remember the last time we saw him bring it out, but that used to be a staple in terms of what he could run. It's one of the reasons I've been so high up on the guy, is in terms of his flexibility on those duelist positions. So we could see them flex a little bit into that some more.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see Keza just playing Raze. Good old-fashioned Fracture activity. I'm also definitely expecting these teams to both be on the Teo Breach stuff. Lab were actually one of the first teams to bring it in Kickoff. They were off the jump running it. Where KRU, they never really leaned into it, but at this point, you have to expect they're going to, right? They're not a team that's going to be playing double duelist in my mind.
I took a look.
Who would even...
I saw the comps.
Was it Teo?
There's some Teo. There's Teo in the mix.
I mean,
it's not much of a spoiler.
You want another one? Brimstone? Brimstone on Fracture. Oh, who's expecting that?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh, we'll see what happens when players take a seat. We'll get ready with that agent select and get moving with that. But, you know, there is certainly going to be you know, it's the start of the season, so if there is a trip you'd rather happen here than any other point in the season. But man, it just feels like between these two games in this particular match and KRU already having that point would be massive for them to add second.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a bloodbath, though, to be honest. Fracture just inherently lends itself towards it. These two teams are not going to be shying away. They love to take fights, to be honest, as well. I will say that. Straight up, the honest Valorant, that meat and potatoes that we keep referring to as stew is simmering.
The stew is simmering, man.
We
need to settle what the meat and potatoes are. Are we throwing it in the oven? Or are we putting it in a stew? Or
Stew. Send it to the stew.
Put it to the stew, bro.
I'm just meat, potatoes, garlic, turmeric, good for the gut biome.
I'm with it, you know, with some nutrition, some good old-fashioned nutritional advice here on the analyst desk.
Talking about bananas.
That bracelet is shining. What the? This is aura-maxing for sure.
I hope that the weight of that bracelet doesn't affect the aim or the movement. Was that his left or his right?
That was the left.
Okay, so he should be good. Should be good. But his left arm is probably jacked.
Honestly, that might be why he has such a slow sense. He's weighed down. He has one of the slowest mouse sensitivities of any player in this league. It is pretty wild to watch him.
Yeah, and you see him play, and it doesn't feel like that, you know? Like, the guy moves so quickly out there. Now, of course, we do have a little bit of a delay up there. I know you guys can kind of see, you know, our staff working with the loud guys there to get things sorted out. Once we have everything all ready to go, we will jump into the matchup, and we thank you all so much for your patience today. Obviously, you know, it's the first day, you know?
Yeah, what else are we adding to the stew, though? That's what's important.
I mean, brother, you gotta put some onions in there. You know, you gotta put some onions.
Onion, of course.
Yeah,
garlic.
Garlic.
Throw that one in.
Yeah, you're big on the turmeric, though.
Turmeric. I mean, a little splash of
it
turmeric.
It stains a lot of the kitchen, just so you know.
We have agents. We got agents.
That is exactly what I expected.
Yeah, it is.
Happy to see more Shy on the Vice.
Yeah, he was great on that.
Demonic on that agent, and I don't think I'll ever see Kesna not play Raze on a map where Raze is good. I don't know. I'm not mad at that.
I'm a little sad no Wayle, though.
He's goated.
I'm a little sad. I know we weren't going to get it, but, you know. A boy can dream.
And we did sit in there as well. So
hey,
called it out.
Listen, Digizine used to be also demonic on this agent. It was a staple for him back in the day. And part of that flexibility was why I've always rated him pretty highly. I was surprised to see him not have a place in the league in prior years. But here and now, the Neon on Fracture, what I do know is you're going to be able to take fast fights rapidly, following the noise cues on Fracture, whether on defense or attack. It's going to be hard to keep up with that pace, I think, as well. KRU are going to be tested in terms of the fundamentals of how they are fighting back against it. Just every time I see a Neon play, and we've literally just seen Cloud9, the exact same thing.
That's what I was about to say. The way that Cloud9 were able to flood back into those sites on defense so rapidly, it was booming. NRG, and then obviously the
how many booms?
Crazy face.
How many booms,
bro? That's got to be done by now, right?
By now?
It's over yet.
Yeah, probably. If I do it, it's over. So let me not do it. Let me not kill it for the people out there. No, yeah, there is definitely something to be said about what we saw in that C9 game and how I can maybe tell the story of what we could end up getting in this one. But also factoring in, right, these two teams, very different, very, you know, the way that they approach the game, you're probably going to be different in this situation.
It's honest Valorant. Fracture is also going to be leaning its way to that one as well, because you're almost incentivized just to be taking map control constantly as a defending team. You always want to be pushing out, at least clearing up one of the question marks on the map, taking some space so you can make either a retake easier or maybe get a pick-off, turn it into a 5v4 at some point as well. It's a fun map to watch when the teams are leaning into how aggressive you really can be, which I think both of these teams should be.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without
absolutely.
A doubt. Do want to let everyone know real fast, though. Another, you know, we got that little delay if you're just joining us. Don't worry, we're going to be jumping to the action very quickly. You see the players getting loaded up into the game. Go ahead, Wyatt. Sorry about that.
What was I going to say? Oh, no.
Topsy-turvy camera movement. I'm not going to front. Gave me a headache. But see what happens. Next time. Oh, man.
I was actually going to mention earlier, though, we haven't really spoken about Vinny, but I was impressed by him back in Kickoff. He even had some solid individual maps coming in as an IGL for the first time in Americas. A lot of pressure on him. And then reuniting with Pancata and Digizine. Those three were teammates together way back in the day.
Yeah.
If we want to get the tomes out. Way back
You want to get the
2021.
stone tablets out. Back in the olden days, DGZ played with Pencata. You can find those tomes in the
That'll come
mountaintop.
up on Valorant Trivia.
Indeed, indeed. All right, folks. Well, you don't have to hear us yap anymore. Let's send it over to your casters to get into the action. It's my boys. You got Riv and Vansili on the call.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And guy, we are eating good today. According to the desk, there is so much meat and potatoes in this game we'll eat for years.
No potatoes for me. I just started keto last week, so unfortunately just meat, but it's still gonna be good, right? It's still gonna be good. The thing is, though, we're talking about KRU and Loud now. It's already the third time that they've met or they're meeting against each other.
This year.
Just in this year in 2025. Although the last game was unfortunately a loss for Loud, that might leave a little bit more of a sour taste because that was the game that got them eliminated into the kickoff playoffs, and also it didn't allow for them to get top 4 to guarantee an extra point into the championship race.
That's going to sting a little bit, right? You're thinking kickoff is a point where we can get our points and we'll do good, and they just fall to KRU in the end. Des was talking about a big point on that is Melzer plus 20 throughout that series of their lower bracket 3 running kickoff. So if he can bring that with the momentum of what KRU usually does in the beginning of their maps, I think they could start off pretty good, but that's all speculation.
That's
we got to get
definitely
into
the
the
thing
game.
that could really stop Loud to have a good start. But the good thing is that we're starting off on Fracture, a map that these two teams have not played at all in 2025. In fact, it was actually a permaban for KRU and for Loud, if not being that second ban. So yes, although we go into the quote-unquote meat and potatoes of this map, and it's just a standard comp pretty much on both sides. Exactly. But at the same time, for the coaching staff and what they could develop throughout the pause that they had between Bangkok and now, they could still develop some good strategies with these compositions.
All right, wall's about to drop. Let's see where we're going. We were watching Digizine, a few of those Haven clips where he was able to run the operator and run KRU last time they played. So on the Neon here, it's going to be much more in your face. I'll be interested to see if they actually try to get that big purchase on him as we look towards A to start things off here.
And you're already seeing how KRU are very, very active around the map on the defensive side, something that was their signature going into the kickoff.
Quick kills coming down through halls, still going for the trade though. Melzer's going to try to stand tall as DG is there to clean up the last one. Limping about, and Kalazine comes up with a big frag there, instantly solidifying the last one onto Shy as he was trying to rotate into the site. So all towards A, a little bit of split between north and south side there, and Loud come up pretty clean on that first pistol.
And it's a great start and a strong start that you want from the Loud side, the Loud camp. And when you're looking also at the head-to-head of these two teams, we're also mentioning at the desk or even in the community itself during this kickoff period that these two teams weren't too elaborate in terms of their compositions. KRU played a little bit more traditionally. Loud maybe tested out a little bit of the Tejo and Breach until they went back into like a Sky on that split map. But now you see here the development of these two teams, what they're trying to bring out to the table after this month of practice. And once again, just a little bit of a stall in the beginning here from KRU just to make sure that they could control at least 1/4 of this map of Fracture and not really allow Loud to press forward in the beginning.
Interesting by Kalazine. Dips over to the other side of the ropes and threw his mollies out from that side. So KRU sees mollies now from top side to Tejo Salvo, and they come back to the south side now. So they're wondering what's the arcade play, what's going to happen when Loud is really just here looking to attack from the bottom side.
And that's why they're still playing towards the spawn. You are playing an anti-eco. You want to make sure they're not pushing against you. Also on the attack side, Tui's is playing the Cypher, so he's playing the camera on the top side. And as soon as it gets broken, that's the call. The green button for Loud to hit towards an open site over towards A, which is great. They're still dotting their I's and crossing the T's to make sure that you clear towards the top site. But the post plan should be looking fairly easy here for the Loud side.
And they stick together. Weapons they want to be able to cover a trade. Okay, pull, next one. They're just skeet shooting out top as they try to come out of rope there. 3 for Vinny as the Vandals and Bulldog 2 come up big.
And you want to see that coming out from your IGL as well. Rookie year coming out for Vinny on the side where a lot of pressure and questions were coming in for this player. I mean, you've lost Sadak over on Loud side at the beginning of the year, and now Vinny steps in and he had some pretty decent calls going into kickoff. He had maybe one map that he was able to call well against the Sentinels, lost, but it's still a map that they got against them, and that brings that confidence. Now you're seeing that he's very clean on the shots too, and At least now in round number 3, it's not really looking like the strongest or a weak bonus for Loud. They have 4 rifles and a Bulldog against a full gun run from KRU, so it is about to get fairly bloody.
Yeah, KRU wants to go aggressive. They say, okay, we need info on what Loud is doing. If they're going to try these tricks around the map, already playing underneath Loud is towards the B side as they go to join with Tui's here through the arcade push. All right. Quick denial there. We saw Kesnet and team with the idea to already start orb farming onto A. So KRU's feeling good in the beginning of these rounds.
Even though that the wall has been popped and the orb has been picked up on the side of Loud, it hasn't triggered a rotation out of KRU yet until now finally the first wave of util comes out from the attack side just to say, hey, we're trying to create this pressure. Smoke's already coming out, and it seems as though from KRU's side though, they do want to play the retake.
These slow activations, right? We already see the Vice util being used, but it's a very slow walk in here as Vinny finally gets the positioning. The team's still quite on the outside.
Interesting. It wasn't really affected by all that util, but maybe the spam scared it a little bit. So that might falter with the lineups and the positions that they might have in a pulse plan for Loud.
We still have the molly down low. Oh, actually, Pancada's molly's down, so they'll just have the stimmy on that. Cowanzine, though, ready with the post plant, and now the attempt from KRU to come in. They're trying to deny the angles. They know where Pancada is. Oh, just the backs. The shots cannot be finalized right now. And those are very early salvos coming out that's trying to deny, but Loud's still going to be able to hit the shots as they move into the site, and KRU has no chance to find out where those shots are coming from.
A very strong pulse plan by Loud. Although you get the plan from Vinny that activated the Rolling Thunder pretty much, he was already taken down. So you're talking about these lineups, these post plant utilities that would be very good for both of these compositions, rather, in these post plants on Fracture. A key piece was already taken down. But the thing is, on a retake that you just saw here from KRU, they were missing a little bit of those smokes. They maybe didn't have any left, but there was just so many open angles that allowed Loud to set up good crossfires, good trades, and again, just a very clean pulse plant setup.
And see how they keep this going. If they're still doing distraction, again, Cowanzine throws the salvos off from the top side of the map and instantly rides the rope back, but another push, this time from B on KRU, and they are thwarted instantly.
And it's good looking on the side of Loud. They've tempoed different ways throughout these 4 rounds. A lot more defaulting in the very beginning. They played all the way back towards the spawn, but this time they wanted to disrespect the smoke that was dropped down by KRU on that side, just to let them know, hey, you can't start taking control here of your defensive side against us. Something, again, that they've been really good at. When KRU won that 2-0 against Loud, a lot of it was around the good rotations, the aggression that was coming out from KRU, the extremity control that was coming out from the side.
And they usually do it from the defensive side. It's like they're a little more comfortable on the retakes, how they play it here. They try the early part of the round. You got to give Loud credit for understanding there's going to be a bit of a push strategy coming through, and they handle it very well. There's going to be a Planet A and a wait out on these timers. So good positioning, good money right now here for Loud. They feel very comfortable, especially with where the ults are going to start hitting. They have Cowanzines coming up soon. So KRU is definitely going to have to formulate something, either on the retakes or figuring out that Loud's doing this Cowanzine salvo at the top of the map first to really throw them just for a loop in the beginning.
And the good thing about this position right now in the post plant for KRU, I mean, they're not going to die to spike. They're just looking for exits or just hopefully die to their opponents so they don't only save 1,000 credits into the next round. Maybe Mazzino wants to make sure that he saves at least a Vandal. Shy gets one, but at the end of the day, it's the time that you have to be able to discuss a little bit more going into the next rounds to try to salvage some rounds back on your defensive side. Because at this point, you're seeing that when KRU's trying to play this flood retake, there's not enough utility that allows for them to get safe haven passage into the start of the retake, and they're just getting fully punished by Loud. So this is why I think this is perfect here for Adam to call the timeout so they could start that conversation to see how they could leverage that a little bit more, how they could be a little bit more cohesive in these retakes. Because if not, this is looking to be a very one-sided Loud attack side.
And I wonder what he says, right? Because Vinny has actually kept Loud on the bottoms, the south side of Fracture the whole time. We've seen once Tui's kind of go through arcade and they met Tui's underneath B. But now they have the conditioning of hitting the sites from the south side. Will they start going more towards the top, playing with those salvos that Cowanzine has? So nice job by Vinny to kind of be able to make this work A-B just from that bottom.
Yeah, and if anything as well, KRU, when they were trying to go for the aggression, it was a lot on just 1/4 of the map.
True.
Remember the eco they had, they pushed towards the A side, and when they went for the second eco, they just had 3 players push down towards tree. That was all punished. But this is a perfect map that allows you to have a pincer maneuver on both sides, and you have a perfect composition to be able to do so for KRU on your defensive side. And you know, again, the aggression and how good KRU could be in these trade possibilities, trade capabilities, and the fundamentals of the teamwork.
Yeah.
They could definitely start dictating that pace a little bit more to show that they're not afraid of the scoreline that's being shown so far from Loud.
Cowanzine doesn't change a thing. Let's see if Loud tacks onto this. Actually, Tui's is going to be there this time too. So looking at KRU's side now, again, like you're saying, they go for this push, see if they can refine it just from that B side. They are going to meet up with Pankata, Vinny, and I believe DGZ over there. Oh, they had big plans for this.
Here's a pinch on the other side too. The drone's coming out, and thankfully you're playing from spawn, so the rope's good for you to rotate back.
Good pushes from both sides. A nice pincher in here as they finally get the aggression onto Loud, where Loud has to scramble. Now they're playing a little sweaty in this round as it's all the audible. They have to get themselves into a position now, and this push from Tui's could be the kingpin that turns it back in their favor.
Although they look like they're in a disadvantage, they have great utility to work with. Look at how far Tui's is pushed inside the spawn.
There's Rolling Thunder comes back through. Cowanzine turns. They're going to have ultimate there as well from Armageddon. If anything gets too sticky on this one, they use it right away, Vans. Oof. Again, Melzer looks for the shot. Cowanzine getting that. The trades just are not there for that man, and he'd probably get the second one with the way he's been playing. But now it's up to Adverso. These rounds, he has been able to clutch before, but at 2 HP, it is a very tall task. And the drone just waiting him out. They know he's behind the column, and they're waiting for the sound.
And there's not enough time. I mean, you got 2 HP, and at this point, Cowanzine's going to attempt to allow Adverso to save his weapon.
Okay.
Silver lining for that, at least, but just mentioning that position on the pulse plant. Unfortunately, a 5 versus 3 scenario that was lost by KRU, but it's because of that plant that came out from Vinny out towards the A site. He has a Rolling Thunder already propped up. You're playing in a range that you're setting up for the Rolling Thunder to do hero plays. This position, sorry, from Tui's doesn't allow for the rotate to happen. They might catch some players off guard with a knife out, but they already knew that there was going to be some sort of pressure coming back from A main because of the early pincer maneuver that was displayed by KRU. So very good heads-up calls by Vinny in the mid-round and into the pulse plant. That doesn't allow KRU to find any type of footing so far in this first half.
And that's another gun round down for them. See Kesnet trying to get some purchases in because of that money that's been kind of flowing into his pocket, but Loud has full control over this game. They almost feel that KRU is pushing themselves a little further to get these first shots, find the first bloods, and it is just coming up everything Loud. Spike's still down here as they just kind of default around, but they do have Cowanzine finally holding the top side of the map, and they didn't use those early salvos this time.
Yeah. And KRU's probably on their 7th page of their defensive strategies now into scenario C, another eco. At least I hear rifle in the hands of Kesnet from that weapon that was saved from the previous round from Adverso, but it's turtling up towards the B site, anticipating a push and a split towards B, but unfortunately the read wasn't correct. The stack wasn't at the right spot, but at least the rotation's quick enough for them to retaliate as soon as all of this utility from Loud gets expelled from the A site.
And I think fundamentals here for Loud is perfect, right? They're just stopping any angle that could be attacked. Fault line there over the rope. In goes Digizine and nobody can pressure it. They have the space. They rinse and repeat with simple utility to keep taking small areas. And it makes it so hard.
It is. There's a trip. There's a smoke. There's another smoke. There's not enough util from KRU to counter back as a team, and they're going to cross towards the finish line where, again, the crossfires are out from Loud.
Again, the backup for Pankata, if any trouble is had here on Sands, they're going to have the high-low, or literally front and back, if you will, and Team Ace coming in for Loud there as they are clicking here. 6-0 to start off on Fracture.
We were talking about how Loud potentially had a sour taste in their mouths. But the Des was talking about simmering and cooking, and I guess it tastes pretty good so far, a little 6-0 for the Loud side.
They've been doing so much work, and everything is being executed so quick. This one in eco, so they feel very comfortable to get into position, but they're set up to defend each other in these plays as well. You do not see Loud with their back to any angle KRU has. They're always a step ahead, and KRU cannot figure out how to stop that. Here, right past the salvos, and in again, it's Relentless coming in from Digizine. He's going to keep going there. Takes down Kesnet and Verso. A is clear again. Oh my gosh.
And you're facing 4 players. You're running outside of the smoke. There's 4 players there out from Loud just greeting you. Hello and goodbye. And now already potentially, yes, definitely goodbye from the A site. As you already see Shy and Melzer rotating back to save here. Weapons and ultimate. So we're talking about now potentially, thankfully, into the 7th round that you have ult cycles and weapons to work with. That could maybe be the saving grace for you to start and kick something up here for Crew side. But I think also the next step could potentially start bringing out an operator from Kesnet on the defense. But the thing that's good from Loud is how they're currently playing on the post plan, chasing for the kills. The economy continues to stay quite low on the side of Crew, where they can invest into these type of utility and weapons.
Right. I do agree. One of the ways to shut down somebody just screaming around the corner is with the that hard angle hold. We see Digizine kind of breaking the timing of what Crew wants in their defense each round there on Sands, but we end it B anyways. You see kills across the map as Loud as not just keeping it to one side here. They feel comfortable across the world right now on Fracture. It's going to be a Guardian buy-through for Crew here, so they can at least grab a round partial way through on this first half.
Loud good on protocols, Loud good on executions, Loud also very good at hide and seek, because they're just keeping, they're finding everybody. They're finding Crew hiding for these weapons, trying to save these weapons, and they're just taking it away from their hands.
This is Vinny and DJ's combo just seems unstoppable. Like anything happens, you get a quick flash, then you fault line, and Digi's trying to just absolutely collapse on whoever is stunned or flashed.
It's a great call.
They're so quick.
That's why they're staying as a duel right now, and staying as a combo just to try to find the information. The only thing here, though, is the pinch is coming on the other side.
It's worked once before. Crew has to be a little bit more active to find the results, and they do get Pancada down. Smokes being out is huge. They can kind of take a breath here if they want, but do they have the chance? They say forward. W is the only key on the keyboard right now, and they're going to hit some shots with Tui's with the outlaw goes 1-2 punch, and they turn it around real quick. 3v2 is Crew still. I take that back. Melzer falls Shy, and the kills coming in from Mazzino. Now it's just 1v1. Mazzino limping to safety here to figure out where Cowanzine could be coming from.
And you just saw that Crew went for a force buy into this round because of the ultimates that they had. Playing around Shy with the Steel Guard, and then the lurk under is just so nice from Cowanzine. Throughout all that chaos, when you're trying to pincer towards that bottom side again, as you've mentioned, Riv, they had some sort of success at the very beginning to control that space. But putting too many resources on that side just left the top side open, and Cowanzine just had a free roam, free little stroll around the site, and even towards the spawn to get the kill, and even finalized the 1v1 towards the end.
And like, what's bad about having Cowanzine be kind of a lurker? I mean, you have Breach on the other side as initiator. One of your initiators is also lurking as Tui's covering the other side.
Your salvos that could go anywhere.
Your salvos that can go anywhere. Cowanzine's going to clean that up just about every time. 8-0 now as Loud come out swinging in this map. And we see Crew start to focus the top side a little bit more with their power here.
Here's the other silver lining again. They only used one ultimate in the previous round from Crew that almost resulted in a round for the side. This time they have 3 ults. Kesnet is close to his. And they have decent control of Dish, where Cowanzine cannot get that lurk anymore. Activating the wall, this time you're still seeing Crew not really being proactive, as to finally you see the rotate out of Mazzino to help from the spawn, just to try to fight back here on this attempt of a control from Loud into Arcade. So good positioning at the very beginning, at least for Crew's side.
A lot of ultimates here for Crew to use to turn this one around. We just saw the Rolling Thunder picked up, however, by Vinny. So they break the first initial utility. That's going to make Digi happy to have a fly into sight be a little safer. And here comes the Rolling Thunder for the execution. Oh, Mazzino's going to get cooked up so bad by Pancada. Beautifully played on the entrance from the B connector. And now, again, it's just Loud looking for what angles Crew wants to try to peek from. Armageddon goes down on one side as well. Canteen's going to be cooked up along with Spawn, and this is just hell for Crew. If they can stave this off, the entry could be very good for them, but taking headshots through the wall, taking more shots from DG is just making it impossible.
At least we have here the Armageddon if he could get some space, but he's just stunned up at Verso.
Oh my gosh. Vans, relentless. They feel safe in every push, and those as well, just one by one, moving forward to get the last members of Crew. Fearless Loud in this map.
Yeah, the analyst Des forgot to talk about how you could actually nuke the cooking here, the meat and potatoes as the orbital strike and the fault line out towards that spawn, or should I say the rolling thunder towards that spawn, was perfect in terms of the execution. And it starts off very well. If you're looking at this composition on the side of Loud, you don't have any scans. So how do you actually get through the smokes as they're being dropped down by the defensive side? A simple camera being thrown by Tui's stayed with the team instead of lurking around and trying to watch the flanks. It clears up and opens up the site. They know now that KRU's playing a retake once again. That allows for them to have a smarter decision-making on how they could leverage their own attack side ultimates. And, dude, KRU right now, hopefully, Adam, with their last time out of this map, has some sort of solution, because Loud has not been showing too many string of hey, if it ain't broke, let's not fix it, continue the same type of hits. They're showing so many different facets of their attack side.
I think one of the big things, we just saw in that round too, so Digizine walks up, they get the Vice Wall, the Shear to come out, he fakes the orb to see if they can pull anything from tower, and then they give the Rolling Thunder away. Then they fake execute, and you see the Vines go out, you see the Flash go out, they wait for Vines to go away, and Digi has a free site to run in, right? They're just waiting out once they find where Shy is, his utility, and what else stops them in these sites? Nothing. Mazzino has to hit a perfect fault line or a perfect flash from when he's coming in to have it really affect Loud. So it seems like they're running free once they figure out where Shy is here. And it just cannot be stopped once they hit the site. Here towards the bottom, again, they leave, Loud leaves 2 on the top side. And they'll see if KRU makes a move first.
North side crunch.
They do.
Again, another into an eco. Guardian and Stinger is strongest weapons for KRU, but the ult is denied.
How long have they had this outlaw, my dude? Like, Tuis is just rolling through. He's banking money, not having to get anything else, and the outlaw continues to take down KRU, who is constantly put back on these low buy rounds. Okay, that one goes to Shy. Finally picks up one as they do try to take him out again, but it falls. It's always traded right now. And that one from Bankata is going to go ahead and clean up the last one. Yeah, that's the end of the round already. That's how fast they're happening, with 4 members of Loud alive. And there's kills and spawn happening. It's just absolute mayhem Loud's creating.
Almost the end of the half already. It's 10-0. At least, again, if I want to try to find something at least positive out of this for KRU, is not that.
Oh, man.
At least when you're seeing Shy playing towards the arcade boxes and he's being slammed by utility, he's still very good mechanically to pop the flash, swing, get the kill. So again, one of the key components into KRU's success from Kickoff going into now. And he's not, unfortunately, having good opportunities to even play the game so far because his teammates keep dropping on the other side.
Digi almost gets hit there. We see it split now. They kind of move the initiator away from Digi, but I think that was just util. We got to remember, Haven was 10-2 when they played first in the upper bracket. It could be a comeback from KRU on the second one, but Loud look like they're going to make that happen this time.
The thing is, a 10-2 was KRU being very good on the defensive side.
Oh, man.
And now we're on defense for KRU, and this is a 0-10. I think at least, if anything, Riv, you talked about Haven, that's the next map, so we can focus on that as well. that could be a silver lining for KRU to maybe push us into a third map, but right now at this point, it's almost a done deal. You're just hoping on going into the second half that there is some sort of strategy to at least be able to play a lot of post plant for KRU, because they have a perfect composition for it.
They do. And Adam will definitely know what to say. Seeing what happened on Fracture, maybe turn the team around. Vinny with the plan on A. Kesnet looking to bring one in before that half. Pankata here, loving the clutch situations. Just on the other side. They know where each other are. Oh, it's always going to be a headshot. Pankata comes up, takes down Kesnet, and Loud stay 11-0.
Yeah. Pankata doesn't skip a beat. If you're actually following social media and you follow VALORANT NA socials on Instagram, I know I'm a boomer, I'm talking about Instagram, but at the same time, he was voted the best controller by the pros going into stage 1. So this is by the pros. So you're playing against a god, being Kesnet Deus, but at the same time, it doesn't make you quake in your boots. You're still able to win the duel and then also make it 11-0. I think right now, if strategy is not working, coach can't really get anything done, the IGL is not good from KRU, they probably need the KRU fans in the crowd to probably start activating and help him out at least.
For sure, because you
need
got
some sort of morale.
A full Loud squad working. They have shut down every member of KRU, right? Nobody's getting the frags in because there's always trades. Oh, this is big, though. This is big.
There we go.
Nice job by Adverso. A little bit of a wait. Vinny was kind of patient on that one. Not expecting the push down, and KRU finally find an opening. The Outlaw for Tui's, the Pancada with the Vandal. Looks like it could be the Ground Crew are able to grab here with Spike now. Knowledge at a tree.
It was
Maybe
a good
they didn't
start.
know it was there.
It was at least a good start to walk contact and surprise some players, but the repeat going into that one, a little bit of a misstep.
My man keeps the Outlaw. He's standing on a Vandal.
Nice swing.
Oh, you saw that. Everybody felt that one. It did not go through. Crew do grab themselves around here. That's going to be an 11-1 first half, and pushing. It got Crew the closest to those rounds, and they finally push on that final round to get themselves one.
I mean, it took 12 rounds, but finally at least they got one through for sure. And, you know, Tui's was the one with that Outlaw that almost got the line, a double headshot to play a 1v1 against his Sentinel compatriot on the other side, playing against Shy. Look at this lineup. So close. Only at 140 in the end, but still, Loud looking very strong.
Loud has been deafening on this first half. Let's see if they can continue when we come back. Oh.
Huh, nature sure is full of wonders. Red Bull gives you wings.
The new Red Bull Zero is here. 100% wings with monk fruit extract.
Welcome back to Loud versus Crew here, our second match of the day. That first half, very loud. Now we'll see if Crew can bring that one round momentum screaming back into the second half, because right now I feel like Loud is just tying their shoelaces together and they don't know it.
Hopefully Crew could definitely quiet down Loud's camp with their attack side. Again, a composition that's very good for these type of plays, where I wouldn't be surprised if Kesnet is going to be the courier actually for Crew to just get plants in good positions, so they have like the Adverso, Mazzino, and Melzer post plant utility that they could use now.
Yeah.
In these post plant scenarios. But look at that. Looks like Loud doesn't want to let Crew once again control the attack side. Already a push from the bottom of the map.
The push towards A, but the action's at C right now. Loud with 3, and man, you know, the flip side of this we also want to see is that Loud can instantly close out a game. Not let this one dwindle on, because you need teams rather that can do that. And not let that kind of waver back and forth here. So it looks like they're doing good already. That's another shot from Digizine, and now they will hunt down Melzer. This does not look good. Get that spike down, some extra money, and man, Loud are looking very, very clean as a full squad right now. It's not just one person in the star power.
Exactly. And you bring up a good point. I talked about a strong start. You're talking about a strong finish, and we're about to potentially see it here from Loud, because we have now great anchoring from Kawatzin. Melzer, I mean, in a scenario where potentially you get it done. I talked about how Melzer was really popping off during kickoff, but this is a huge ask, definitely.
This would be the ultimate high. You have to tap into that Digizine God mode that we hear him talking about, and it's not going to happen there. Laid to rest just before he attempts it. 12-1 now. Game point here for Loud on Fracture. Again, a great mention at the beginning that neither of these teams have played this coming into 2025, and we see that Loud was very, very prepared, at least coming from the attack side first. Could have been a different game if that was Crew on attack, but man, Never letting go of the lead. Quite impressive here.
Ele não tem mira.
They are loving it. They are loving it.
I mean, when you're feeling at 11-1 half and now already at mat point, that's definitely a lot of confidence. Lots of utility. We were talking about that to try to get you into the site. So Molly, fault line, salvos, but a counter Molly, sorry, to prevent the early push out for a plant.
Oh, only W keys. They're in the site already. You see Shy kind of curling up over there behind the spike boxes. There's a plant coming down now from Adverso. A lot of low health bars, though, on that attempt as they got tagged up, and it's going to be tough as they protect for the retake.
Losing Adverso is tough now because we just talked about the pulse plant's utility.
Ooh.
It's slowly disappearing.
They are just going back and forth right now. Slivers of health here from Azino and Melzer. Cowanzine 1, Cowanzine 2, a third one from the same spot. He's just going to turn. And Picada's going to get half on this one and then look for the fight. Oh, the jumping right click Shy. Saves one, and they're actually going to be able to come out second round. Huge to stop the momentum of Loud. They have a little bit of breathing room, but still very much suffocating on this one. 10 rounds down.
And you wouldn't want anybody else but Shy in this scenario for Crew to win a 1v1. He was basically the highest rated player in number of clutch wins during Kickoff of Americas. Whew. That's now converted at 24% when the average is 11% on clutches. And now adding 10th to the tally of number of clutches he's done this year so far in Americas. Now a little bit of breathing room for Crew. Sigh of relief after they went for the Stinger buy and a plant, so that resets the economy of Loud. So will this actually be a very strong finish from the defensive side now of Loud, because Crew might start snowballing a little bit here.
Focus towards that top side here for Loud as Crew, they look like they're going to have good positioning. See how Kesnet's entries are. Digizine was able to go crazy and create distractions with that wall, slide around, but it's a little easier to identify the raise as Crew identified 2 quick kills in Arcade. Digizine with a Sheriff on the other side, and this could be a pickup if it's not protected. What a oh my God, Mazzino with the flicks, beautiful.
Still, although it's against an eco here from Loud side, you still see the back and forth coming in from the defensive side just to try to get that double swing, the pendulum, the ping pong, to at least get the trade through. But looks like Melzer keeps his cool in that moment and is able to drop those opponents.
We'll see it again. So yeah, Loud just tried to put that fight up on Arcade. Huge job by Melzer. So Crew is not afraid to get into the sites. We see that they are not timid from the first half. Pressuring in immediately, knowing when they have the advantage. Exactly what we need to see. They have to be hungry here for these rounds.
And sorry, it was Mazzino there as a breach on the top, but nonetheless, that's something that you need coming out from everybody on the side of Crew, just like Loud has been very prominent across the board in the fragging department. Nice little trap play. That's going to hit 2.
Oh, the counter. That was so good. You saw Vinny was inside sight, ready to shoot a fault line right under the satellite. Timed that with the Armageddon and Cowanzine, and they just slaughter Crew as they try to take that top side.
And I was just about to mention on the first half on Crew's composition and how it was fairly standard how they were trying to play the defensive side, but for Loud, they definitely came up with a nice little trap play that caught Crew off guard. The camera was so high just to make sure you could watch very deep down that line and just activate here. But by the time that you could break the cam, it's so hard for you to retreat from.
Quick trades. 3 for Cowanzine now, making this real tough. Will he go for another one of his 4Ks? Melzer's at 30. Shy is about to be trailed as well by Digizine, but they have a moment. Pankata's already aware. They are so knowledgeable about what the positions could be. Vans, what a game from Loud here. Really reading Fracture.
Melzer 1 versus 4. GG. Sunned up, about to get ran down. And DGZ, who better than him to close out the last last kill and even get the defuse for the extra stats of the ACS. And Loud will get this first map in a dominating fashion here against KRU.
And it didn't look like they were really pressured at all. The Stingers got them coming into the second buy on second half. That'll happen when you're not expecting the rush through. But it was still a close round. They're down to 1-1, but Loud all the way across the board. Cowanzine, Digizy there up top. Everybody fragging over 10. It was team participation to get Loud over the finish line here.
I think throughout these 16 rounds that were played on Fracture, there was only 2 rounds that came down to a 1v1.
Right, yeah.
It started with a contact lead from KRU on that second time, but overall, it was definitely Loud that, again, comes out with a vengeance. This is the 3rd time that they play against each other. It's a 1-1 in the series, and now it seems potentially that Loud will finish it on a 2-1 if this continues on to Haven, where KRU hasn't been the best on that map on their attack side.
Yeah, we'll have to see if KRU can right the wrongs. They'll be talking to Adam over halftime to see if they can come back to make this a 3-game series when we come back from the break.
Okay, Team Supreme, we need you guys on the stage now. Come on, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Complicado defender, pero bien, bien,
Vamos,
bien, bien, bien,
vamos.
Shai, triple baja.
Segue a pancada, mas ele esquivou. E pela bala, olha aí. Vamos! Pancada deles!
It was complete domination for Loud on that first map of Fracture with a 13-3 against KRU. And I'm here with Coach ACK to talk a little bit about it. I mean, DJsin said that you guys were working on fixing a lot of the things that were going wrong in Kickoff. So how does it feel to get the score on the first map? That was KRU's pick. And also, how are you going to keep that momentum for the second one?
I feel really good. I think that's for us is special because the Fracture was a map that we were never played on a Kickoff. So starting on that and playing really good gave us a lot of confidence. So right now is do our job, continuing do our work in Haven and take 2-0 home.
I mean, if you get that 2-0 and just as dominant, you might be the strongest team that we've seen so far. Best of luck.
At least today, right?
Yeah.
Hey, at least today, but we will take it, especially if Loud are playing like that. A 13-3 conclusion on Fracture gives Loud their first win of the season. But fellas, you gotta ask the question, what the hell happened? like, we all predicted KRU. I was like, I'm talking about KRU. Wyatt, we predicted KRU.
We didn't predict out of it. The series isn't over. Don't get ahead of yourself, you guys. It's only map 1. It was only their pick.
But I will say, though, kind of going back to what we were talking about previously, before the match had started, one of the things that we were concerned about was, you know, the adaptability. How does KRU look to try and work the map? How do they try? Are they just going to play a very straightforward way? And that is exactly what happened. But also, Loud just played so damn well shutting them down.
Nothing was going right for KRU. Anything that they were approaching, even when they were in clutch situations, player advantage situations, it didn't matter. They couldn't convert. Loud were managing to find ways around it. There were many moments where it would just come down to the timing, and there's a little bit of luck involved, but you can't deny right now that this is a Loud that they're fired up. They want to go home. They've got dinner reservations. They want to wrap this up.
Loud won 10 out of the 10 post plants. They won 11 rounds in a row. Cowanzine continuing the momentum from Kickoff individually. He is so good, and I love leaning into the Neon as the pick for Digizin right now. I think that is a great decision. We have Haven next. I hope they stick to it. Just give me more Digizin on the Neon. Run it back.
Yeah, you know, it really takes me back to Loud, like previous years where they were like, after they lost Ospas, like trying to figure out where that duelist fits. But I really do think Digizin exactly what the doctor ordered. But then on top of that, you get Cowanzine, as you'd mentioned, Brent. The momentum continues forward for this guy. And even though, yes, Melzer was top performing for his team, they didn't really save for much because they didn't get much in that one. So now you have Haven coming up, another, you have a 3-site map here, right? It's going to be very interesting to see how this one plays out. And you have a Loud that is very confident, Brent. How does KRU break this?
A look ahead. I mean, listen, last time, I believe it was KRU that ended up taking it, despite the fact, so in the first matchup at Kickoff, you want to catch lines all the way back there. Haven, Loud ended up winning it. Digizin with the operator in his hands, Kesner couldn't hold a candle to it. They actually turned that around, and KRU managed to find ways to work around it, but that required quite a bit of counter-strategy, I think, actually, and spotting the weaknesses of how Loud like to play, avoiding Digizin as well a lot. There's been a big break, a long break as well, and you got to think, coming off the back of that game, the only thing I've got to really go off, if I'm going to draw from Kickoff, which I don't really want to that much, it's the momentum going into this next map, which we've just seen. After map 1, I mean, Loud crushed them. They crushed them, and it's such a good beginning for them. It wasn't even their map pick. They get to go into the comfort zone now, heading into map 2. The answer of KRU is, I don't know, bang a rock against your head and try and forget that it happened. Well, that's the only advice I would have.
Let's figure out what's going on the KRU side. We got Coach Adam, and let's hear what he had to say going into map 2.
Here with Coach Adam ahead of map 2. And Adam, that first map doesn't go your way. It was your map pick. But something you talk about in social media is that the team has been looking good in the preparation coming into the stage 1. So tell me, how are you going to make sure that all the preparation, all the things that were going right, are going to kick off for the second map?
I think that this first map was a chance to wake up. Like, it's always hard for us to find pace in game. But we're doing pretty good on pracs, and I feel that the team just needed to wake up, and I feel that this hit was like a wake-up call for us.
We're going to see if it's going to be the wake-up. Thank you so much. Good luck.
I mean, my guy got like a right hook and a left uppercut and then a freaking shoryuken to close it out.
No waking up!
You're sleeping! You're on the call! Okay, but to his point though, he was saying, and there is merit to it where you could say like, hey, listen, like we got just shellacked here, but, right? We gotta turn it up.
Counterpoint to that is the KRU like hot starts, and when they get knocked down, they struggle to pick themselves back up again. I think just historically, this roster, they like to get a feel of confidence and domination where everything starts to flow right. They didn't get that at all. They didn't get their ideal start, and now they got to go into their opponent's map pick.
Does that come? I hate to put the pressure on him here, but does that come off the back of something like Kesnet, who like has to be the person?
No.
Okay.
No, he was not at his absolute peak, which is unbelievably high. We've seen that in the past, like especially when they were on a run in the regular season in 2024. In Kickoff, it was about everybody else. Honestly, it was about Melzer, it was about Shy. Kesnet was still solid, but he wasn't taking over like he has in the past. So I don't think so. That is one of the nice things about KRU, though. they have multiple players who can completely take over the game. And I know that is a cliche, but it's a fact. When you have a series in Kickoff where Melzer drops 26 and 8 on map 1 and Shy drops 25 and 8 on map 2, like, that's a well-rounded team.
Yeah, you have a lot of options there without a doubt. Well, let's go ahead and find out if KRU can turn things around. Map 2 is coming up after this.
Welcome back from map 2 between Loud and KRU. Can KRU bring it back? Bren is saying they all got pillows.
Did you just say welcome? Yeah, exactly. Did you just say come back from nap 2? Because I was thinking a nap from that first map.
It was nap 2 for at least KRU. But to see how strong Loud came out there, I don't think anybody was expecting it. It's like they never took a break.
Yeah, and again, it's looking at KRU with the composition, with again, Bind being out of the rotation, which was basically their strongest map. You have to come up with a new map that could potentially be your pocket pick. And they tried it out on their map pickup Fracture. They thought they had that resolved because you could get a little bit of reps with the Tejo and Breach and try to continue and follow with the meta. But unfortunately, it wasn't the case here on their side. And okay, I was going to say we're going into Haven where they had good results on their defensive side, but playing a little bit more of a standard composition where they haven't elaborated so much. Now you get to elaborate on the Breach Tejo, but also adding the Yoru on that Kesnet. So to me, that tells me that they're going to be able to be even more mobile on the defensive side rotates.
And we're seeing the same thing from Loud, and I like that. I like that. I think we didn't have enough presence from each one of the members of KRU. The positions they were playing weren't traded enough, so having Kesnet be able to get back across the map, but also get info, create a little trouble on the forward portion that he's pushing first before gate crashing is very big. They have to throw something else into the mix. And maybe this will be it. Kesnet looking to go off on the Yoru. That's what they've changed away from the Jet this time around. And we are going to be getting on to Haven here. Loud was still able to take this, but KRU does have that stronger defensive side.
That's a great point. They get to start off on defense as well because this is a map picked by Loud. So if you want a moment to wake up and to potentially build that confidence up, this is the moment definitely for the KRU side. Exactly.
Breathe it in.
That Groupium for sure. But if you're looking at the setup, there's still some sort of pressure that KRU wants to try to do towards middle, although they're not as aggressive as they usually are in the pistol. It's more Kesnet trying to go for the solo play as he's pushed back by the Owl drone.
Look at his gate crash right away. TG takes that space, just playing it almost like a Neon still. Slides in, just doesn't have as much speed now as he dashes with Jet. Oh my, insta-shot to Shy's face, and they're going to try to pressure out of the garage hall here. Paranoia is taken out too. They know this is a heavily covered site now.
This might make Loud start pivoting back though, because they've identified 3 players until this lurk happens from Vinny, but it's a trade-off. Now it seems potentially that Loud could be pinned. They have an opening this time, and there you go. An opportunity to pivot around, and Adversal doesn't want to peek. I mean, it's a great call. You don't want to give your position away. You don't want to lose more space. You have a 3v3 with still 2 good agents that allows for you to flood retake with the salvos that are just used now to delay.
Beautiful delay. They create a wall of salvos, a wall of smoke, and it's going to be Digizine going up to the top side, and that is just enough elevation distraction for the first few kills. Melzer now just about even in this HP, and Melzer hits the shot. It's the pistol round coming in for KRU, and the 3K for Melzer.
And Melzer finally has a moment to activate, and he will do so. And that said, I was going to mention potentially that KRU had good utility for a flood retake because the breach fault line was about to come back up, and then they could really try to start smothering the site. But after Adversal's position at the front, here's a rotate out from front B side. He just wants to make sure here that he doesn't allow his opponents to really push into the site. He gets into a forward position into A. He has support from the other side too, with Mazzino grouping up. And it just had perfect trades towards the end. So it works out well, and it's a great start, at least for KRU. In this round, you see Space being gained on the defensive side again, as we've mentioned, but a little bit of a different approach. This time it's a double initiator, putting the solo push from Kisnet because he's able to do so. He could TP away to safety and stack up somewhere else.
Yeah, I think we see Kesnet almost do that every time here. Beautiful shots from Melzer and the Outlaw making both count. And he's just going to play it with a gate crash like a rendezvous, right? Go and peek everything almost until they feel like they have the advantage. And Loud won't give them the peaks anymore. Just to creep in, a little extra money on the plant, and they should be closed in by KRU here. So Loud knowing this round was just going to be a creep around.
Yeah. The best result you can get here for Loud is that plant, be able to sneak through towards sewers as the others from KRU are trying to pinch back towards that B site because the initial, hey, let me just be the selfless players, get myself killed towards the front of the B site so we can get this plant here.
There's damage, got some armor there. And they do get Mazzino defused to Kesnet. He's going to be 2 away from Dimensional Drift already, so that could be a cover down long, or this A orb they push twice now. And get that up quick before we get into the bonus round full. Let's see this replay one more time. Yeah, insta up, gets that kill, doesn't want to waste any time. Gate crashes back. And they're doing much better. Just, we saw them Pistol getting their kills, getting their trades, making sure they aren't the one going down first in these trades. So already a nice change here. KRU with a breath of life to start. We'll see if the bonus, though, is where Loud can attack back.
And I like that we're leaning towards the A side at the very beginning. You just mentioned here, Riv, that Kesnet is getting close to the ult, so the play is potentially trying to find ways to deny orb control towards long, so the recon comes out. They already have the fault line just in case, and Digizine ready to fight back. But now it seems on the other side on the defense, it's exactly that. Off the camera, the paranoia, double swing. And will Loud be ready for that?
So Kesnet's going to stay at C. They like this positioning. He throws another gate crash out, though. So this is on the timing of the trip in Garage.
Oh, Digizine. He's about to fall into that trap.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind.
They flashed a trap as well. Remembered it was DG and Vinny before on the Neon and the Breach. Now for Haven, it's the Jet and the Breach down long that are able to get that combination together. And DG still just as fast to pick up those kills when he needs it. Dash is back off of those 2 frags, so he's going to be happy to go into sight if he needs to create more chaos. Woo.
Beautiful alert by 2Es. Yeah. That's going to allow Loud to even fall back towards an open C site as Pancata even gets a drive-by onto Adverso. I mean, this is so good from Loud. We were just mentioning on that first map how good the protocols have been. The beginning of this round, you saw that they tried to add that pressure into the Garage to break the trips and to try to force rotates. Where Digizine, just as I mentioned, was about to get caught off guard by the A-side push. But they just make sure that the protocol's there. The flash comes out for the support on the attack side from Vinny. He gets 2 free kills because he gets the timing off the paranoia that misses him.
And it seems right. We've seen KRU have that position at long. It was pushed a few rounds ago. There really hasn't been too much aggression. But no, this time Loud come up. You can see the paranoia in hand, right? They were ready to throw it out, but
it still hit him. But the thing is, he's so close already, so he's just nearsighted. It's it's still 2 free kills versus 2 players that are looks like they were heavily flashed here by the breach flash from Vinny.
See if they do it again. It looks like it's going to be this fight for long once more. Kesnet does have the ult here. He's going to try to get up close and personal, and he's getting real dangerous to start off here. 3 right in his face, but he's going to be able to get a trade on with Digizine. I don't know if they want to peek this again from long.
It was a little bit of an overextension, if I might say, though, from Kesnet. Because not breaking the dart was a good start for the defensive side of KRU. So you think nobody's playing on that long side aggressively. So he was able to surprise some players, but didn't use his TP to escape. And now there's no duelist, there's no dimensional drift for the retake, and there's no strong ults also to allow for KRU to really smother the attack from Loud into the C site.
Oh, wow. Pancata predicting that there was that push long C, gets the paranoia right through, so the team's going to try and just wait this one out. Shy. Playing it smart. A lot of these are just getting face-to-face fights. The players are walking right up to each other with the smokes, with the control that they have on these sites, so it's making it very tough for the initial engage. And now, Adverso almost finds, or he finds one. Pancata almost finds both, rather.
Yeah. And despite the compositional change from KRU, you still see strong positioning from Shy. Although he's only gotten 1 kill, it just shows how much confident he is to play this Cypher on a map like Haven. This was also one of the pain points from Loud to get activated on a map of Haven because of Shy playing random smokes, anticipating the push, anticipating a dash. Even in that moment when there's 3 players executing from Garage, he doesn't over peek after he's hit by the paranoia. He stays inside the smokes. He pulls up a camera. He gets a kill, but still information for the team. So keep an eye here on Shy continuing this first half. And change of pace though from Loud. They want to answer back with a lot more aggression just like they did. It seems as though that KRU will continue to give up this Garage control.
Yeah.
But with these smokes, you're going to force the re-clear out of KRU. And they don't have the scan composition to be able to do so, so they have to face check.
They might start calling the team back to A. The fault line coming in from Mazino, pushing Kesnet up forward, did give the rotation over for Adverso to get away, but now they realize that play was not the one. They were in Garage for the side of Loud.
Ooh.
Oh dear, oh dear. Everyone's blind, everyone's paranoid. Coming out of that finally, it's just going to be Util getting thrown left and right to see if they can get an engage here. Shy and Mazino able to pick up 2 quick kills. It's now going to be left up to Tui's creeping into the site from behind, and they've already got the read, but he takes out his opponent. He takes out Shy. Mazino's there for another 3K, and chaos just being lived in right now by KRU as these flashes and blinds come out, but they're still defending the site very well.
And that's the power of being a lot more mobile, again, with KRU. It's pretty much their playground, the defensive side of this map of Haven. Bind, they're just good on both sides, both attack and defense. Haven so far, since kickoff, has been the defensive side. But that is also thanks to the delays. Although you're not able to scan to get the mid-round information or the retakes. They're utilizing these initiators to stall so they could at least have more players inside the site to just brawl. And they want to do the brawling.
Again, using this gate crash just for a position take to see where things are, throws out another one, and we figured this is what Kesnet would be doing here. Always trying to get a read on Loud or position that allows an insert with that Yoru to be a little bit more of a problem. Loud feel happy just hanging out here as they start to default around.
And that's a good thing from Loud with this eco to add that aggression on the A side long, because now this is 2 rounds in a row that they've identified that Kesnet has been fairly aggressive at the very beginning at long A. And now they are able to force a TP away. So going into the later rounds when they have weapons to work with, this might be a good conditioning opportunity for Loud to utilize and work out the lurks to maybe take down Shy, because both Sentinels so far for both teams, Riv, have been really good in these lurks.
Right now, that lurk's trying to get into Garage here for Loud. A little bit of help. All the find and initiator utility on that side for now as it starts to rotate over as well with Vinny. So it looks like this is going to be a pretty hard C hit.
Not too convinced with the dimensional drift moving forward, though. Yes, he gets a bit of information, but what do you do with that? Now you don't have that piece of util for the retake. And Shy's alone on a C site with 4 players closing in on him.
They got to know where he is. Having this trip here means, or that gate means, he's just going to try to fight around it. The smoke goes down as well, and here comes the push in. A little help from the Yoru clone, and they can't start to answer back because a beautiful flash over the shoulder of Shy just gives him enough time to fire in as Mazino starts to clean it up as well. The full house of Mazino and Shy closing down C site.
And Shy took his time again. 4 players moving up, pops up the cages, hides behind the boxes, just trying to make sure that nobody's pushing across behind the C site to just try to overtake that side for Loud. So with him just containing that moment is another one of those scenarios where now on both extremities, not only on the initiator, but also from the help of Shy as a sentinel on the C site, he could delay long enough so there's already 4 players inside the site by the time Loud is not flash anymore.
KRU is just in a much better position once their utility is going off to work off the team's utility to be able to do things. On Fracture, we kind of saw them like when they retake from defense, sitting in canteen, trying to get the peak first, doing it dry, not having the util since the util was weighted out by Loud, but not this time. Loud's going to have to call a timeout to figure out what's going wrong here as we're getting a flip on the game. Now KRU 5-1 here on Haven.
Almost seems like it's what's expected now going into the series. But again, if you want to follow that story, it's just KRU on the defense, at least for now. I won't bring my hopes up yet about the third map until I see a cleaner KRU attack side. The thing is, at least The amount of rounds they're able to get in the victory, the first victory they're able to get here on Haven out of 3 attempts since kickoff was a victory against Loud. So there's at least that. But overall, I guess I understand as well the value of Kesnet going into the ult on the previous round, because the really only thing that they have to find information, is Kesnet's ult or the drone from Adverso in the mid round. So trying to get that ready, get them perked up to delay here on the other side. And that allowed here Shy to do a good job here in his role.
Still playing this combination for KRU over towards A. Having the initiators set up Kesnet. Kesnet even gets his gate crash out this time, so he throws another one. They're not using it for info on these rounds as much anymore. They want it for the pure play, the trade, if they can get it. Ooh. DG on an adventure. They get okay. A very early Armageddon here, thinking they have the positioning to go down towards the bottom of the short area. So KRU is really trying to get Loud to move right now.
Again, another great lurk by 2Es. The hat gets the information that they're already close towards the 8 connector.
They find him. Clone's not going to fake, but that's a blind right in the eyes of Vinny. Rolling Thunder comes back out as well. This is just for map presence here. KRU says get off the engage. And they'll go ahead and set up another line of scrimmage defense. You can see them just across all the sites now, and it's up for Loud to choose where to go on this. 4 strong. It looks like they're going to hit A site.
And that's the good call by Vinny. Already, the lean that they had, the lurk from 2Es already pulled out the rotations, forcing out the Rolling Thunder. Yeah, even if they lost 2Es in the process, they've already cleared out the A site, forcing now KRU to play the retake.
Just on the edge, has to dodge that one. 6 seconds left, getting it down. Whoa, Jesus, actually saving the life of the planter, and they're going to still get into the site here. Out of ammo is Mazzino, but Kesnet comes up with a 4K. In the end, the chaos again is where KRU thrives.
They are not giving a chance here for Loud to breathe once they get into the site.
Crazy.
It's a different style from what we've seen on Bind in the past of Kickoff. Bind, they were just playing passive but good angles and finding these opportunities where their opponents are trying to get space and they just cap them when they run into the crosshairs. This time though on Haven, they're just making sure that they're flood retaking before the plant or the setup even happens for the attack side of Loud. This is all very nice. A change of pace and a brand new different look, at least from the fracture that we've just witnessed previously on the first map.
Just imagine if Adverso's salvo didn't hit that edge and make him replant. It looked like Loud could have had that. Just the little things right now KRU is getting in their favor, and it works. You don't question it because they're getting the W's.
This is what I'm liking, at least from the change of Loud. So far, since the timeout, they've added a lot more presence towards Garage in B, just to try to find their own early information, which they haven't really done at the beginning of this map. It was maybe recon darts towards the A side, but even though they're doing all of that, the finish is still towards this A side, still the same. But by doing that owl drone, look at how you only have Adverso alone in the site, and he's now forced to fall back.
Instant in. I think this is what makes Loud so scary, is how good they set up after this as well. Great call, that's going to be an under window plant. Instant Rolling Thunder to deny here, so giving themselves breathing room, feeling like they still have good control over the map.
And that's the thing, having to use a Rolling Thunder just for space to at least try to get a plant, and they haven't even got it down yet. That's how scared Loud looks now on the attack.
Yep. The delay has been fantastic here from KRU. One after the other, they're choosing the right thing to use. Hunter's Fury rather comes out right up the gut of that entry into the site. But no pings come through, so that's going to be a very healthy KRU on the other side. Looking at their util, some flashes for Kesnet. Mazzino's ready to throw everything in with the paranoia from Melzer. They should be able to hit this perfectly.
Wonder if they're still waiting a couple of seconds here before they get the salvos up, and now it's up.
Paranoia goes through. Here come the rest of the flashes. Vinny goes down instantly with his eyes burning from the sun. Kalanzine and Pancata doing their damnedest to trade this one back, and they got a beautiful crossfire as it's the members of KRU getting dropped as they enter the site.
Pancata still continues to find key moments right now for Loud. Into the face of adversity, util dropping against him, hit by an ult thrown down by Shy for the retake, and he's still able to jiggle well enough to get a 3K, but not without the help of Tui's jiggling back from his spot in the back of sewers. Great bait and switch coming from both ends to convert here, what, a 2 versus 4.
Yeah, in the end. And there was so much time, too, right? Everybody was prepping their skills, prepping what they had. We had a moment, like 10 seconds, where there was almost nothing. And then when the hit does come in loud, it shows they're ready. Another push through. So much action here at A main after the fault line comes through, but they're still somehow surviving. Only one down on each side here. Pancata limping away from the situation.
Oh my God.
And he does get out by the coattails, or the cape of Omen.
This guy's getting hit by everything, and it's actually his duelist that dies.
Bye-bye. He feels like he can still get spammed in that spot, so he's going to go ahead and shadow step, and then from the shadows out of the position. And they still hold short A. A big push here, however, by Shy. Could get behind. Tui's in garage. Okay. Sometimes that's the hardest shot, but he picks it up and he gets a Vandal now to reset and give the team a little more power on the map.
It's always nervous. Especially when you think you have it and you have weird movements, and then suddenly, boom. They turn around and 180 you.
Yeah.
Not this time around from Shy. Dimensional Drift, as we mentioned before, ready here for Kezit, finding information. And spots them all here on the A side hit.
Looks like they're trying to reposition. One heard it, but they're still, you see, focusing forward, knowing where the threat's going to come from first. A nice flash comes through. The Guardian can't ring true for Cowanzine as Kesnet comes up big. Just seeing the planter now. Kesnet finishes 2, and Shy will find the 3rd. KRU is just closing down on Loud so fast, they do not have time to think.
And again, a dimensional drift that just allows you to get mid-round information. And with that, he gets out of it. He's not trying to do any flashy Yoru plays.
Yeah.
He's just containing the last 3 players inside the site so that you see almost like a pentagram or trapeze of 4 players getting to close in on different angles, right? One towards, exactly. One towards the spawn, one towards heaven, one towards sewers, and then they all converge. And there's just no chance, no way for Loud to get into good spots. Even though you're in a scenario where Kesnet is potentially on a 2 versus 1, he still gets 2 individual 1v1s, and you can't play 1v1 against Kesnet because he usually comes up on top of it.
So this one called by Loud. Adam is well able to speak with the squad over on the KRU side, and they have to be feeling so good as well. Adam seeing the turnaround of what the team needed to do, and he said they needed to wake up. I feel like they have woken up. They're getting almost to the dream state now of where they are capitalizing on every advantage like Loud did on Fracture.
Bren thought that KRU was knocked out, but at this point, looks like they finally stood up at the 8
got
count.
The smell assaults out.
Exactly.
They're ready. Absolutely awake after this one.
Getting up at the 8 count, the bell just rang. A lot of water was thrown into their faces, and now we're seeing a very strong KRU on the defensive side. But now Loud is on an eco. The best thing they have here is a Blade Storm. There's even a Regen Shield Sheriff for Pancata. So maybe trying to get a little bit of usefulness to support behind the knives out of Digizine. Yeah. But this may be another one of those rounds where you're creating the pressure this time on the A side to start and maybe activate a double lurk now from both Tui's and Pancata. And you see this starting already on a C-line split.
Much like their pistol round here, actually, from Loud. Ooh. Not that, though.
Nope, not the same result, though.
Melzer and Shy. And they will find the last one with Kesnet at long. He's been kind of holding this spot for quite some time, so now to see Pancata here on the Omen allows them to know that Loud does still want to play towards that long C on some of these rounds. So really nice map control, really nice early pushes from KRU, just identifying everything Loud has wanted to do. And Kesnet has been out of position sometimes. That rush forward and gate crash back has been providing them with so much knowledge.
And even drone at the beginning towards the garage. It seems as though this compositional change coming out here from KRU is really throwing Loud for a loop. They don't really have a good read of where the positioning could be, of where the pushes could be coming down from, and this is a look of KRU taking full control of mid. Thankfully, there's a camera up, though, from Tui's. It gets instantly broken, and even TP's away to that one. So this might make it hard here from Loud to rotate back. They have to commit it to C because they can't really rotate back with 0 B control.
Through the smoke. Kesnet clears Digis in. Oh my gosh, just on the other side, Shy is ready to like push in with this, but he decides not to, knowing his team is there, but they don't hear any more action. There's a walkout by Loud, but an insert in the sight.
That's the most important thing. Keeping one in the sight, but you have Pancada that did find that that position towards that B side. He cleared towards that window, and unfortunately also dies by Kesnet. With all of these insert, it would allow KRU to rotate back and forth based off the successes that at least Tui's has been able to get in this first half on his lurks. But now it's just probably going to be a save for Loud.
Oh, look at, they feel so comfortable on the map now. Kesnet lurking, knowing these angles can easily be his. 30 HP and still looking for more. Yeah, Tui's good to clean that one up. It's going to be tough though, as Mazzino's just on the other side. KRU is so confident in their plays. It is showing right now, and it is not giving Loud any room to find their trades or anchor kills for their own team.
And you're moving into the last round of the half for Loud with basically no real economy. Half shields across the board. Thankfully, at least on the side of KRU, we haven't seen any outlaws, ops come out on the side of the defense. It was a lot of these contact walk up from Kesnet to get the early control, early space, and contain that.
Verso just adding the vibes right now.
I think his story is just going to say, ah, every page.
Yes, absolutely. And just the way KRU is kind of accepting these strats, or I'd say not accepting Louds. Like when they inserted Kalenzine into the site, KRU reading that easily. Before on Fracture, it seemed like they were a step behind. Here, very comfortable to peek, use their util knowing they're a step ahead.
And that's the difference of Fracture being so new to them to test out in an official game versus Haven. They know that they're good on defense.
Exactly.
Already with a first blood, so that's how you could start, but sometimes you gotta add a little bit, sprinkle a little bit of luck in there in what you're cooking here. And Kesnet, that's a second at least that I could count.
Yeah.
Smoke kill that he gets at the beginning of the round and allowing KRU to get an early advantage, forcing now the hand of Loud to just activate a little bit more into a split C-side. And funny enough, a lurk duelist, as you have Digizine currently walking down towards the sewers.
Creeping. I wonder if he makes noise first, unless he brings him back. Oh, yeah. He's going to know that's a clone. And he knows he probably has the rest of the team if they're trying to clone into the site.
Rigging the camera is the first big thing here for the C side that allows here Digizine to get the backstab.
That's perfect. He gained so much ground before they started to run away, so he heard all the footsteps. He's going to be moving. Oh my gosh, right in with the dimensional drift goes, and now they're going to follow up with that util from Mazzino, so Digizine have to be fast here. Few kills coming in. Loud's able to clean those up, and Mazzino's going to be doing some damage now. He has to turn around to get the shot, but he can't get the swing. And Pancada is looking for Digi to come out of that left side. Oh, he gets the shot on Shy Soldiers. He sees the hat go behind the smoke. 53 to 87 on that HP. Actually, a little bit more. Is it going to be enough? And it is enough for Kesnet. Doesn't matter. Hits the headshot, gets the 3K, and the defuse to come through to boot. 10 to 2 here as KRU do the same thing to Loud that they did on Fracture.
And that is going to taste so good for Kesnet to win that 1v1 duel against Digizine. For them to have a solidified second half, just like Loud did for their map of Fracture. Now you have KRU taking full control of their defensive side of Haven. But we talked about their defensive side.
Yeah.
There's been multiple 10-2 has for KRU where they couldn't close it.
If we remember back to the upper bracket 3 where they played the Haven match, the defensive side came down to Digizine hitting the op shots and Kalenzine racking up the 4Ks. So we'll see if KRU can keep this momentum going and bring us to map 3 after the break. We come back from the half, and KRU is indeed not coping, ladies and gentlemen. They have scored 10 rounds on their defensive side, but will it be the attack that KRU and KRU fans hope for now? Yeah. So we will see the decider of split. Loud. I think they're going to try to buy the operator as soon as possible, but they got to get there first.
Definitely. And to bring a correction, it was 9-3 Haas, but 9-3, 10-2. Still, the point stands where their attack side definitely looks abysmal at times. And this potentially is the reason why you come up with this new compositional change when you have had this month break. And it starts off now with KRU being fairly quick on the A side control at the choke, and Digizine already has a dash procced.
A shot blocked almost as well. Ooh, hits a few to the chest. Melzer's going to just absorb those. They get out safe, and they'll have a Sheriff now in their hands. A quick Tejo drone up the site. They don't have to engage on this just yet. Great coverage on their defense, so they know they have a little bit of time before they have to worry about any lurks.
And Loud just wants to full gamble into that. 3 players are moving through. It makes sense. The camera's so deep down towards the C side for Tui's. You have a Trip watching the B side, and he's holding Garage with close range Ghost. So he has full control at least of the information. So Loud now committed to fight inside the A site. KRU looking to hit.
Engaging with the drone, doesn't get Kawanzine caught off guard. Melzer, however, able to trade that as they get into sight. They all go right side, swing left though for Adverso, and that's going to be a big kill on Vinny as they open it up, leaving just Tui's on that rotation, as we said before. Knowing he destroyed the Trip, he's going to have all eyes on him as he comes in. And a big round for Loud. Being able to stave off that 11th round from KRU is going to keep some of the pressure off, but they still have a lot of work to do.
That might be the tell too for KRU as to why they're bringing out this compositional change, because you just saw this stop and go, waiting for the next wave of fault line and salvo so they could re-exit into the sites, which potentially what could have been missing for KRU on their attack side to really get some clean site takes and move behind the util with it now. So a convincing pistol round that they just won. It starts off well, at least on the positioning from Digizine, but unfortunately the crosshair placement wasn't there. And even he stayed there for so long, his dash disappeared. He's just still like, oh, let me just re-peek again.
He's like, did they see me? He's not. I mean, Melzer's reaction was very slow anyways. You're like, wait, he's getting those shots, but they're not hitting. Yeah, I might have stayed too, but they do take him. Marshall coming in, decides to sell that out. Stingers across the board as well as those Sheriffs.
Loud went with the same type of, let's insert Digizine with the Sheriff down towards sewers, but at least they have a very quick rotate back towards the C site to support. Making sure here that Kawanzine stays down towards the A connector so that at the minute mark, maybe he could go for a drone. To just, with that position, if he's able to get info towards middle, it's going to be the tell for Digizine. Can he push forward and take control here for the flank behind that? Or should he be ready for the late rotate back towards the A site?
Ooh, interesting. They want to fight C. Hopefully they can get some distance on this, because the 3 Stingers coming in are definitely going to have a little bit better of a chance to do it. But Kawanzine is actually shut down, so I'm eating crow on that. The plant goes down, and they go out. KRU, a quick one on this, is they're going to have to shoot through the smokes, but they got a bit of util to do so.
And Digizine never rotated back in. I think this is Loud being too prepared against KRU without the pulse plant utility available from KRU's previous compositions. I mean, look at this now. You have Aftershock just around the corner, ready to delay on the first tap. Then that will allow the salvos to come back up after. Ooh. Paranoia to delay even more. Then just spray a lot until the salvos are ready and you win on time.
Yeah, lots of spray. A little bit of praying being done too. A nice swing out Sheriff shot, another, but it's going to have to be quite a few with the timer ticking down, and nobody has that time. Kesnet gets the final one. They get the safety, and weapons still held by him and Adverso.
And this is just unfortunate for Loud's camp, because you're facing map point for the opponents where they could push this to a third map, and you've only learned now that, oh wait, we can't really play without forcing the hand of the attackers on the pulse plant when they're playing these pulse plant delays. You just saw how Loud tried to activate back towards the site, just trying to smoke and defuse, smoke and defuse. Nobody really pushing out from garage or front B site. And now it might be too late for them to react on that. based off the information they just learned from the previous round.
And it becomes a moment where you almost have to do things every round now. Look at the push out of mid already. 2 towards site that are trying to delay so the push out mid can make a little bit more of an effort. The fault lines are already coming through. The answer back. And it only stops KRU for a moment. They look poised and ready to try and get through here still. Almost wonder if this noise will be made to delay them even more.
That's the important thing now for Loud. If you're looking on the side of Vinny, he has one more flash. They could shock dart. They're just trying to push KRU away if they can so that they can run back into this double flank of Digizine and Pancata. But the more that they wait here for Loud, this is, again, utility refresh from Adverso and Mazzino, and they're going to hit the A site just like they did on Pistol.
Nice flashes. Kaznado shooting true. Kalanzine just flashed inside the wall there as Vinny also goes down. This looks like KRU coming out even stronger here to show them it was just a mistake on Fracture. Looking for the final kill. Shy is going to find it in a 13-2 Haven victory to bring us to map 3.
I mean, now we have a full reset, Riv. It was such a strong first map from Loud side on a 13-3. Now you have a 13-2 answer. So they had an even better result after losing the first map on KRU side. And I think now Split is just going to be chaotic from beginning to the end.
I wonder. I mean, what's going to happen? I feel like we just have two unstoppable forces that are about to hit each other. Now that we get onto the third map, both teams very much so awake. Loud can go over what they made mistakes on that map. And honestly, were there that many? It was just really great play from KRU overall.
But Split is a brand new game, but looking at how KRU has been playing the last 2 maps, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit more of this Tejo and Breach, and that might be the solution now for KRU to reverse it against Loud.
It is 1-1 after our first 2, and we are split as we head into map 3. Don't go anywhere.
Defender, pero bien, 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 Shy, triple baja.
Segue pancada, mas ele esquivou e pela bala, olha aí! Pancada deles!
Welcome back, everyone. As we get ready for map number 3, the players are taking a little bit of a chill out break for a minute here as we get ready for Split. And when you look at those score lines, 13-3, 13-2, naturally that means Split's got to end 13-1. So who gets it? Flip a coin. Let's find out next time. Dragon Ball Z.
I'm also finding out that I don't know anything about Valorant. I don't know ball.
Dude,
I don't
people
know
have been telling me that for years, man.
That's what I mean. We still have the blanket prop. Can you tell me?
Want a little stuffy, just the fucking with.
Aging, Bren.
I'm aging. I know.
Yeah.
Everyone is. It's like the slow march. That's the final ending for everybody.
Okay, we're getting really dark here.
hey, listen, I didn't bring it up.
The prompter says.
I'm just trying to take a nap.
The prompter says crew crazy comeback. Can we up the energy a tad?
Okay, sure. I'll give you a bit more energy. That was a crazy turnaround for Crew.
It was.
Because they come out with a new composition, a new look onto Haven. It's a map where they've struggled with in the past, I think, inherently as well. And listen, let's roll the tape. Let's go through. Let's relive this thing. Because I'm not bitter at all that Loud couldn't have closed this one out in a 2-0 fashion. My Pred would have been correct as the only one on the broadcast. Not at all. I don't think so.
Oh, yes.
It's not about my ego at all. It's about the game.
Yeah, I mean, reliving this ultimately, it won't take very much time. It was about 15 minutes of necessary time allotted to relive that absolute roar.
I'll be honest. I'm a little bit confused, and I think that is
about what?
That is how a lot of people feel right now.
Okay, let me break it.
Go for it. Go for it, Brett.
Okay, so attack side, Loud, slow.
Yes.
Like molasses slow. Like stuck in some sort of sweet toffee. Like just they can't quite move around the map too often.
You know?
The macro wasn't there. They weren't pushing and pulling players around. And with a Euro-based composition, you can get very fast rotates. And Kesnet was able to play exactly where the sound cues were. And if you don't work the map efficiently and effectively and create a series of unknowns on your attack side, with the way that Crew are playing and the comp that they're playing, they're able to follow the sound cues very effectively and constantly stack bodies in the direction of where Loud are trying to hit. So Loud were never able to get a clean plant down. They were always at a player disadvantage if they got a plant down. Rarely able to get it into a winnable situation. And even when they did get into a post-plant situation, they couldn't quite even hold crossfires down.
Yeah,
they didn't really know what they were doing.
One post-plant.
Yeah.
They lost 9. That's why this game was fast, Jimmy.
Thank you so much for that one. That's why they pay them the big bucks here. Well, look, Kesnet had a massive game as well. We're talking about it briefly, though, right, on that Yoru. And Wyatt, I mean, it really is impressive what he did with this agent.
It's very impressive, and I have a fun fact for you, which I had to quadruple check because I said, ain't no way, that this guy has played 6,553 rounds of recorded competitive Valorant matches, and not one of them has been on Yoru.
Wow.
He's never played it until now, which is crazy. I mean, in my brain that made sense, but when I look at it on paper, there's no way, but it is true. And he showed out. Great debut. He looked really, really good.
Yeah, he looked phenomenal on that agent. It felt like Loud.
Look at the first blood percentage. It was 40%. He was 6 for 1 on first kills. It was, he was phenomenal.
So now, though, of course, that kind of puts a lot of pressure here on Loud. You start this thing off nicely. You think that you got it in the bag, but then Crew wake up in a very dramatic fashion.
The wake up analogy came through.
But
Adam was right.
They were right. Bro, they were right. Coach Adam was right the whole time. So now we get ready for Split here. What should fans be expecting as we get ready for this?
I got to say, I don't know if you agree with me.
Okay.
When I think of Crew, if I think of a map for them, it is Split.
Yeah.
I associate that map with them in my mind because they had, over the course of their entire run as a team, so many bangers on that map. Even going all the way back to some of their first international debuts, like against Sentinels. And it's always been a map, even since then, where Kesnet does take over.
Yeah.
He really does. Will he continue to play Raze here? Certainly possible. Would I also like to see the Yoru again on a map where we've been seeing some Yoru?
I wouldn't mind it.
I wouldn't be mad at that at all.
Can you still run double duelists in this?
Yeah, for sure.
Obviously, we were seeing a little bit of that.
I think you can still run double duelists on that map as well. Whether or not they will or not, I'm not too sure. But you're exactly right. I think if there's any kind of blueprint to follow from that previous map, is that when Crew are able to slow the game down to such a degree, because they're running a breach Teo, it's part of the reason why Loud were so slow at the beginning, is because they have to be cautious for trap plays.
Yeah.
With the fault line and the salvos coming through at the beginning of rounds. But they were overly cautious for my taste, I think, as well. You kind of have to play disrespecting it until they showcase that they're actually going to be doing the trap plays itself. And if they continue that blueprint forwards into Split once more, and they want to roll out the breach Teo and maybe throw out Kesnet onto the Raze as well, it's another comfort pick for him. I think that could work wonders for them to be able to close out this series that had an absolute abysmal beginning for them.
Definitely. Interesting too, just on the side of Loud to note, that at the beginning of Kickoff, Split was the very first map they played, and they immediately were playing Tejo Breach before a lot of other teams were. So I'm expecting them to just continue to, you know, lean into that, as obviously it's good.
That's what we're All right, well, look, folks, map 3 is going to be coming up next, and look, I'm not going to front. I don't know what the hell's going to happen. So have fun one way or another. The cookie's going to crumble, so let's see where it ends up crumbling. We'll see you on the other side.
Series going all 3 in the first day. We are blessed. But the players, they are stressed right now. Looking to get into this game. They have stomped each other on their opponent's picks, and now we go on a split, the decider, where we're going to have to see both teams come in and pull out all the stops here. No more limping around. No more trudging through the sweet molasses. As Bren was saying, there's got to be movement. There's got to be speed. There's got to be teamwork and star power.
I could definitely feel the nervousness you're talking about from both of these teams, because again, we want to touch and bring back to the pulse that this game, it means a lot for these two teams. Although this is opening of Split 1, it is still the rivalry between these two teams of KRU and Loud.
Nice to make a mark.
And we were just talking about, hey, looking at the break, we're starting to see some Tejo and some Breach. And I love now from KRU that they continue with trying to keep up and stick around with the meta. Loud, this is not surprising for me, though. They've done this before where they pulled out the Breach and the Tejo before. They were the ones that had some cool trap plays that started things off against EG on Split, where they won in overtime. And Kawanzine was at the forefront of being such a good anchor on that A site. The only thing for me that I'm questioning a bit, though, from KRU's side is that they are playing the double initiator, which is nice, but they're playing it around a Jet. So I'm expecting at this point Jet is going to dash in around the util, maybe get a couple of kills, and then unfortunately sacrifice herself. Or U allows for you to TP away, but then the Raze allows for you to get extra damage with paint shells on top of that, and you could actually close the space a lot quicker and more space because of the double satchels, which will be lacking here at KRU.
I do really enjoy putting priority on the Raze nade, especially when you're retaking on the sites. They're going to be on attack this time, but when you have Raze nade for retake, if you haven't used it, you dump it in the site. Very high rate of effect, and that's going to be a push right towards the A orb. They're past it already from the side of KRU. A triple kill for Kesnet, and the dash out is for beautiful safety on that one. Still up again, and he'll use it a second.
Lightly damaged as Kesnet gets away, but who needs double satchel? You could just hold W and use a dash to escape.
Why not?
But that is also because of the setup of how A site is. Easier for you to run up to get the kills as soon as the bears come up, and Kesnet's looking for the ace.
Crowd's already in it. They're going to search. We got the trifecta running around. Kesnet going to be in the front here, and it is up to Vinny just to get that spike money down for the squad. I say wait here, family photo if he tries to push.
Plan would be good here for Vinny for sure. And he's going to stick to it.
Yeah.
Gamble, nobody's coming towards the spawn. He hears a rotate from heaven.
A quick peek. Shy down.
Wait a minute.
Oh, puts himself in the open. The ace does come through. And Kesnet, in our first day back of VCT Americas, is going to lock in the I by Power ace. Getting that PC giveaway for your first ace of the week. $100 gift card going out. And be sure to be following I by Power on the socials so you can hashtag unlock your ace as well.
It's only natural that we get to cast KRU and then get another ace here with I by Power. But that's it. It almost feels like Vinny's like, hey, let me help the crowd. Let me help the fans in the chat get their own PC. Let me just run out in the open against Vinny here. Although joking aside, he did a good job isolating the first kill and then hoping that he was going to be able to catch a double stun with that fault line to get the clutch. But it's a huge ask from the RGL with how good KRU's been on the defense.
And you can see KRU getting that worldwide energy poured in from the watch parties. Multiple of those we've been looking at, so they are feeling it. as they come in, push straight in here to the vent area. Digizine's trying to make some space for the squad, but he's a little cut off now.
I'm liking at least the reaction and the positioning from KRU at the very beginning. Just from 2 rounds, you can already tell it's hard here for Kesnet to get some good mid-control unless he gets the op. He can't really run down towards middle with the double initiator util when you have Crossfire set up towards the bottom middle on the attack. So for him to continue to play towards the A side, and you can leverage Mazzino with fault lines across the map from A to help middle, it still gives you a lot of ground that you could cover for KRU. Playing into their strengths, making sure here that Kesnet continues to find his groove. Now back as a Jet in this tiebreaker map. Tui's unfortunately.
Oh my God!
Cast a curse.
No way!
Cast a curse. My bad.
Tui's just got that kill on Kesnet, threw down a bite at the feet of Mazzino, and had no right winning that second classic fight with Mazzino knowing exactly the positioning.
And he forces to rotate instantly, and look at Loud. They went for the fake to meet up with everybody towards the sewers, and then just goes back towards the B-side plant. And now they have numbers advantage with pistols and also a Phantom upgrade late lurk by Tui's.
We saw Tui's everywhere on Haven behind the side of KRU, but Loud just wasn't able to act on his flanks, on his lurks. Now he's just making it happen himself here. A 3rd kill in the round, and we're going to see another ace, Vansili, as they are just cleaning up the members of KRU.
At 10 HP, I don't think so, but at least the players are there.
I think it's going to have to happen. Uh-oh. Oh, big uh-oh here. 2v2 now. It just got, like you said, 10 HP. Cowanzine a little bit healthier here. Looking at almost the same thing on both sides. Cowanzine picks up 1, Melzer with half, and has a chance to look around. The time is there to get a second defuse on. Gives away himself with the sound of the Bulldog. Fakes the defuse, but the salvos quickly keep him off, and that's going to be the timer rundown. I think this one goes in favor of Loud as Cowanzine picks up the final kill.
And the goals to drop the salvos just outside of the smoke. No respect given to Adverso that he's going to try to swing out to try to surprise some players, but that is just a lack of protocols coming out here for KRU, clearing out towards the spawn. The Viper Rolls are already thrown there for that side. You know, in this composition, potentially there's going to be some sort of lurk in that. Because of the double initiator, there's been some much late alerts coming out from the Vipers and the Omens and the Cyphers and the Astras of the world. So that is going to be very costly for KRU. At least the Bladestorm's up for Kesnet.
Has been a powerhouse for the side of KRU still, even in the 1-round loss in the first round. Just showing you how much they're focusing on some of these orbs and getting the early kills, that 4K to start, the ace rather to start, and then just bringing up the last few. We'll see if that Bladestorm comes into effect. They tried a very hard early salvo and hit here with fault line onto A. And now Loud knows they have a bit of room to work before that'll come up about 40 seconds again. And KRU would do it all over.
1 minute fake being thrown out by Cowanzine to start with this drone. And for Loud, they don't have enough to try to work back towards this middle because of potentially this wall pulled up by Shy. They're trying to cycle a lot of smokes and the walls to cover up Heaven, cover up towards middle, and also give them potentially even an opportunity to push out and fight down towards middle. This wall, though, for Pancata to activate. And deactivated.
Still towards the other side. She'll get the plant down. This is going to have to be a scramble now. Do they pick up this weapon? Yeah, okay. Melzer has the Phantom. See how they position this. 3 towards Heaven. Expect that Phantom maybe go down towards screens if they want to split it. But KRU is going to try to find Loud before they get into sight and see what extremity kills they can get first. DG. Oh, what a transfer. The 1-2 click. Tui's is there to help, but the 3 kill from Digizine was so clean on the first few hits. Now they know where the Phantom is coming from, and they can position accordingly.
Another little small mistake, but understandable here from KRU's side.
Boom.
Tried to throw the salvos down to delay the plant even more, but because of the sound cue of where the spike was planted, it seems as though Adverso thought that the spike was planted at a safe spot behind the wall on default, and there was no salvos going towards the back corner of the site, so it becomes an easier plant for the attack, and you're forcing KRU to play a retake instead of the flood retake pre-plant that they've had good successes in on Haven before.
All the weapons easily upgraded for those that were alive there. You see Cowanzine grabbing what Melzer had as a Phantom at the end. So still great money as Loud start to capitalize after that second round win. Spike's down here. So they are doing a little info sourcing as they get onto the map. But it looks like KRU is happy to meet him here at Vent and Mailroom.
Go get him.
And a little change of pace in positioning for Loud as well. Might have to hold that thought though, because their first fault line potentially could engage a fight from KRU. But yeah, the Teo is actually playing towards the A site with the Viper to potentially stop like the early aggression from KRU's side, and they still have the fault line to assist here on Digizine's map control attempt.
Oh wow, what? Kesnet, I think, knew he was going to commit, but didn't expect to see that much standing in front of him just right in the middle of the alt orb. And now the push-up, they know Tuiz is in a pretty interesting position, and Verso's just going to actually go for the clear here. A little reckless on that one, thinking it was going to be clear for a little bit longer, I think.
If he gets his third kill, unfortunately not. That might have to force Loud to activate towards this B site, but nobody rotated yet from the defender's side.
30 seconds left.
Oh. Oh, the flash. Nicely played, but it actually didn't cut the corner enough to get in the eyes of KRU. The headshot through the box, but Shy is able to correct the aim and get it back down to get that one. Still had Mazzino for safety, but it's not even needed, and it looks like it's going to be a slugfest here, Van Silly. It is going to be a bloody one, as the Dash said. Kills everywhere and resulting now in a 2-2.
And Split is just a normal map here that Brazilian teams love to play. I mean, if you're just looking at KRU themselves, White was mentioning on the desk how it's almost KRU's playground compared to what Bind could have been here in 2025 for them. Yeah. And I do agree with them, but at the same time, their kickoff results have actually resulted in losses. They were 1-2 in 2025 on this map, and they played all the Brazilian teams actually on this map. 2G, Furia, and Loud, and now it's a rematch against Loud on Split to tie the knot in this rivalry.
Interested to see why KRU is putting so much pressure, even in just Melzer here at A alt orb, making sure that the flank, making sure Viper isn't as useful, as it is Loud work in the left side of the map here.
Yeah. Bren was mentioning that they had to be a little bit more active. They were able to do a little bit here with Tuiz's activations on Cypher on that previous map, did so on this map on the previous round. But unfortunately, it's just the next step behind that. That's still lacking here from Loud.
Whoa.
Thinking that the Lurks could actually pull out the rotate so they could potentially hit the weak side, but they still walk into these stacks.
Melzer on a sliver of health here. They're getting quite a bit of focus. They know more util has come through, so the Loud wants to go to C here, seeing all that pressure at A.
And finally, the map pulling works out for Loud. They have chosen the weak side.
Mazzino, Kesnet playing the high-low. Beautiful job on the entry, though. It looks like it was Digizine trying to get in a little too early, and Pancada cleaning up 3 immediately as he found some low health bars here, and the rotation is going to be huge as well from Vinny because he might just hear Adverso.
And even if Adverso dies, though, well, yeah, he will. I was going to say Vinny. At least he'll give information on the last 2 players, for the last 2 players where Adverso will be rotating from. But that said, they chose the weak side of that site to hit, of the map to hit over on B for Loud. But weak side doesn't mean weak players. You still have these 2 players on the side of Mazzino and Kesnet that did such a good job holding the first wave, but then Pancada has his own spray transfer, where 3 players just ran into him. He did have support behind him to get those 3 kills.
Yeah. In the moment, I wonder what utility was there. Usually, you're fine with dry peeking 3 at different levels, but still, Pancada's going to be fine with it as well. A flash may have done some justice there.
Agreed. And that wrecks the economy of KRU.
Looks like they want to push now.
First walk down mid, followed by utility to let Loud know that they've added that aggression very early. And KRU decides to fall back because this calls for fast rotates, especially when the Viper is able to delay with the Viper orb. So Shy does a good job. Loud just going for the re-hit right after.
Shy delay. Orb up as well. Nicely done here. They kind of allowed the fight to come through last time and took it as it hit. So here they just want to give Loud a bit more trouble and delay. 4 for KRU over towards A on this save. So they think they're playing off of what is a fake here.
That's 2 gambles now for KRU. The first one is, hey, we're making noise down towards middle, but then we're rotating back towards the A side. Shy stops the B side, and then they're full gambling that there's going to be an A side hit. Yeah, it looks like a lot was invested for Loud to get the round, but getting the round is important.
Respect to KRU. I mean, they're going to usually have something that can actually turn the rounds, as we've seen throughout this series already. So Loud really can't leave anything up to chance. I like the ults being used, and they will have a pretty safe plan. They're chasing a little bit on these kills. Adverso is going to tag back on that one.
Tui's lurking, flanking with an outlaw.
He's been loving it lately. We've seen a lot of the 2 kills come up as well, using both in the chamber. They go around for maybe another exit that they can surely get, or just die to the spike here. Trying a little bit of both. All right, there's one.
And good thing is that Kesnet will not be able to save that Vandal. Good damage being done on an eco from KRU. But that said, as we mentioned on the previous round, that there was heavy investments in ults for Pancada's Cosmic Divide and Digizine's Showstopper. It just makes sense because you've also cycled now 3 ults to carry over into the next rounds, right? So you could definitely have another big round to reset the econ of KRU for a second time. Just depending here what you want to do.
I think Loud have to have found out already that bottom left side of C either only has Melzer or has no one, and they have to work and look up towards B and hell once they enter the site. I should say B heaven. So a lot of the times they're easily able to get in if they just tuck Digizine into new box and the rest of the team flows through. That has been really successful at B. Adam getting in their ear now here in a timeout at round 7 to see if he can stop the bleeding.
As you mentioned, the ults that Loud carries over. There was a Viper's Pit that I saw here from Tui's. Vinny still had his Rolling Thunder, and assuming now that Pancada and Digizine used theirs, then it's probably the Armageddon for Kawadzine. So 3 on their side. We'll have to see what KRU has, though, to answer back after this timeout. Looks like an Armageddon for Adverso. And that could actually be a good point here in terms of the ult economy, in terms of what you could exchange, because I feel now that if you want to continue to cycle ults for Loud, you probably want to go for a big Rolling Thunder to get the pit in. But the Armageddon to reply back could deny that pit and allow KRU to flood back a little bit better in their attempts for the Pulse plant.
First time they're really splitting the true default here, just leaving, for Loud that is, leaving Tui's on the right. We've seen quite a few times Kawanzine's over there for the initial part of the round. But Melzer has pushed this. If Melzer's not in B, they love to take this area. Huge info so they can know where Loud is moving, but they haven't come out with a successful attack.
I wonder if they're going to try to maybe Boombot or maybe get a little bit more ground for Digizine up towards this heaven. Because if they do, that's a full-line Armageddon to take control of B heaven. Already they're pushing through that smoke, but there's no retaliation coming out from KRU, so looks like they'll hold back on the middle control.
Okay. So they know it's a push. That means vent's open. You still have Astra as well, and that's going to be Pancada coming back around. He might actually get a noise on Teo, on Adverso, when he comes back to the site here. Really great positioning for the audio cues to come through. As Loud feel comfortable, C1 at screen, and no, site is probably pretty empty. They're still going to go ahead and alt screens, yeah, knowing they can focus site for the fight.
Thing is, though, Adverso pushed forward, so he's going to be able to get a big backstab unless Pancada turns over. Armageddons are exchanged. This should be a plant no matter what, and now you've exhausted the amounts of ults available with the exception of...
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, that. No chance for KRU to really set up here for the retake.
Mazzino probably getting a few alt points here if he can get the hits in, but gonna have to hope for those. All eyes are gonna be on as he comes around to the left side. Nice job by Loud working the early portion of this map as a default, figuring out that they can get a kill on these KRU pushes. Melzer or someone is always pushing from an extremity here, and Loud is able to get some successful first bloods to make those 5v4 conversions.
And KRU, sorry, at the beginning of this round have been doing very good of the A site control and continues to do so here.
Yeah.
That said, though, what's lacking is a little bit of information towards the middle, towards the B main. Yes, we're more reactive on Shy or Kesnet jump spawning towards that B site, but I like to think here with a double initiator play, you could get some good map control in the very beginning of these rounds outside of the A site. Because at the very now that we're looking here on how these rounds have panned out for Loud, they haven't added too much early aggression for their side on A.
No, they haven't. They're kind of just waiting to see what the aggression is from KRU, if they're going to get antsy, if they're going to push. And KRU is doing that on their own, especially on the save rounds. But on the buy rounds, it just takes a little bit longer, and you usually will see a peak. Already out towards B here. Kesnet is going to be focusing on the orb. Blades is up. Nice protection by the team as they go back to formulate what the defense can flow out to. I think that's actually a read by Loud. That was an orb grab, and they're going to push.
Big flash support, too, to allow DGZ to pick up an easy kill onto Adverso.
Finally get that Viper's Pit out. Entry from screens is pretty much null and void. In this rotation, they don't even have Pancata towards the site yet, but it's a great look from Melzer to know that long lurk could still be there with the speed of the round.
And that's a weapon pickup. So you're now looking at Blade Storm, 2 rifles, and a Stinger to retake. So the pit is actually a great decision from Loud in hindsight.
They're going to be able to throw themselves in. This pit's going to get them a little bit more closer, too. They might be able to enter at the same time and create some chaos. A lot of pressure on DG here to find somebody. Melzer, could he get another one of the flanks down? It would be incredible. And there it is. Melzer does find another one. This is going to be huge for the team as Shy picks up another. They are absolutely wiping out Loud. Oh, that's going to be Tui's, however, coming back through. No time in the end as they stretch it just far enough. Melzer scooches into safety as the Red Bull clutch comes through, and Loud are able to take the round.
And thankfully that Tui's was still alive. The point of that positioning, of how they played that pulse plant, wasn't going to delay with the double initiator. I was scratching my head as to why they would actually pull out the Kawadzine salvo so early, but he was basically in a small pocket of that pit. If he's going to pull out, they know exactly he's going to be there. They could already spray him, so he's going to give his position away. So at least now that Tui's stays alive from screens, he can run back and get these kills. I mean, it was a risky play, but he made it happen.
Operator out now for Kesnet. Speed is up here for Mailroom, and DJ's going to go down immediately as they trade. Just towards that smoke. Shot through the vents is how it went down. We still have the operator holding the A line, so you can bet the rest of KRU is focused on this mid-B site.
That's a big kill to get, because this is the first time that Shy was really trying to set up a little bit more aggressively towards Vent, so that I think he had that pit up before he died. So they probably wanted to control that so they could work towards the extremities. Off in the hands of Kesnet, now potentially could get spotted by the drone.
That's so good. They continuously have somebody lurking on and off the Viper wall. Before, when it was at B, they had Pancata lurking on it when it went up and down, and now they can totally fake it with that pressure from Kawanzin's drone and the wall going up. Free B site. Beautifully mid-rounded here by Loud.
They have good utils to delay, starting off with the Pancata smokes. Now they have a Viper orb being thrown towards the spawn, and keep an eye on Kawanzin. He's basically the player that's going to go for that late lurk or stay alive as long as possible, especially if Loud is able to delay inside the B site.
Playing so smart just on the outside of that Rolling Thunder too, so it hits no one. That space is still going to be known as clear, though, as crews start to enter the site, so they have a bit of room to make something work. Just on the other side of the wall is Adverso and Vinny here, and that's going to be Adverso falling down. The util to come through to stop the plant, ready for the garage.
Not liking this.
There's the spams, there's the kills. 7-2 as Loud close down on another round.
Played too far in the back of the site for KRU. I mean, at first, it continues to be great here from Loud. They went for the salvos and fault line on the first tap, leveraged the grab well on the second one. And this smoke right here, yeah, it was nice for at least Melzer to try to get into the site for the defuse, but the other two players were just waiting to swing off whoever was spraying and try to body block their teammates, but they're just dying to the sprays instead of trying to fight back towards main. It was needed there to give Melzer at least some sort of chance to try to go for that defuse. And now Loud Are we going to see just one-sided halves every single one of these maps? And it looks to be the case at least on middle.
Mid-fights? Mid-fight straight out, and Verso wants to take that one straight up. And they do get some trades. 2-2, no one too worse for the wear here. Health looks almost the same across the board. And we still have this lurk on the right side of Tui and Melzer. Usually has some impact for one of them, but they're going to backpedal off of this just for now as we come up on 1 minute in the round. And B, not looking great for Loud as that ultimate from Viper is down. Shy has already used it to try and direct the hand of Loud this round.
And this is a smart play. Yeah, you don't really have anything to try to clear out towards that pit that Shy let down. You still have your Viper up for Tui, so they could start playing with the up and down walls, but playing contact seems to be the name of the game. Smoke dissipates, and that will just keep Crew guessing. And you can already see it. Crew is guessing on this rotate, and they're guessing wrong. Back towards the middle. Easy now, open sight for Loud to plant with.
It's going to be a long rotation over. See how much space Digizine grabs here. I think they'll just stay in the corner, keep it safe. One more star up there. Pankata needs to figure out where he can get to put that down safely.
Well, he's not falling back, so
just put up a cover.
Yeah, looks like all three players want to stay within the site and just delay even more on the Heaven Smoke.
All 3 points covered. The only thing they really have to watch now is that screens area as Mazzino gets one down. Paranoia comes through. Pankata in a beautiful spot to trade 1, 2, and a third one as he looks to the high ground. Shy falls in an 8th round into the hands of Loud.
Another multi-kill coming out from Pankata, this time playing from Benji Fishy's spot, and gets such tremendous results out of it. The Paranoia was thrown inside the site, but not in the line. That could really blind the full backline site. And they should have identified that from Crew's side because they didn't see any pressure coming up from ramp. So that was a little bit of a miscomm here where Melzer could have placed his Paranoia to get the best results. Staying ice cold is Pankata.
It is, yeah, that look. Just another day at the office here. Even if on a map 3, even if both maps pressured teams into 13-2, 13-1 situations, we end up here on split, and it looks like Loud has it ready for the long game, and they continue to open the strat book from the attack side of split. 8-2 here, and they've varied up where they're going just about every time. Less towards A, but still when they go, it seems strong.
If anything, GB lost the over-under. We're not going to get a 13-1, right? So, worst result we can have here is a 13-2, but you're seeing it here. The timeout's being called out from Crew, but it's still 6 rounds that were strung across, by Loud, since I think the first timeout, if I'm not mistaken. So this is not a good look for Crew. They won't have anything to work with on their attack side if it continues to go downhill. And it's a stinger buy to kick things off, with a lot of them going back to the tried and true, pressuring in towards this A side, fault line salvos, something that Loud has done a lot.
And so smart. I mean, look at the money on Loud side. It is a lot. Tui still has that outlaw, knowing the effectiveness it can bring to the low buy here.
Exactly.
There he goes. I should have just let it happen.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. He starts off immediately with 2 kills that we would expect with that outlaw into a pistol kill.
And a hashtag 1 HP towards the end.
Yeah.
Old school tactical FPS players would know the hashtag 1 HP. That said, though, everybody's thinned across the map for Crew with the stinger buy. I don't think there's going to be too much value they're going to be able to get, especially now that Tui's only has 1 HP. He can't really move back to re-clear the spots unless he gets his team with him. So that means for me that the utility might be utilized a little bit earlier on the side of Kawadzine to try to clear with the drone. That might be the only silver lining that would allow Crew to avoid that information, or avoid that drone rather, and surprise him with a close range stinger fight.
They have to do something to close the distance. Oof. Just a stinger shot to the shoulder, all they needed.
Yeah, looks like it's just a 1 HP selfless play, get the info. You know the breach is there now.
I like the early wall drop by Shy. They tried to catch him off guard a little bit. Salvo is back towards elbow. Mazzino helps. The rotation from Cheyenne has a little bit of time now. And they get some nice trade kills there. Kawadzine gonna plant, gonna hold that in the smoke and then try to get himself to safety. He does have a quick concuss and a drone if he feels like there's any time to use it.
Somehow it's turned around in the advantage of KRU. Kalazine has to go into clutch now.
He's got good positioning. He's already moved himself off the spike. Making sure there's no trailer for him right now. Oh, it's going to be from the top side, and that's what they were waiting for. Melzer very patient as Shy is creating the distraction. They'll go ahead and get that defuse over towards Melzer as well, closer to the points. And they're closer to the half, so they know it's going to have to happen that way. 8-3 as KRU bite back with a thrifty, albeit a little late.
And props to Shy to run through the Armageddon and the Salvos to meet up with his teammate so that they could work together with, again, closing the gap, leveraging the Stinger to the best of its abilities and getting all of these kills. They anchored up a 2 versus 4 at that spot. Great job being done by KRU on that previous round. But again, that was just a lack of utility being used by Loud. They counted on the contact play and the trades to get the best out of KRU. And again, that's where KRU can shine. So they pay for their mistakes. KRU's closing the gap, rather, and Kezid has an op to work with. Digizine's first attacker side op in this series that we praise so much during kickoff.
Uh-oh.
I forgot he ops.
Nice cue. Very nice gas ball to get, or bubble to get out. And yeah, you actually saw Vinny was just flash jumping to get into mid with Digis in there. So they were like, where's this mid fight again? They're going to give it to us. Patiently waited though for KRU. Okay, they give it to him. Never mind. They peek out finally just as the smoke starts to come down.
Because they already lost at Verso, so at the minute mark you can't drone anymore, so you have to go for jiggle peeks, and the patience displayed by Loud was very nice. Again, I'm saying I forgot that Digizine ops on the attack sides because the whole half and the whole series so far has been a lot of just rifles and dead fights and like brawls in the very beginning, so this is good here for Loud to bring this out. A little bit of a trump card to potentially close the lead, 9-3.
Oh, and the ops are ringing true now. And you mentioned Digizine, probably one of the series we see him with an op the least so far.
Yeah.
As he just picks it up. So yeah, very interesting to see there. But it comes out at the right time for both of them, and looks like Loud goes for A.
Beautiful.
Melzer is just ready for the peek out of the smoke. Beautifully done as the gas was dropped, and they were not prepared for that.
10 seconds left.
Didn't want any of the smoke of the operator, and they still get it towards the end. Kezid closing out the last 12th round. Stringing the last 2 at least for KRU is what you want for a silver lining moving into the attack side. But for Loud, as you've mentioned, they got off down here by Kezid on the B side. They didn't want any of that smoke. They know how good Kezid could be anchoring solo on a site. And when they pull back in this scenario, they have zero information of where their players could be. There was a pinch no matter what. Even if Melzer didn't get a 3K, there was still somebody behind. So great job by KRU.
Honestly, it's an 8-4, but with this series, it is incredibly hard to tell who it's going to be. We're going to be right back after the break. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this. We hop back into map 3, second half. KRU with 4 to Loud's 8 there. You see it on your screen. We're gonna now watch Kesnet if he can be the spearhead, the jet diving in, and how the team can protect that. If it's gonna be the dash into smoke, if it's gonna be the crosshair breaking, or if We're going to see Kesnet going for these kills with heavy backup and utility over the shoulder. So one of the questions we'll have, a lot of what Loud found was KRU just straight up fighting them in mid at A at the at that first half. We'll have to see if this second one is just as aggressive from both teams. Here we go.
And KRU's waiting for it. Four of them waiting towards that spawn. Early drone spotting too. That might actually up the tempo of KRU to start gaining control of the A site, because one of those players that they spotted at top B heaven was the breach. Now they know that Kawadzin's playing the A site. Again, strong anchor has been displayed by Kawadzin over towards this A site, but looks like they will opt to play the retake instead and allow KRU to go for the plant.
Ghosts on ghosts here for the side of Loud, so they should be able to get some good trade shots in. Melzer with the push, so that will delay what's coming down the back hall from spawn area. Still got Verso just outside the site. They are patiently waiting to see if he makes himself known.
Loud's waiting a very long time here. I mean, look at the position of where Adverso is in the pulse plant. Just so easy for him to play Salvo towards the end while the rest are just delaying. They have to move quick for Loud.
Fault line comes in, flashes go out. You see Loud just looking for positioning, jumping around, playing hopscotch instead of shooting back, and KRU is able to wipe him off the map in a flawless pistol round.
Well, a first taste now that the attempts of retakes is going to be greeted by a lot of players playing in the pulse plant, at least in this pistol. Off angles, nothing to allow for you to clear, no big paranoias to come through. They tried to come across with a fault line for Loud to retake towards that site. It was just easy pickings in the end here for KRU. Now we'll see the aggression out towards the A side. Double initiator for Digizine to move forward, just to try to get orb control as well, which would be good for Kawadzin.
Ooh, Pankata sees that, but takes the moment to get the flash. Oh, nicely done with the utility. Pankata had no place to hide. Actually trying to dodge out on that fault line because it's followed by the salvo as we hear screaming overhead at just the last moment. So good at denying this spike plant, could give Loud enough time to get back in, but hell is just that for them as they burn as soon as they drop in.
But a big flawless for KRU. That's very strong to carry over because some decent weapons were purchased in this round. That's 3 Bulldogs and a Guardian that could carry over to match the full buy that Loud's going to bring out in their gun round. And still will have enough economy to go for a full rifle round in the next round. So you have to be displaying the cleanest defense on the side of Loud if you want to maintain this lead. And your read so far has not been the best. They tried to go for the stack surprise on the A side, nobody was there. Tried to go for B control, nobody was there at pistol.
Just on the gas right now. Kesnet goes forward. 2 flawless rounds coming into their bonus round, and they are gassed up on this one. Pushing through towards that B heaven, and they know actually B main control is not grabbed here. You can see Shy backing away, telling the team, but they're still going to choose to go to B.
Thing is, though, this plant might happen. Yes, Kawadzin gets the kill, but there's another late lurk coming right here from Melzer.
It's going to be huge. They have to pick apart the rest of the squad of Loud, and Melzer does just that, regaining control of B. Now meeting up with Mazzino in sight. They get a smoke for safety to put themselves back into a position that might be somewhat of an advantage, or at least where they think they have an advantage.
Yeah, and there's already a smoke towards heaven. They have a second smoke if they want to use it. It'll be a perfect way to do it because the salvo's just delayed the plant for KRU's end. So there's that second smoke to allow a safer plant and even a safer escape. Paranoia at the ready as well for Melzer in the back of the site as they're playing the high-low. So yeah, you're not going to use this flash anymore. You're just gambling here on the high-low, and you know from this position it's decent because the salvos were already used by Kawadzin.
1 battle star for Pankata actually just puts it out towards that left side. The concuss misses because of the high-low and the pressure. Oh, that's almost a kill. Kawandzin's able to find it, though. Very nicely coordinated. Sourcing out both opponents. Loud's able to come back on that in a round where we saw Kesnet flying into mail, getting the first blood, so big conversion for Loud here.
It was a great call on that battle star. That really pushed away that high-low position from Loud. Although they weren't affected by the stun, it still put one player out in the open solo on a two-player swing. And right here, just a lack of trigger discipline coming out from Melzer because they never checked that back. They thought it was a crossfire setup from Garage and backside. Turns out to be a victory here for Loud, but just mentioned it had to be a very clean one. Carrying over to this round, they only have 3 rifles. Actually, the Guardian Outlaw could maybe do a bit. Yeah, as DJZ had the right position in the very beginning to fight the double initiator who are trying to use that util to sell the fake so that KRU could go late into B. But it looks like Pancata was ready for that. Already threw up a smoke. And now we'll reset the round for a bit. We'll start seeing at the minute mark here a little bit more initiator util to activate the second phase in the mid round.
A lot of space being given over to KRU on this one. Just the really deep angle holds. Tui's plays off timing of that smoke going and actually catches the legs of Adverso. So very nice damage, but they still, it's got to be Loud having a bit of trouble figuring out where these plays are going to come from.
And dropping in the vents, trying to make some noise. Now the orb being picked towards the B side is going to be called out by the lurk of Shy. And KRU's looking to re-hit towards B, but there's a Bermuda Triangle set up by Loud.
Forceful through heaven. That's actually, they're all going to try to drop out. Again, they don't have main control. This is just about how the last round happened. Loud trading now with Pancata, getting the last 2, the best of it so far. And that 4v3 is going to slow down for just a moment. Mazzino in sight, though. And that's Cowanzine actually able to trade the 2. Flicks back to Mazzino and still gets that one as they know Shy again is going to be trying to come from that B main area.
And those were such important kills by Pancata at the very beginning. Because not only does he get a double kill and weakens down the numbers of KRU in towards the B side hit, but he also dropped the spike carrier on the top of the balcony still. And everybody dropped inside the site, so there's no choice here for KRU but to fight back. And at least clear out the B site. But that will definitely give enough time for the rotates to happen, the what ifs, right? So again, beautifully done by Pancata.
And you saw in sight there, Loud. They have to be thinking we have a great chance to win this. The fault line, almost everything was used for heaven there. They hear all that utility and then see KRU drop into sight. They're almost dropping in just looking for the trades, and that is easy to retaliate against. Oh, nades in. Oh my God, the retaliation. Pancata saving the hide of his teammate there on the entry. DJZ still gets to live around the column.
Never expected there was going to be a second player just closing the gap, closing the space of where Kesney could dash in. And that's what we're talking about. Double initiator utility to support the jet to move through, and it's just going to be a selfless play. That said, though, you're supposed to draw some players in the process, and unfortunately he got snuffed right away. And that's not going to leave too much left for KRU to convert this round, unless Loud overextends, just like we currently see Vinny back towards that spawn.
Exactly. I think Vinny has the team more himself. Once they have an advantage, take positions where all the knowledge is just fed to you. You're pushed up that far, you know where the move is going to be, and everybody is looking at the right angles. 4v2, they still have a bit of work to do. Shy is still finding the backs of some of Loud. Pancata is trying to figure out where he is. Oh, he knows.
Oh, he knows.
He knows.
It's mind games and Shy wins it.
Not gonna matter. The Stingers are coming up huge here. All right, where's the spike?
Exactly. Down, TP'd, good.
Oh my God, Shy is on one right now and it cannot be stopped from Stinger to Phantom, and it is now up to Vinny here. Already had the push. I was saying Loud knows where KRU is coming from, but it doesn't matter at this point. They're gonna hit their shots.
Started off so well, though, with Loud, avoiding the fault line on the top of the balcony to get the first pick and drop the spike, but then everything else that followed, it wasn't necessarily overextension, but we'll hold that thought. Vinny's trying to actually commit into the retake.
Smoke after the smoke. Now has to clear through this. Time already dwindling. One shot comes up clean. The break, the stop. Shy still brings in the aim and takes him out for a 4K on the round. And honestly, opening up B site by himself there.
And that's the thing. It wasn't overextension out from Loud. It was lack of communication of what gaps were still out there that KRU could overtake. and nobody talked about watching the B side. I mean, Pancada was watching it, but there was the Viper Orb that allowed Shy to sneak through on the left side, be out of the vision of Pancada, and get the backstab kill on to Digizine, which then allows for the rest of, I mean, the last two players of KRU come out with a phenomenal 2v4 towards the end. And somehow a 2v4 that was all capitalized by Shy.
You're right. I think that's one of the biggest things is with the way KRU is now playing, we saw Loud bring a conversion round back very nicely, where Kesnet dashed into mailroom, got that judge kill. They started to go crazy, but I think maybe KRU identified in that they create a distraction in Loud. There's a bit of chaos where the windows we can work through, and like you mentioned, Loud not communicating that window the next round is the one Shy takes advantage of in an incredible way with those stingers. Can never count them out. We are going to get a quick tech pause on stage as we get a monitor fixed up. Thank you for your patience, and right back into game.
As you see, it's probably Mazzino's screen. And as I see the ref stepping away, we should be good to go in any moment. So thankfully, not going to be a long tech pause. And as I say that, I'm going to regret it potentially.
Yeah, don't regret it.
But we're going in. I was right. It's all good. So 10-7 in the scoreline just to reset things, right? Loud still in the lead, but only in the lead by 3 when KRU is starting to find success on their attack side, but not on good plays and setups and working the map. There had to be a lot of hero plays for it to happen. It was only really the pistol round that was the cleanest so far of KRU on the attack.
Seen a bit different play with this Viper Orb as well. A while back, we would see Viper throw that to the front side of B, use wall a bit, always be a nuisance, and now the Viper Orb kind of sits on that ledge of the catwalk right outside B. You can see it as Tejo's walking over to it right now, Kawanzine.
Yeah, right now I'm just looking at Loud's position on the defense. The fault line's being set up by Vinny to try to help Digizine, but it's off Digizine's contact. So he could still get smothered out if KRU moves in together and goes for the contact play. So I'm not too keen with the setup. Although you're seeing here the position on the B side just to try to close that gap of Bucky being played by Kawanzine over towards B. So you're just trying, I mean, TP was probably heard. Or a wall came up on the attack that allowed the lurk through from Melzer. Wow. And now you hear the TP back. But that is all a ruse once again, because KRU has been grouped up towards the A site, and they will hit where it's weak.
I think they were almost going to call for a fault line when Melzer took that shot too. So really KRU just playing ahead of the strategy allowed. We saw some pings there at the A alt orb area, but it was too late and too great by KRU. Plant down now, 5 in sight, and this is going to be a low buy retake here for Loud.
And I would respect here if Loud are playing a little bit further back just to drop to the spike, because Adverso is getting very close to his ult. Although 3 others have very strong ults on the side of KRU. You're just trying to delay at least the other ults, rather.
They're going for those ults.
Yeah, to pop up as soon as possible. So they are allowing Adverso to move up. That's why he's leading the charge.
So where's my next orb? They'll find another one in spawn. That should be Kaznets. That's actually already blades up anyways.
Look at the ult.
Gets it either way. A little painful on that one. Kaznet going down to the spike in the end. They feel good about that though. 8-10 now as they start closing that gap.
That's
2 rounds, they lose bonus and 1 of the gun rounds. And then KRU seem to figure out that this aggression, this getting in the face of Loud, not giving them any time to retaliate. Oh, jumping out of position. Yeah, the fault line was just a little late there, you saw.
But that's what I'm saying. Even if Digizine, I mean, he got caught repositioning, right? But if he was still playing down towards the orb and he gets contacted, exactly, he could still lose his position, lose his life. There's still a fault line that's going to come out, but how do you counteract that?
Yeah.
There's nothing you could take on top of that. So Loud definitely needs to add a little bit more layers into how they could support or activate around the initiator plays. And it feels like they're starting to feel, it feels like Loud senses that KRU is creeping up towards them. So you hear and you see the timeout being called by Loud.
No, I do like that. I think with having the double initiator comp, they're kind of trying to figure out if they can dry peek before using any of that, right? Before sourcing the info. And they don't have a lot of info that's going to say, hey, someone's there except for the drone. So you can see the reason they're doing it. They're just getting caught out each time, unfortunately. KRU is, again, the aggression puts them in the right spot at the right time. We'll see that aggression focusing towards the A side now. Looks like they're going to fault line right up that ramp and try to get there quick.
A timeout also is to figure out where we could position the off. So Digizine has that purchase this round, getting ready to be set up here to close that line up towards long B. But that said, all of KRU are looking to explode towards A.
Right up there. Pedal to the metal here for Kesnet. Somehow Melzer follows at the same speed, says I got your backup. And now they have a ramp, which becomes a bit of a predicament if you don't have anywhere to go. The Rolling Thunder should clear the way, though, as they get the pressure into sight here. Both smokes are down. They got to use this Omen window to get that space.
They'll get a plant for Heaven. A pit towards the spawn, and all of them staying towards the spawn area.
Recovering it, taking that back.
Very big round of just fundamentals there. Fault line to gain space in the beginning, Rolling Thunder to gain sight, and now it's up to Loud to pour in the utility to get back in. Remember, having that pit allows them to get a little closer, but who in sight is going to stop Loud from doing that from KRU?
Digizine needs to hurry up and help the team because he's got pain shells that can help clear some space, and he's not there to meet up with the rest.
Put it in the pit. Put it somewhere. Get the chaos going.
Are they going to save? They're pulling back.
It looks like they're going to be saving on this one. They're not even close to the site. Spike's going to go off soon, so it's going to be the kill. And there's a lot of money for KRU here, so it's not just to take guns away, it's just to hide and see if they don't go down.
If you already wanted to, oh my God, thankfully he gets that kill. Because you look at the amount of economy of money that's left. At this point, I'm wondering what is being called by the IGL. What is Vinny saying to the team? Because if the decision was already to fall back on a 5v5 when the delay was good from KRU with the Armageddon and the other initiator util, then it's still up for the post plan, you might as well just fully fall back and not get caught in these moments where they're going to push against you. You already know they're going to push towards that spawn because the pit is there.
I think the late identify was that everybody, if it worked out, would have been coming from ramp. Would have been coming in, they can throw everything towards screens and fight the site horizontally instead of vertically like they were trying to. That just did not work for them. But credit to KRU. They're continuing to get through these rounds. That a very meat and potatoes round, if you will, as the fundamentals were fantastic.
I think that was spaghetti.
A little spaghetti from Loud, but you know, you meat and potatoes with the whole meal. You got to get your main course in there. And we see pressure towards mid here from KRU. Still that lurk in from Shy towards the left side, trying to watch in if anybody pushes. And this time, they kind of make Loud push out themselves. Give a little util. KRU slows this round down.
And thankfully, they still have at least enough to get a couple more rifles back in this round. And Kawadzine with a stinger. The only one anchoring towards that site where the pressure is coming from. He's trying to delay as much as he could to allow at least a start of a rotate to happen. Pankata going into astral form to set up a smoke in the front. And Vinny potentially using a Rolling Thunder to delay one more time. But there's no active rotates coming out from Loud because of the lack of information that they have here.
I think one of the things, they're so ready to stop it, which is never bad. But what follows up on the fault line? KRU is so happy to see this and say, cool, we'll do something in a moment. And there's Shy just pushing Kawadzine.
And now they don't have the Rolling Thunder to delay.
Oh my gosh,
and they get picked off.
Just absolutely walking over Loud right now. Get the site, get the plant. 3 there. Obviously going to be saving this operator as Tui's goes down to Mazzino. So that's going in the hands of Kesnet if they even want to. Kesnet's been on the forefront of these fights, so they may just stay with somebody else on the team to still have the power gun.
And that's the paint shells I wanted to see on the previous round to help the retake. And somehow going for aggressive positions at a disadvantage scenario. 2 versus 3, 2 individual plays, and now KRU definitely taking the stronghold of their attacks. Are tying up the game now in this series 10-10. So now we're all wrong. We thought it was going to be a 13-2, but it actually turns out to be a series of close last map. But so many mistakes coming out from Loud, feeling this pressure. I think they might have one more timeout in hand that could maybe help. But KRU definitely has full control.
And showing us a spicy attack now, where they've kind of faltered on some of their other maps. KRU is finding the footing on the aggression, following up Kesnet, and just having Kesnet go balls to the wall right now in the face of Loud. They are going to go towards B main, still a bit split before Kesnet joins them, but he did grab the op, so we see how they slow the round down by giving him that main gun.
And Digizine has a bolt action, so working with the Guardian, trying to use that as a mini op, while the rest of them are going for a half buy to be able to buy in the next and maybe leverage these ults. But so far, there's, again, no active rotates to allow to get a showstopper to get good value.
Well, Vinny, that sees a squad of them trying to come out now. Can they guard each other? The flash comes through. Nice trade. Great teamwork as Armageddon starts to pressure the site.
Oh,
pressure
my.
everything in the two. Concussed right clicks from Kesnet come up huge.
And the Armageddon gets no value. Kesnet somehow gets two while he's stunned and everything. That's insane what I'm seeing right now.
What is happening? The man has an operator, dashes into sight to get the two right clicks.
I guess we're getting spaghetti for dessert too.
Fearless, absolutely.
And this is what I'm talking about. You're trying to retake the site 2 versus 4. I respect this because you could buy the next round. But the value you could have had from the showstopper, once you had that pressure on the A side, it should have been identified here that there's got to be some sort of work towards middle, some sort of work towards B.
Yeah.
And Digizine should be rotating a little bit more quickly to support here, because we talked about the differences between the duelists rather here, Riv, where Kesnet is not going to have that extra paint shells to help around the double initiator, where the raise could be a key component to that for the flood retakes. But Loud has not been synergized in these team retakes. And Kalazine falls to the spike. That's the silver lining to not allow Mazzino to get close to his own Rolling Thunder.
Nice timing by Kesnet too to get out. 11 to 10 now. KRU take the lead on split.
Dude. What is this? What is this, man?
Oh my gosh. Look at this. The view, the watch party's pumped and ready for more of this. 2 rounds away for KRU to solidify this one. And it looks like we will get another Loud timeout. Your last one to deliver information to the team, reset the mental, and prepare them for what could be taking it or a very possible overtime.
Yeah. Both teams definitely showing that they were much more comfortable playing the attack side. Yeah. Both teams saving their timeouts for the defensive end. But KRU, I mean, there's been a lot of, not necessarily a lot of shenanigans, but a lot of different looks that they were doing. The first shenanigan that we just saw, the fault line dash 2 right-click classics, is probably unheard of and unattended for, and definitely Loud we're not ready for that. But when you're looking at how KRU has been very good into the post-plant scenario, staying within the site, exactly. The delays that they're using for util is basically not to allow Loud to get into the site. Right, so
and it feels like Loud's delaying to delay without a follow-up.
Exactly.
It's just not working for him that well.
So we're hoping that the timeout will be able to fix that up for Loud. They have a pit. They could start closing things up very early. It seems as though it will be the case. Tui's is already down towards male, so they could pop that right away and work the extremities and try to get value out of Digizine's op.
They go for this buy. Could be one of their final ones. It's going to be a low buy as we come into the next one, so they plan to keep KRU off of that 12th point. Pick goes down immediately here to try and dictate the hand of KRU where they might be able to go.
Big stun.
Melzer doesn't flash across just yet, but the team is going to try to pressure this together as they have a ramp control. But Kesnet's not here yet.
Good exchange of utility for a stalemate for the A ramp control, but a fast pivot from KRU to move inside the A site. Kesnet's just with the op. He's trying to duel against Digizine, which is fine.
He'll get back. He'll be able to have the shot straight across from Alto or down after watching sewers, so they know anybody that drops into sight is going to be protected, but they don't even need that yet. 4 it screens. This is going to be huge if they can get out. That's going to be big. Brings him down to 6, though. A lot of damage back onto Digizine from that. Mazzino and Shy bringing up 2 right there. They're looking to get it on the 12th point right now. Game point in their eyes with just 2 left, and Shy gets the 4K to lock it down.
Map and series point as the crowd erupts for Super Shy. A 4K in the round, putting him in this scenario. But again, another one. I mean, I feel that it was through the timeout a conversation to say, how can we leverage and help Digizine get into the site with the showstopper? But because KRU keeps playing within that site in itself, they also took advantage of Pankata's Cosmic Divide to avoid that showstopper, and then they go for that pendulum swing, fighting back towards that site and putting themselves in this position to get the lead out of this grudge match between KRU and Loud. Both of them tied 1-1 so far.
KRU is just playing everything so fast. You're not seeing any fault line setups that Loud's trying to play off of in the aggression in the beginning, and as well as that's definitely not going to happen in the site if the communication isn't there from the get-go. And we're just seeing it fall apart inside the site. Here it is once again, KRU dismantling Loud. No protection from the buy to be able to cover each other, and the site's wide open in B.
Communication's good for KRU. Look at how they communicated to enter the site, and even in this whole pressure, drop in that spike for Shy to get a plant, to get the pit, and to get it up.
Incredible comeback here from KRU to keep it strong and keep the consistency from the second half. Pistol only losing a few rounds, but now they look to take the series with the last 3 kills onto Loud as they enter the site. Loud looking to play a bit of elevation. Digi now in the eyes with the Guardian, trying to finalize a few kills as Vinny does get one of those onto Mazzino. But KRU is trading back even harder, leaving Tui's by himself, and Kesnet with the 3K means it's 3 maps for Loud versus KRU. But KRU comes out with the victory.
So difficult for Loud to retake in a scenario of 3 versus 5 inside the pit. Only with Guardians. Again, KRU having good control of their attack side, keeping the economy low enough here for Loud to not get the best value. As soon as they come out with an operator, getting denied, going back into an eco, going back into these broken buys.
Oh my gosh.
Never finding an answer with what started so well for Loud in the very beginning. We had like what, a 7-0, 8-0 scoreline, maybe even 9. I think it was 11 until we finally got an 11-1 half. On the side of Loud, they came out with a vengeance, but then after that, going into the rest of the series, Adam was right. They just needed that map to wake up, and they looked pristine in map number 2 on Haven, and this map right here on the attack was split.
It was night and day, right? We saw Vinny running circles around KRU on Fracture, the way they started the Tejo on the other side of the map, the way they were conditioning bottom side, and then would just have free top side sometimes. They had a plan. The second map, both teams had a plan. We saw a bit more of a fight, but KRU we know is good on Haven, and here, KRU was ready. The plans they had, the communication they had, and the teamwork was incredible to make sure they got this split.
I think you bring up a good point in terms of plans here, Riv, because both teams definitely did have a good, strong fundamental to start. But for Loud, it feels like they missed a little bit of layers into the mid-round. Yeah, they're good on lurks, they're good to insert players, but what is the next level to pull the rotates, to open up sites? How did they play the post plan? That wasn't really there here for Loud, but KRU definitely showed that once they took their side on the attack.
I think the desk nailed that, especially with this double initiator composition. Where's the push and the pull? Where's the second hit? Where's using the salvos or something right off the round, waiting your 45 seconds for the signature and getting it back? You know, playing around that window is a bit of a tell, but we've seen teams be able to stretch those times or work those times differently. And it looked like it was just kind of one mode here for Loud, and if they couldn't hit that, it wasn't coming out for them.
Yeah, great for KRU overall to just maintain that tenacity, to maintain the confidence that it could actually close out that second and third map, and definitely the watch party is quite happy and proud of their team, of the display of KRU today.
I think one of the things that stands true for me from KRU to season now that roster changes, there is so much fight in this team. That KRU mentality where there's a comeback, whether it's a lower bracket run that has to be a whole gauntlet, whether it's a series like this where they look behind but they can still find and muster up the strength and the strats to get it through. This is one of KRU's biggest strengths.
At least it started on the first map or the first series of the split that they get a victory. You don't have to wait for like an LCQ, a playoff bracket run. You're definitely happy with this type of result for KRU today. Exactly.
Good to see it now. Both teams as well in their games when they did have a bit of a lead, closing that out, which always feels good. We want to see that happening, but it was KRU that closed it out. So we're going to set it now down to Dryad at the stage for the Verizon post-match interview.
KRU KRU gets the win after a crazy series against Loud, and I'm here with Mazzino. Mazzino, congratulations on this win. The first thing I wanna ask you is when it comes to that first map of Fracture, Adam said after that first map that you guys needed to wake up. This was the wake-up call. So what happens from that first map to win the second and third?
Como dijo Atom, sí, nosotros estábamos dormidísimos en el primer partido, no estábamos haciendo nada, literalmente no estábamos haciendo nada y se vio horrible, yo creo que como lo vieron, se vio bastante feo, pero después nos dimos cuenta que no estábamos haciendo nada, pues, así que empezamos como a imponer más nuestro juego.
As Adam said, we were just asleep. We were very much asleep on that first map, and probably out there it looked terrible. So we were just not doing anything. So going into the second map, we started doing things. We started doing our own things. Ahora, going into the second question is something that the analysts talked about is that historically this map of Split has always been very good for KRU. I think we go back the years and we for sure remember you playing there. So tell me, what is it about this map that made sure that you make that comeback on the map as well to close it out?
Bueno, sí, realmente el Split ha sido un mapa histórico para KRU en general y nada, yo siento que el hecho de como poder como tener trocaciones honestas o tener como lugares de caos es lo que como que nos da la ventaja frente a los demás equipos.
Yeah, it is true that historically this map of Split is iconic for KRU, but it's just going into the honest duels and also going into the chaotic fights. That's what always benefits KRU, and that's why we're good on this map. And also talking about something that we saw on this map as well, struggling a little bit with the retakes on the first one, but then Loud was also struggling on their own retakes. What was the plan coming into it? Was it we were working on the post plans for you guys, or what was the plan to make sure that you made it go this way?
Como una clave para el post-plan de nosotros diría yo como tener una idea clara y seguirla, simplemente como seguir la idea que tenemos y seguirla como grupo.
The plan for the post plan was just having a very clear idea of what we wanted to do and then execute it as a team and all go together with this one idea. And then my last question here is that next match is going to be a big one, is against Sentinel, so how are you feeling about it?
Realmente ni sabía que jugaba contra ellos hasta que me lo dijiste tú. Va a ser un partido divertido como el de hoy día. Yo creo que vamos a mostrar una mejor cara porque obviamente ahora teníamos un poco de nervios y ahora los dejamos. Pero va a ser un buen partido. Vamos a dar todo para ganarlo.
Truth is, I didn't know it was against Sentinels until you told me, and it should be a good match. We were a little nervous for this first match, but we don't have those nerves anymore, so it should be a good matchup. This is everything that we have for the Verizon post-match interview. Mazzino, thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
then we're gonna send it to match point to hear a little bit more from the KRU players.
Thank you so much, Dan Dryad, for that good stuff there, as well as from Mazzino. Now we are joined here at the match point. It's our little gimmick at the end of the day. We like to have some fun with the players. We got KRU standing by. We got Versal. We got Kesnet here to have some fun. And I'm gonna play a game because I like to play games. Yeah. I'm a weirdo like that, so we're gonna do it. It's a little fun one. We're gonna break the ice a little bit. It's called Agree to Disagree. Really simple. I'm gonna say a statement, and then you guys are going to have to rate thumbs up or thumbs down if you agree or disagree. Okay? Cool? All right, great. Let's do this. Agree to disagree. G2 is the scariest opponent in Americas. Disagree.
I disagree.
Disagree, yeah? Disagree?
Yeah, me too.
You agree? You agree? Okay, collective. Your collective is a unit, disagree.
Yeah.
Who do you think is the scariest team?
I think... I don't know.
You don't want to give it up? No. He doesn't want to give it up on it.
I don't want to give an answer, but I don't know. G2 is really good team, but I don't know. That's not so scary.
Do you think any team is like scary?
Yeah.
I think
they're tough but not scary.
Yeah, it's the better team I think in the league, but it's not scary.
Got it. Oh, I was told the panels are double-sided, so you could share. I should have known that. It's my game, so I'm pretty terrible. Okay, well, let's do our next one. All right, I like that. Agree to disagree. Wayle will be the key to winning stage 1. Disagree. We didn't see any Wayle today.
I think Doro is more powerful than
Wayle.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll see any Wayle at all? And I mean, Kesnet, are you going to play Wayle?
I don't like Wayle.
I like it. I like it very much, but my team doesn't like it. So
yeah.
I think you have powerful there, but you have to try more mechanics, more in ranked games to
I
get
think
more
Oxy is
experience.
going to use it.
Yeah,
Oxy
Oxy
yeah.
use it.
Oh.
Oxy is crazy.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick.
Yeah.
Can't replace for yet.
Or Aspas.
We were hoping to see it today, but we didn't. But I mean, to be honest, what we ended up getting though was pretty fun. So, all right, next one. Agree to disagree. The Alpha group is stronger than the Omega group. So that's the Alpha and that is the Omega, and you guys are in the Alpha group. So do you think your group is better than the Omega group? Agree or disagree?
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree too, but I think Omega is more stacked, you know?
Yeah, so you guys think you're just better, you're better looking, you make better food, you have more
we're
friends,
better, yeah.
you're just better, you know? Just all right, I like that. Okay, next one, and I think this one's a pretty fun one. This year will end in LATAM dominance. Agree?
LATAM dominate?
Yeah. Dominate.
Yeah.
I agree. I love it. I love it.
This is our year.
Okay. Let's talk about this,
I like
fellas.
it very much.
Well, okay. First things first. Let's talk about the first map.
Yeah.
Okay. What happened?
I think we were so cold, you know?
Yeah.
We are so, I don't know how to say it, but...
Yeah, cold's perfect.
Yeah, cold's perfect, but we don't have reactions. We let them play, you know, and they're getting momentum, and we can do anything about that.
Yeah.
But in the second map, I talked with the guys. I said,
Pero espérate, es el primer mapa. Just first map now.
Just first map now.
Yeah,
That's it.
Yeah, no, but let's talk about the second map then. What did you say?
I think we doesn't enter in the flow state, you know?
Yeah.
I think we lose 3 rounds, and they getting momentum, and that's it.
Yeah.
Nothing to do about that, but we have to fix that.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, how, you know, like as the leader, how do you look to aim to fix that in the future?
Well, I think the emotions are so powerful in the game. So if we were so sad in the game, you know.
Yeah.
I think we didn't react to the plays they're doing, and I talked to the guys in the second map. Guys, we have to wake up, you know. We have to wake up because they are, I don't know how to say this word.
Oh, like, yeah, they were just, they're on gas.
Push.
Oh, they were pushing you guys. Yeah, they were pushing you guys
much.
to your limits. Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah, no, and for you, Kesnet, because I mean, we were, you know, we always hype you up going into these games because you always do incredible things.
Yeah.
But it did feel like you started off a little cold this time around as well. And why do you think that is for you?
I think the team started really cold, so
it was just a whole team.
It's a whole team.
Yeah.
And then we win like a team, you know, like.
Did the second map win being so lopsided, like one-sided, did that surprise you that you were like, oh my God, we destroyed them in map 2?
Because I think they played the default comp, and it's so much easy to read.
Yeah.
And we adapt to the meta, so they play like the.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing the old old compositions. Yeah,
they
for
play
sure.
They play like a kickoff, so we have a good read about them.
And we talked about on the desk briefly, that was your first official game on Yoru.
Yeah.
And you dropped 24, I think?
Yeah. No, I dropped 20.
Oh, you dropped 20.
It was really good.
Yeah.
But I was scared a little because it was my, I don't know, just flash myself and things like that. Just have a really bad TP and things like that, but it was really good. So, and the boys support me really good, so it's really easy like this.
Hey, and one final question. Kesnet, what happened to the hair, bro?
I needed to fix it.
You were doing it for me, bro. I had no hair.
I'm a huge fan, so I do it for you.
Poppy, come here. There you go. My man, my brother from another mother right there. There you go. You love it all day, every day. All right, folks, so let's go ahead. Now that day one is in the books, let's look at the standings and see where we are right now in this competition here. KRU Visa, right at the top of the leaderboard, where they belong, damn it. At 1-0, they got themselves another championship point, which is huge going in to the champions at the end of the year. And I believe, if I heard correctly, you guys have Sentinels coming up next, right?
Yeah,
thoughts on that one?
I think they are a really strong team, but we have a lot of things to fix about this match. So I think we are going to be more strong next match with Sentinels. And I think I think the Masters hit so much hard in them because they lose very hard in Masters. So I don't know how.
You don't know what you're going to get.
We have momentum now.
And we have to fix things. And I pray. I think we are going
I think what helps is that, and one thing I immediately get from you guys is you guys are just really cool with one another. You hang out with one another. I get the friendship, the camaraderie, which it seems, but also kind of can be a pain in the neck too, because you got to tell your friends, hey, step up, or you tell him, hey, step up, right? It's always a difficult one, right?
That's like LATAM. We are like family, you know. We need to spend like more time with him than my family, so it's like my other family.
Yeah, your found family. No, that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, folks, let's see what's on the docket for tomorrow, because we got 2 more great matches on the line here. We have G2 going up against Furia, and then to close it out, oh boy, MIBR versus Leviathan. What do you make of Leviathan coming into?
That's a really good match.
Got a prediction? Can you give me a prediction so I can make my predictions better tomorrow?
I don't have prediction for that because they have a new player, Miberno. So and
Leviathan too.
Rossi too. I think it's
going to be a funny match. I think
it's going to be a funny match. Okay.
The match of the week.
I like that.
I'm going to say Leviathan is going to win.
Okay. All right. Hey, and
I believe in Panchito.
I believe in Panchito.
Yeah.
Or
we believe.
That's
in
okay. You believe in the king, Panchito. I love it. Love to hear it. How you say it?
Panchito.
Panchito.
Yeah.
Okay. Am I saying something back? Because I don't know that nickname. You know, but I like it. I like it. I'm with it. I won't call him that next time though. When I say it. He'll think it's awkward. I don't want to make it weird. In any case, so guys, seriously, thank you so much for taking the time. Really appreciate it. And congratulations on the win. That was hard fought. You guys showed some toughness out there. And that is exactly what we want to see here at VCT Americas. So good stuff, brothers. Always appreciate you guys. And that is going to do it for us here today. But of course, make sure you're back here tomorrow with us for some more Valorant goodness right here at VCT Americas. Thanks for watching. Here's your Samsung SSD Fast Replay. See you tomorrow.
Get up, make some noise, because our teams today, they've got a great one to start things off. NRG and C9, these 2 teams both disappointed in kickoff, but have made some changes and looking to bounce back strong in stage 1.
Ethan needed that kill. He can't find it, but the rookie steps up for 2. C9 has to commit to a plant soon. They're going to try and fight in, but the setup, it's so good for NRG.
So I don't know if NRG want to move into this. Stuns will be traded out, and Som finds the opener somehow. I mean, it's just a mess. Som trying to teleport into the corner, and no one's ready for him. No one's looking at him. That's 1 for Som. That's 2. Make it a 3rd turn around.
A stunner to start the stage for NRG. On the B site, good stun, Net's ahead of it. Gets his first kill, and now the ult popped off of that. It's all about getting Net out of heaven. He has been a problem for NRG, and he'll continue to terrorize them in this site. Net for 3, and C9 do a damn good job holding down the site, and he is pumped. Left up to Zeppa in a flash, but the spike dropped, and Finesse holding his angle. Finesse knows he's here, but Zeppa, he's too damn good! That's ridiculous from Zeppa! 13-5, C9. They reply in kind on their map pick and tie this series up. Finally, inroads for NRG. They get some key kills, but Vic is dodging to the side through the smoke. It's unstoppable! Vic, 3 kills, all on side.
Getting the job done there too. NRG, the smoke on the spike, it's up to half now. NRG chooses to pull out. That's gonna go one in. Block fires 3 with the Guardian, and he's gonna be able to hold on through.
And they know exactly where Som is from behind. Oxy deals with him. Finesse is still sticking, but there's a swing in from Main and the pitch from Oxy. Cloud9. 3rd time, it's not the charm. Yet again, they beat NRG, and they start their stage 1 with yet another win.
Let's go ahead and bring out your first team to the stage. Feeling the music, it's Crew Visa. You know them, you love them, it's Loud. And Loud have a lot on their shoulders, but I think this is a squad that is more than ready.
The entry could be very good for them, but taking headshots through the wall, taking more shots from DG is just making it impossible.
The Armageddon, if he could get some space, but he's just stunned up at first, so.
Relentless.
Nice little trap play, that's gonna hit 2.
The counter, that was so good.
Hard for you to retreat from.
Trades, 3 for Collinsy now, making this real tough.
Melzer 1 versus 4, GG. Stunned up, about to get ran down. Loud will get this first map in a dominating fashion here against Crew. The hat gets the information that already pulls towards the 8 connector.
They find him. Whoa, Jesus, he actually saving the life of the planter, and they're going to still get into the site here. Out of ammo is Mazzino, but Kesnick comes up with a 4K. In the end, the chaos again is where Crew thrives.
And they know that they're good on defense.
Exactly.
Already with a first blood, so that's how you could start.
Oh, he gets the shot on Shy's shoulder as he sees the hat go behind the smoke. 53 to 87 on that HP. Actually, a little bit more. Is it going to be enough? It is enough for Kesn. It doesn't matter. Hits the headshot, gets the 3K, and the defuse to come through to Pooh. 13-2 Haven victory to bring us to map 3. And that's going to be a push right towards the A orb. They're past it already from the side of Crew. A triple kill for Kesnet.
Easier for you to run up to get the kills as soon as the Bears come up, and Kesnet's looking for the ace.
A quick peek. Shy down.
Wait a minute.
Oh, puts himself in the open. The ace does come through. Screens areas. Mazzino gets one down. Paranoia comes through. Paid out in a beautiful spot to trade 1, 2, and a third one as he looks to the high ground. And an 8th round into the hands of Loud. Brings him down to 6, though. A lot of damage back onto DigiZ from that. Mazzino and Shy bringing up 2 right there. They're looking to get it on the 12 point right now. Game point in their eyes. With just 2 he's left, and Shy gets the 4K to lock it down. 3 maps for Loud versus Crew, but Crew comes out with the victory.